There you are. You made it to the end of another one, and you're here now, in the dark, with the day finally behind you. Let yourself land, just for a moment. No need to do anything with this quiet yet, only to notice that it's here and that you're in it. I know you're tired. Not the ordinary kind. Not the kind that a good night fixes, or a weekend, or a single deep breath. The other kind. The kind you've stopped mentioning because you've had it so long it doesn't feel like news anymore. The kind you've started calling normal, because what else would you call something that's been with you for months? You've been running on empty for a while now, haven't you? And you've kept going anyway. That's the part almost nobody sees. The tank ran dry somewhere back there, some week you can't even name, and you didn't stop. You just kept driving on fumes, kept showing up, kept doing the next thing and the next thing and the one after that, with a warning light on the whole time that you learned to look past. I'm not going to ask you to fix that tonight. I'm not going to hand you a plan or 5 steps or a better way to live. You've had enough of those. You don't need another voice telling you how to do this differently. I'm only going to tell you one thing, and I'm going to tell it to you softly, and I'm going to keep telling it all night in 100 small ways until it's the last thing left in the room. You're allowed to stop now. Just for tonight, just for these hours. The list will still be there, and we can both admit that plainly. The list isn't finished, the list is never finished, but you are finished for today. You're done. You've done your day. And being done for the day, even with the list undone, is not a failure. It's just what nighttime is for. Before we go on, one small honest thing, because you deserve honesty even here. This is a place to set the weight down for the night. It's rest, and rest is real, and rest matters more than you've been letting it. But it isn't a substitute for the care of someone who can truly help you carry this, a doctor, a professional, the people who love you. If the tank has been empty this long, they'd want to know. Let that be a thought for the morning, though. Not now. Now is only for setting things down. So let's begin the way tired things begin. Slowly, with no particular place to get to. Feel the bed underneath you. Really feel it, the whole surface of it holding you up, taking your weight, asking nothing back. You don't have to hold yourself together here. The bed does the holding now. That's its only job, and it's good at it, and it will do it for as long as you lie here. Notice where you're touching it, the back of your head, your shoulders, the long line of your back, your hips, your legs, your heels resting into the mattress. All of it supported. All of it allowed to be exactly as heavy as it is. And your body is heavy tonight, I know. You've spent so long making it seem lighter than it feels, standing up straighter than you felt, moving quicker than you had in you, answering "I'm fine" in a voice you borrowed from someone with more left in the tank. All that lifting, the lifting of yourself, hour after hour, to seem okay, you can put that down now too. Let the body be as heavy as it actually is. Not the version you show people, the real one, the one that's been aching quietly under all that pushing through. Let it sink. Let it be honest with the mattress about how tired it is. The bed can take it. Whatever weight you've been carrying up and off the ground all day, let it pour down through you now, down into the frame, down into the floor, into the ground under the building, where it's held by something far older and far stronger than you. You don't have to hold it up anymore. Breathe, if you like, not a special breath, not a technique. Just let the next one out slowly. And feel how the body already knows what to do with an out breath, how something loosens at the end of it, how a little more of your weight arrives on the bed each time the air leaves you. That's all, that's the whole thing, out, and down, out, and heavier, out, and a little further from the day. Your body has done this every night of your life. It knows how to slow. It knows how to let go of the ground. It doesn't need you to run it tonight. You can hand it back to itself. Let it do the thing it's done 10,000 times without your help. And while it does, let me speak to the part of you that's still a little braced. The part that hears the word asterisk, stop asterisk, and flinches. Because I know that part is there. I know that for you, stopping has never come free. There's a guilt that comes when you rest. You know the one, it shows up right as you lie down. It says, there's still so much. You didn't get to this or that. Other people managed more. You're behind. You should be up. You should be doing. Who do you think you are lying here when the tank being empty is probably your own fault for not managing it better? I want you to hear me be very clear about that voice, once, gently, and then we'll let it go for the night. None of this is a punishment you've earned. You're not empty because you did rest wrong, or because you're weak, or because everyone else has some strength you're missing. You're empty because you've been pouring out for a long time and almost nobody's been pouring back. That's not a character flaw. That's arithmetic. You can't run something on nothing forever. You just can't. Nobody can. You're not the exception who is supposed to manage it. So the guilt doesn't get to run the night. But I'm not going to fight it either. Fighting it just wakes it up. Instead, let's do with the guilt what you do with the clothes you take off at the end of a long day. You know that chair. Everyone has some version of it. The chair by the bed or the end of the bed where the day's clothes go, not folded, not put away, just taken off and laid there, because folding them is tomorrow's problem and you are too tired tonight, and that's allowed. Take the guilt of resting and lay it on the chair with the clothes. Just set it down there. You're not throwing it out. You're not solving it. You're not promising it'll be gone in the morning. You're just taking it off the way you take off something you've worn all day and laying it on the chair where it can wait. It'll keep. Guilt always keeps. It'll still be there in the morning if it truly wants you, but it doesn't get to lie down in the bed with you tonight. The bed is for you, just you and the weight of you and the quiet. Feel how that is even a little. The guilt over there on the chair, you over here in the dark, a small distance between you and the thing that usually climbs in and keeps you awake. Not gone, just set aside, off the clock the way it should have been hours ago. Because that's what this is, really. This is you off the clock, genuinely off. Not the fake version where you stop working but keep working in your head. Not the couch sitting where your body is still and your mind is still running the list. The real thing. Clocked out. The kind of off where nothing is being counted, nothing is being owed, nothing is being measured against what you should have done. There's nothing to produce here, not even sleep. You don't even have to sleep well to have done this right. You only have to lie here and let the stopping happen around you. And it is happening. Can you feel it starting? That slight loosening in the jaw, the shoulders giving up an inch of their guard. The hands, which spend all day gripping pens, wheels, phones, the edges of themselves, the hands going soft, uncurling, letting the air sit in the palms. Let them. Let everything that's been clenched all these months find out, slowly, what it's like to not be needed for a few hours. Where the pushing through usually lives, you know where that is in your body. Maybe it's the chest. Maybe the stomach, that tight held place. Maybe the shoulders up around the ears. Maybe the space behind the eyes that's been braced for so long you forgot it could soften. Wherever it is for you, that spot where you go to find the next bit of keep going when there's no more left. I want you to send something else there tonight. Not effort, not another demand, warmth. Just imagine a little warmth arriving in that place. The way heat spreads from a mug held in both hands. The way sun finds one patch of floor and settles into it. Let that warmth reach the exact spot where the pushing usually lives, and let it say, without words, asterisk, not now. You can rest now. I've got the night. You don't have to find any more. There's nothing to push toward. Nowhere to get to. The whole long night stretches out ahead of you with no tasks in it at all. Only hours and hours of permission to be exactly this tired and to do nothing about it. Let's say it once more, slower, because your body is just beginning to believe it. You're allowed to stop. You've been allowed all along, honestly. You just kept forgetting to take the permission. You kept waiting for someone to hand it to you, for the day to finally get quiet enough, for the list to finally get short enough, and it never did, so you never stopped. And the tank went to empty and past empty, and you learned to drive on that too. But I'm handing it to you now, plainly, in the dark where no one's counting. Stop. Be done. The day is over, and you were in it, and now you're here, and here asks nothing. Feel the mattress again. Notice it's holding a little more of you than it was a few minutes ago. That's the weight arriving. That's you actually setting down, maybe for the first time in longer than you'd like to admit. Don't rush it. There's no faster way through this and no reason to want one. The whole night is yours. And I'll stay. That's the other thing I want you to know early so you can lean on it. I'm not going to say a few kind things and then leave you alone in the dark with the list. I'm going to stay right here, all the way through, keeping the quiet company so the stopping holds, so it doesn't slip, so that every time some part of you starts to sit back up and reach for the next thing out of old habit, there's a voice here to say, softly, no, not tonight, lie back down, it's held. You can lean the whole weight of your vigilance on that. You've been the one keeping watch for so long, the one who couldn't fully rest because who would mind everything if you did? Tonight, you can hand the watch over. I'll keep it. You sleep. Let the eyes be heavy. They've earned it. They've been open and working and scanning for problems all day. If they're not closed yet, they can close now. And if they're already closed, they can close a little more. That soft heaviness where the lids stop being something you hold and start being something that simply rests. And behind them, the mind, the busy one, the one that's already halfway into tomorrow. I'm not going to ask it to be silent. That's another impossible task, and you've had enough. Let it think whatever it wants to think. Let the thoughts drift up, the undone thing, the said thing, the thing you'll deal with later. Let them come. You don't have to answer any of them. You can let them float past like they're someone else's weather. There's no obligation to catch a single one. The mind will slow on its own, the way it always does, the way it has every night of your life, once it understands that nothing more is being asked of it. It's only been racing because it thought it had to. Because you taught it over these long, tired months that the work never really ends. Tonight you can teach it something gentler, that there's a shore where the work is allowed to stop, and you've reached it, and this is it, and it's dark, and it's safe, and there's nothing to do here but be carried. So let yourself be carried. Let the bed carry the body. Let the night carry the hours. Let me carry the watch. And let all three of us carry the one thing you've been carrying alone for far too long, the being tired, the being empty, the being so far past done. Let us hold it now, so your arms can finally come down. Down they come, the arms, the shoulders, the long braced back of you. Down comes the day. And here in the settling, let me start doing the thing I'll do softly all night, the slow setting down, one small piece at a time, so that nothing has to be released all at once. You don't have to empty out in a single breath. We have hours. We'll do it the way you unpack after a long trip when you're too tired to do it all, one thing, then a rest, then maybe one more. So here's the first thing to set down. The needing to seem okay. Set it down. You don't need it here. There's no one to seem anything for. In this dark, you get to be exactly as not, okay as you are, and it costs you nothing, and no one thinks less of you, and the ceiling doesn't mind, and the night doesn't flinch. Lay the seeming okay on the chair with the clothes and the guilt. Take it off like a coat you've been wearing indoors for months without noticing how heavy it got. There, lighter already in that one small place. And the next thing, the keeping track, that running tally in the back of your mind of everything owed and everything left and everyone waiting. Set it down too. It will keep itself just fine for 8 hours. It always does. It's very good at surviving the night without your attention. You don't have to hold the whole ledger while you sleep. Close it. Lay it on the pile. Let the numbers rest. And the next, the bracing for tomorrow. That forward lean you do even lying down, that part of you already up and dressed and dreading the morning before the morning has even thought about arriving. You can let that go last of all, but you can start now. Tomorrow isn't here. Tomorrow doesn't need you yet. You cannot do a single thing about it from this bed at this hour, and that isn't a problem, it's a mercy. It means you're off duty. It means there's genuinely nothing you can do right now except rest, which means resting isn't you avoiding the work. It's the only thing available. It's the right thing. It's the only thing. So you're not choosing rest over the work tonight. There is no work available tonight. There's only the bed and the dark and the breath going out and the weight going down and my voice staying and the long, unhurried night with nothing in it that you have to do. Feel the next breath leave. Feel a little more of you arrive on the bed. We have all night. We'll go slower and slower. There's no hurry in any of this, no destination, nothing to reach. Just pass after pass of setting down, each one a little quieter than the last, until there's almost nothing left to hold and you don't even notice the last of it leaving your hands. For now, just this, the body heavy and held, the guilt on the chair, the watch handed over, the tank allowed finally to be as empty as it is without anyone asking it to be anything else. You made it to the end of the day. You can stop now. And I'll keep saying it soft all night, so the stopping holds. You're done, you're allowed to be done. While the bed holds you and the dark holds the room and nothing at all is asked of you until a morning that is still a long, long way away. Let's set down one more thing. Slowly now, no rush. The pushing through. That's a big one, so we'll take it gently, and we won't take all of it at once. You know the thing I mean. That inner engine that starts up the moment your feet hit the floor and doesn't quit, the one that says keep going, one more. You can rest when this is done, except it's never done. That engine has been running for months. Longer, maybe. So long you've stopped hearing it, the way you stop hearing a fridge hum until the moment it clicks off and the quiet surprises you. Tonight it gets to click off. Not forever, no one's asking that. Just for the night, just till morning. Let the engine idle down. You can almost feel where it lives, can't you, somewhere in the chest, or the jaw, or that spot between the shoulder blades that never quite comes loose. That's where the pushing lives. And warmth can go there now instead. Imagine it if you like, nothing dramatic, just a low warmth settling into the place that's spent so long braced and driving. Where the effort usually sits, let there be warmth. Where the go usually hums, let there be a slow, spreading nothing. The engine off, the road empty. The night long, you don't have to get anywhere. There's nowhere the two of us need to be by any hour. And notice, if you notice anything at all, how the setting down isn't a single act but a slow leaking away, like sand out of a cupped hand. You don't have to fling it, you just have to stop gripping and it goes on its own. That's all resting is. Not doing something, undoing the grip, loosening one finger at a time from around a day you've been clutching since before you can remember. You don't have to let go all at once. You just have to stop holding on so hard. And even that you don't have to do on purpose. Sleep will do it for you the way it always has. The body knows the way down. It has taken this exact path every night of your life, 10,000 nights, and not one of them needed you to steer. Tonight is no different. You can hand it the wheel. You've been driving so long. Let it drive now. It knows the roads and the dark. Let's set down the explaining. That's another quiet weight you may not have noticed you're carrying. The little speech you keep half ready, the reasons why you're this tired, the case you'd make if anyone asked why you haven't done more, been more, kept up. Set the speech down. No one's asking for it here. There's no case to make in the dark. The dark doesn't want your reasons. It doesn't need to be convinced you've earned your rest. It just opens and lets you in. No ticket, no proof, no story required at the door. Lay the explaining down with everything else. You don't have to justify being here. You don't have to justify being tired. Tired isn't a debt you ran up that now needs paying back with excuses. Tired is just what a person becomes after carrying more than one person was meant to carry, for longer than anyone was meant to carry it, without ever once being told they could put it down. So I'm telling you, you can put it down. No explanation needed. The permission isn't conditional on the reasons being good enough. It's just yours. Feel the mattress under you again for a moment, the plain fact of it, holding you up so completely that you don't have to hold yourself up at all. That's worth resting on, that fact. All night long, without a single thought from you, without any effort or thanks or attention, the bed will keep holding. It doesn't get tired. It doesn't need a break from holding you. It was made for exactly this, and it does it gladly, and it will do it until morning, whether you're grateful or asleep or lost in some dream. The holding continues regardless. So you can lean your whole weight into it. Not most of your weight, the way you usually do. Some part of you still faintly holding some part of you up out of an old habit of never fully trusting anything to catch you. All of it. Let all of it go down. Let the bed find out how heavy you really are. It can take it. It has never once dropped anyone. And the floor holds the bed, and the earth holds the floor, and something holds the earth, all the way down. A whole quiet chain of holding underneath you. None of it asking anything, all of it steady. So that the small work of staying up, which you've somehow been doing even while lying flat, can finally stop. Let's set down the comparing. That habit of measuring your tiredness against everyone else's and finding yours somehow not allowed. She does more than you and she's fine. He has it harder and he doesn't complain. Other people manage. What's wrong with you? Set that down. Set it right down. It's not a fair scale, and it never weighed the real thing anyway. It never weighed the months. It never weighed the nights you lay here just like this, running on empty and calling it normal because you'd forgotten there was another way to feel. No one else is in this body. No one else knows the exact weight of this exact day stacked on all the days before it. So the comparing has nothing true to say, and you can stop listening to it. Lay it on the chair. Your tiredness is real because you're the one feeling it, and that's the only proof it ever needed, and it needs no permission from anyone else's ability to keep going. You're allowed to be this tired even if the whole rest of the world is somehow standing. Especially then. Set the measuring stick down. There's no contest in the dark. There's no one to lose to. There's just you, allowed at last to be exactly as worn out as you actually are. And the breath keeps going out, doesn't it, all on its own, whether or not you attend to it, soft and low and unhurried, each one carrying a little more of the day out of you and not bringing it back. You don't have to breathe deliberately. Let it be shallow if it wants. Let it be slow. Let it find its own sleeping rhythm, the one that comes when no one's watching, the one the body slides into when it finally believes it's safe to stop performing even the small performance of proper breathing. Nothing to get right here. Nothing to do well. Even the breath is off duty. Even the breath can slack and drift. There's no test tonight, not even a small one, not even the test of resting correctly. However you rest is the right way. However you lie is the right way. Whatever your body does with this permission is allowed. Let's set down the tomorrow list, not the bracing. We set that one down already, but the list itself, the actual items, the errands and the messages and the thing you keep meaning to do, and the thing that's overdue and the thing you dread. I know it feels like if you stop holding the list in your mind, it'll vanish and something important will be lost forever. It won't. Nothing on that list is going anywhere. It doesn't need you awake to survive. It'll be right there in the morning, patient, unchanged, and you'll meet it then with whatever you've got then, which will be more than you've got now because you'll have slept. That's the thing the tiredness hides from you. That rest is how the list gets done, not the thing standing in its way. But we're not even doing the list tonight. We're not doing tomorrow's version of you any favors by lying here rehearsing her burdens. The kindest thing you can do for the person who wakes up here is to let her wake up rested. And the only way to do that is to set the list down now, completely, every item. Lay the whole page face down on the pile and let it go quiet. It'll keep. It always keeps. It has never once failed to still be there in the morning, and it won't start failing tonight. Feel how the room has gone soft around you. The edges of things blurring a little in the dark, the way they do as sleep gets closer. The corners losing their corners. The shapes forgetting to be shapes. the whole room easing out of its daytime sharpness into something dim and rounded and kind. You don't have to keep track of where anything is. You don't have to hold the map of the room in your head. Let the walls take care of themselves. Let the door stay where it is without your watching it. Let the whole geography of the room dissolve into a warm dark that doesn't need managing. There's nothing in here that requires your supervision. Nothing that needs you to stay a little bit awake and on guard. You can set the guarding down too, that low background watchfulness you may not even know you keep. The part of you that never fully clocks off, that keeps one ear open, that stays a little ready. Ready for what tonight? Nothing's coming. The night is just the night. You are allowed to be completely off. Not half off, not resting but ready, all the way off, unguarded, unbraced, unavailable until morning. And I'll keep watch, in the way a voice can, not because anything needs watching, but so that the part of you that always watches can hear that it's covered, and let go. You don't have to be the one who stays alert. Hand that over too. Lay it on the pile with the ledger and the list and the seeming okay and the pushing through. Look how much is on that pile now. Look how much you've been carrying, all of it stacked up beside the bed where you can see it and see that it's not on you anymore. It's not gone, I'm not pretending it's gone. It's just set down, off your shoulders, out of your hands, beside you instead of on top of you. And in the morning you can decide, freshly, rested, which of it you even want to pick back up and how much and how. But that's a morning question. Every question is a morning question now. The night has no questions in it at all. Let's set down the disappointment. Gently, this one bruises easy. That quiet ache of not being where you thought you'd be by now, of the tank being empty when you expected to have so much more to give, of catching yourself running on fumes and feeling somehow that you've let someone down, maybe yourself most of all. Set it down. Be so gentle with it as you set it down. It's not a verdict on you. It's just fatigue wearing the mask of failure, the way fatigue does when it gets old enough. It stops feeling like tiredness and starts feeling like something wrong with who you are. But there's nothing wrong with who you are. You got tired. That's all. You got tired the honest way, by caring and trying and carrying and showing up over and over past the point where you had it to give. That's not a flaw. That's the wear pattern of a person who kept their promises. And even that person gets to stop at night. Even that person gets to lie here empty and be met with warmth instead of a reckoning. So let the disappointment go soft in your hands and set it down among the rest. And let warmth come where it was. The way warmth is coming to all the braced and aching places tonight, slow and low, and asking nothing. The tank empty, and that's allowed. We keep coming back to that softly because it's the center of the whole thing, the empty tank named plainly, with no rush to refill it, no lecture about why it got so low, no plan to prevent it next time. Just, it's empty and you're allowed to be the one driving it, and tonight you don't have to drive it anywhere. You get to park, engine off, lights off. Just sit in the stopped quiet of a thing that's finally not moving. Empty is not an emergency in the dark. Empty is just the honest reading tonight, and honesty is restful. You don't have to spend anything pretending the needle's higher than it is. Let it read empty. Let it read all the way empty. That's not a failure of the gauge. That's the gauge telling the truth, and the truth, tonight, is that you're allowed to rest exactly here, on empty, off the road, engine cooling in the dark, with the whole long night ahead and nowhere at all you have to be. And the breath goes out again. A little slower now, maybe. A little further down. You don't have to notice. It's fine if the noticing gets loose and slippery, if you lose the thread of my voice for a while and then find it again if the words start to come from further away, softer, less like sentences and more like a warmth in the room. That's the right direction. That's exactly where we're going all night, no hurry, no arriving. Let the meaning of the words matter less and less. You don't have to follow them. You don't have to understand them or keep up with them or hold onto any of it. Let them just be sound, low and warm and steady, a hand on the back of the night, there whether you're listening or not. The staying is the point, not the words. Just the not being alone in the dark of it, the steady low company of a voice that isn't going anywhere, so the stopping can hold, so nothing calls you back up, so you can go all the way down knowing the quiet is covered. Let's set down the effort of listening then. Even that. You've been doing me the small kindness of paying attention, and you can stop now. Let your attention go wherever it wants, drifting, sinking, wandering off mid-thought and not coming back. I'll still be here. The voice keeps on whether or not you're holding it. That's the whole arrangement. You get to let go of everything, including this, including the very last small task of following along, and it all keeps holding anyway. The bed, the dark, the voice, the long night, the whole quiet chain of things that ask nothing and hold everything. You've set so much down already. There's so much less on you than there was. And there's more of the night than you could ever use, spilling out ahead, unhurried, hour after dark hour with nothing in any of them you have to do. So we'll go slower now. One more small thing to set down, and then even slower, and then slower than that, all the way into the deep part of the night where the setting down happens on its own and you don't have to lift a finger for it. The next thing is just this, the sense that you have to be getting somewhere with this rest. That even resting has become another task to do well, another performance. Are you relaxed yet? Is it working? Set that down. There's nowhere to get to. You're not resting toward anything. This isn't rest in order to, it's just rest. Off the clock, off the road, off the hook. It doesn't have to work, it doesn't have to do anything. You're already doing it right by simply lying here and letting the weight go down. There's no better version of this happening in some other bed. This is it. This quiet. This breath. This slow lowering of everything you've been holding. You're already there. You were there the moment you stopped. Nothing more to reach for, nothing more to do. Just this. The body as heavy as it truly is. The pile beside the bed, quiet. The warmth in the places that used to push. The night long and dark and asking nothing at all. And my voice staying, soft, low, going nowhere, saying it again the way I'll say it all night so the stopping holds. You're done for today, you're allowed to be done. The list can wait and the morning is far and there is nothing, nothing you have to do right now except let yourself be held. Let's set down one more thing. Slower still, no rush, all the time in the world. This one has weight to it, this next thing, and you don't have to lift it, just loosen your hold and let it slide off on its own. It's the counting. The quiet arithmetic that's been running under everything for so long you stopped hearing it. How much is left in the tank? How far to the next place you can stop? Whether there's enough of you to get through tomorrow, and the day after, and the one after that. That endless small sum you carry, adding and subtracting, measuring what you've got against what's still being asked. You can set the counting down now. Let the numbers go soft and lose their edges and drift apart. There's nothing to measure tonight. The night doesn't cost you anything. It only gives. You don't have to ration yourself here, don't have to save a little back in case, don't have to keep one eye on the gauge. Just for these hours, the gauge can read whatever it reads and it doesn't mean anything. Because nothing is running, nothing is being spent, you're not going anywhere, and empty is a fine and a loud and perfectly safe thing to be when you're lying still in the dark with the whole night wrapped around you like something warm. Empty and held, empty and going nowhere. Let the counting stop, mid-number, and not start again. And notice, if you notice anything at all, how the quiet doesn't rush in to fill the space where the counting was. It just stays quiet. It's happy to be quiet. There's no alarm in it, no what now, no next thing waiting to take the empty seat. One thing sets down and the room doesn't demand something to replace it. That's new, maybe. That's the shape of off the clock. Usually the second one weight lifts, another slides into its place before you've even felt the relief. The list refilling itself faster than you can empty it, so you never once get to stand in the clearing. But there's no refilling here. What you set down stays down, and the clearing just widens, soft and dark and roomy, more space than you know what to do with, and you don't have to do anything with it. You can just be in it, loose in all that room, nothing pressing in from the edges. Let me tell you about your hands. Not to do anything with them, they're already doing the only thing they need to, which is nothing. But your hands have been the front of it, haven't they? The part of you that reaches and holds and carries and does the next thing and the next. All day, every day, for months, your hands have been the ones showing up, opening the doors, answering the messages, holding the other people up, doing the small 10,000 tasks that no one counts and that never end. And they're tired in a way that goes all the way up the arm and into the shoulder and down into the deep place behind the breastbone where the reaching starts. So let them stop reaching now. Let them be just hands, resting, curled soft wherever they've landed, palms giving up their grip on the day. There's nothing for them to hold right now, nothing to carry, nothing to fix or fetch or finish. They can be as still and as heavy and as done as the rest of you. And the warmth can come into them the way it comes into everything you stop using, slow and low and kind, filling in behind the effort as it drains away. The warmth of a hand that's finally allowed to be open and empty and not waiting to be needed. You've been so needed. That's the thing under the tiredness, maybe, not just the doing, but the being needed that never lets up, the sense that if you stop, something falls. Someone falls. Some thread you're holding drops and everything unravels from there. And so you don't stop. You've told yourself you can't, that the whole arrangement rests on you staying upright, staying available, staying full even when you're running on fumes. But listen, right now, in this dark, nothing rests on you. Nothing is falling because you stopped. The world held itself up before you got so tired, and it's holding itself up tonight while you set yourself down. The threads you're so afraid of dropping, they're not in your hands right now. They were never only in your hands. You can let go of all of them for one night and find them still there in the morning, or find that some of them were never yours to hold at all. Either way, not tonight. Tonight you get to be the one who's held instead of the one who holds. Let that turn all the way around. Let yourself be caught for once, by the bed, by the dark, by the long, unhurried night, by the low voice that isn't asking you for a single thing. Slower now. That was a heavier one, and you carried it a long way, and now it's off you. Feel how the breath drops a little lower when a big one goes. It always does. The out-breath finds a floor it didn't have before, sinks past where it used to stop, settles somewhere deeper in the belly. You don't have to make that happen. It happens because there's less to hold up now, less bracing, less of the old readiness stiffening the middle of you. Every big thing you set down lets the breath go one notch looser. And there's no hurry to the next one. We've got all night, hour on hour of it. Let the breath just do its slow, easy work in the dark while the next thing comes to the surface on its own, in its own time, no reaching for it. Here's one that hides. The apology. The small, constant sorry that's been living in your posture, in the way you take up less room than you're allowed, in the half-smile you put on when someone asks how you are, and you say fine because the true answer feels like too much to hand anybody. Sorry for being tired. Sorry for not being more. Sorry for the things you didn't get to, the calls you didn't return, the version of you that people got instead of the one you meant to be. You've been apologizing, quietly, all day long, to everyone, for months just by the way you hold yourself braced against your own not-enoughness. Set the apology down. You don't owe the night an explanation. You don't owe the dark an excuse for being exactly this tired. There's no one here to be fine for, no one you have to reassure, no one keeping score of whether you did enough today to earn the right to lie down. You earned it by being alive and tired and here. That's the whole price, and you've already paid. Stop saying sorry into the dark. The dark isn't asking. The dark just wants you to rest. And underneath the apology, if you let it go, there's a quieter thing, an older thing, and it's not sorrow exactly. It's more like relief that hasn't been allowed out yet. The relief of finally not pretending. All day you hold the face together, the everything is manageable face, the I've got this face, and it takes muscle. It takes a low, steady effort in the jaw and around the eyes and across the forehead to keep it up. You can let the face come apart now. No one's looking. There's no one to keep it together for. Let the jaw unclench. Let the space between your eyebrows go smooth and wide. Let the small muscles around your eyes stop their holding. Let your whole face be as tired as it is, as blank and heavy and unarranged as it wants to be, because there is no expression you have to wear in the dark, no look to maintain, no one whose comfort depends on you seeming okay. The face rests. The pretending stops. And what a small, enormous relief that is, to let the mask slide off onto the pile with everything else. and just be a tired face in the dark that doesn't have to look like anything at all. There, slower still. Notice we're saying less, leaving more space between. That's right. That's how the night goes from here, a little emptier each pass, a little more quiet holding the words apart. You don't have to fill the quiet either. It holds itself. It holds you. The next one is barely a weight at all now, more like a habit than a thing, the leaning forward. The way some part of you is always tipped toward the next moment, braced into what's coming, living a half step ahead of where your body actually is. Even lying down, some of you leans toward tomorrow, toward the list, toward the thing you'll have to handle, the conversation you'll have to have, the mountain of it all waiting past the edge of morning. Let that lean come back. Let yourself settle all the way into now, into this exact minute, which asks nothing and contains nothing but breath and warmth and dark. Tomorrow can't reach you here. It's hours and hours away, past a whole ocean of night, and you don't have to start swimming toward it. You can stay right here on the near shore where it's dark and still and everything's already done. Let the forward lean ease back and down until you're not tipped toward anything. Just level, just resting flat and easy in the one moment that's actually happening. This one, this breath, this dark. You're doing so little now, and it's exactly enough. That's the thing the tiredness never let you believe, that you could do almost nothing and still be all right, still be held, still be worth the space you take up. But look, you're barely doing anything, just lying here, just breathing, just letting the weight go down, and nothing bad is happening. The floor didn't fall out. No one came to collect. The world kept turning without your hand on it. You can do this little, this close to nothing, and be perfectly, safely, warmly fine. Let that sink in past the part of you that argues. You don't have to earn your rest with exhaustion. You don't have to be running on empty to deserve to stop. You could have stopped sooner. You can stop now. And you can keep on stopping all night, deeper and deeper, and it only gets safer the further down you go. Let's set down the vigilance, the listening out, the part of you that's been on watch for so long you forgot it was ever off, one ear always cocked for the next thing needing you, the phone, the knock, the small sound that means someone needs something. That watchfulness lives in the shoulders and the back of the neck and the shallow top of the breath, and it costs you even in your sleep, keeping a light on when the rest of the house is dark. You can put the watch down tonight. Nothing needs you between now and morning. There's no sound coming that you have to be ready for. You're allowed to go all the way under, past the reach of the on-call part of you, into the deep dark where the listening out finally stops and the shoulders come down off their long guard and the neck lets the head be heavy and the breath forgets to stay shallow. Off duty, all the way off, for the whole long night. Someone else has the watch, or no one needs it, because nothing's coming, because the night is safe, because you can finally stop keeping one eye open. Slower, softer. There's so much less on you now. Can you feel how much lighter the load is than it was an hour ago? All those things, the counting, the reaching, the apology, the pretending, the lean, the watch, all of it off you and down in the quiet pile beside the bed, and you didn't have to solve a single one of them. You just had to loosen your hold. That's all any of this is. Not fixing, not finishing. Just loosening and letting the weight find the floor and being lighter for it. One thing at a time, all night, with nothing but time. And the ones we haven't named yet, the small, nameless weights, the ones you couldn't put words to if you tried, the vague heaviness that just lives in you now after months of running low. Those can go too, all together, without ever being named. You don't have to identify a weight to set it down. You don't have to understand your own tiredness to be allowed to rest it. Just let the whole undifferentiated heaviness of it, the whole gray weather of being tired for so long you called it normal, let it all just settle and thin and drift down and away. No sorting required, no accounting, no figuring out. It can leave the way weather leaves slowly and on its own, and without asking your permission, while you lie still underneath it and let it pass over and off. There's a kind of tired that sleep alone doesn't touch, you know the one. The kind where you sleep and wake up still tired, because it isn't only the body, it's the long carrying, the never quite putting down. But tonight the putting down is happening, really happening, thing by thing, and that's the part that actually lightens you. Not just the eyes closing, the hands opening, the letting go under the sleep. So let it keep going, deeper than sleep, into the place where even the carrying stops, where you're not just resting the body, but resting the whole long effort of being the one who holds it all together. Rest that part. The manager, the holder, the one who's been in charge of keeping you upright. Let even that one lie down. Let even that one be off the clock. There's nothing to manage in the dark, nothing to hold together. It's already together. Or it's already come apart, and that's fine too. And either way, you don't have to be the one minding it tonight. So quiet now. Good. Let it be this quiet. Let the words come slower and mean less, and just be the low, steady sound of not alone in the dark. You might feel, somewhere under everything, the smallest beginning of something that isn't tiredness. Not energy, nothing so bright as that, nothing that asks you to get up. Just a kind of ease. A loosening. The first faint warmth where the pushing through used to be, spreading slow through the places that have been clenched so long they forgot they were clenching. You don't have to reach for it or grow it or make more of it. Just let it be there, small and warm and yours, the quiet proof that when you stop, something in you finally gets to soften. Let it spread at its own slow pace, into the belly, down the long muscles of the back, out through the tired arms and the done hands and the heavy legs, warm and unhurried, filling in the hollow places the way warmth fills a room. No rush all night to do it. And I'll keep saying it low so the stopping holds. You're done for today, really done. Not paused, not resting up to push again, done off, released for the whole long night. The list is out there in the dark somewhere and it can stay there. It waited all day, it can wait till morning. The morning is hours and hours away past a whole ocean of dark, and you don't have to think about the crossing yet. Right now there's just this near shore, this breath, this warmth, this weight going down, this voice staying. Let's set down one more thing, slower than the last, with all the night still ahead and nothing in it you have to do. So here's one more, and it's the small heavy one that lives near the front, the sense that you should have gotten more done. That the day is ending and the day is not finished. Feel how that one sits, right up under the collarbone, a low, steady hum that says, not yet, you can't stop yet. And then just let it be true that you can. That the day being unfinished is simply what days are. No day has ever finished. They all end in the middle, every single one since the beginning of you, and you have laid down at the end of every unfinished day of your whole life, and the world went on turning without your finishing anything. And it will do that tonight too, kindly, without you. So take that low hum and set it down. Not silence it, not solve it. Just set it down, the way you'd set down a phone you've been holding too long, and feel your hand not have to hold it anymore there. A little lighter already, right there in the chest, where the should have lived. And notice, if you want to, that nobody is checking. That's a strange thing to feel after so long. All these months of moving as if measured, as if there were some tally being kept of whether you did enough, whether you were enough, some ledger with your name at the top and a running total underneath. Let me tell you a quiet thing about the dark. The ledger doesn't come in here. It stays out in the day where the light is, and in here in the dark, there's no total, no line, no name at the top, nobody adding you up. You are not being counted tonight. You are just a warm weight in a bed, breathing aloud. That's the whole of it. That's all you have to be. Let that land somewhere deep. Nobody is keeping score of your rest. Feel the sheets against you now, just the plain fact of them. The weight of the blanket, however much it is, pressing gently down along the whole length of you like a hand laid flat and still. That pressure is on your side. It's not asking anything. It's just the small good weight of being covered, of being held down softly into the mattress so you don't have to hold yourself anywhere. Let the blanket do the holding. Let the mattress do the holding. All those hours you spent today being the thing that holds, holding your face together, holding your voice steady, holding the plan in your head, holding the worry down where it wouldn't show, and now something else holds instead. The bed holds. The dark holds. The low voice holds. And you, for the first time in a long time, are held rather than holding. Breathe out into that. Let the out-breath be long. Let it take a little more of the day with it each time it goes. There's a place behind the eyes where you've been braced. You might not have noticed until just now, when I said it, a fine tightness across the brow, a bracing behind the sockets, as if you've been squinting against something for months even in the dark. That's the pushing through, living in your face. Let me name it so it can go. Let the brow be wide. Let the space between the eyebrows go soft and open. No line there, no furrow, nothing to solve pressing up between them. Let the eyes themselves grow heavy in their sockets, sinking back, giving up the small constant work of looking, of watching for the next thing that needs doing. There's no next thing. There's this thing which is nothing, which is rest. Let the eyes be done looking for the day. They can close all the way now, past closed, into that deeper closing where they stop even trying to see the insides of your own lids good. So good, just like that. And the jaw. The poor jaw that's been set all day, clenched around all the things you didn't say and all the things you said carefully. Let it unhinge just slightly, let the teeth come apart, let the tongue go soft and heavy in the floor of the mouth, let the whole lower face lose its shape and just hang, warm and slack and off-duty. You don't need to hold your face in any expression for anyone here. There's no one to reassure with it, no one who needs to see you're okay. You can let your face be exactly as tired as it is, unarranged, undefended, just a resting face in the dark. And it is a good face, and it has done so much holding, and now it gets to stop. Feel the warmth move up into it. The warmth we found before, that isn't energy, only ease. Feel it come up the neck and pool in the loosened jaw, behind the quiet eyes, across the wide, soft brow, until your whole face is warm and heavy and finally, not working. Let's go slower now. There's so much night. We're barely at the edge of it, and there's no reason to hurry across. We can take a single small thing and spend a long time setting it down, and that's a fine way to spend the dark. So think, gently, without effort, of your hands. Just your hands. The two most tired workers you own. All day they open and grip and type and carry and steady and do. They're the last thing to stop. They keep going long after the rest of you wants to quit, reaching for one more thing, tidying one more corner, holding on. Look at them now, lying there, wherever they've fallen. Curled a little, probably. Still holding the shape of holding even with nothing in them. Let me speak to the hands. You're done. You did enough. You can uncurl now. Let the fingers lengthen and go soft. Let the palms open toward the dark. Let the space between the fingers widen. Let the thumbs stop their small readiness. Nothing to grasp tonight, nothing to fix, nothing to carry from one place to another. Empty hands, open hands, resting hands. The hands of someone who has stopped. And feel how far up that goes. How the opening of the hands travels up through the wrists and the forearms and unstrings the whole arm, so that your arms become just heavy, warm weights lying alongside you, borrowed back by the bed, no longer yours to lift. You've been running on empty so long, love, that empty started to feel like the floor, like the bottom, like the normal level everything runs at. Wake up empty, move through empty, fall asleep empty, get up and do it again on nothing. And you got so good at it. That's the part almost nobody sees. How much skill it takes to keep going on empty, how much quiet strength, how you learn to run the whole thing on fumes and a kind of grim will and never let it show, never let the tank light change how you met people. That took something real. I'm not going to tell you it was wrong or that you should have stopped sooner or ask you to feel bad about how long you went. I'm only going to tell you that the running can stop now. That tonight the tank doesn't have to get you anywhere. It's parked. It's off. The engine that's been turning over on nothing for months, let it cut out. Let it tick quietly as it cools. Let it be still. You are not going anywhere tonight. Nothing has to be powered. You get to just be a still, warm thing in the dark that doesn't have to move under its own effort at all. Feel the engine go quiet. Feel the not having to go. It's a specific relief, isn't it, the being parked? Sink into it. And the guilt of it because it comes, doesn't it even now, even here, a little thread of it? Who am I to stop when nothing's finished? Who am I to lie here warm when there's so much? Let me take that thread from you gently and lay it over the back of the chair with the clothes you took off. That's where it goes tonight. Not thrown away, you can pick it up in the morning if you truly want it. It'll be right there. But not in the bed. The bed is no place for it. So we drape it over the chair in the dark with the shirt you wore and the day you wore, and we let it hang there harmless, empty, keeping its shape without you inside it. And you turn away from the chair, back into the warm, and you let the guilt keep the chair company while you sleep. It doesn't need you to hold it all night. It can hang there just fine on its own there. Off you, over the chair. Let it be. Now there's more room in the bed. Funny how that works. Set down one unseen thing and there's suddenly more room, more warmth, more give in the mattress. Spread into that room a little. Let your shoulders drop back and down, away from your ears, all that hunch and hoist of the day sliding off the tops of them, melting down your back and into the sheets and gone. Your shoulders have been up near your ears for months. Love, doing a bracing you stopped being able to feel. Let them come all the way down. Let the tops of the shoulders be broad and low and heavy. Let the blades settle back and flat, sinking into the bed the way a stone sinks slowly into soft ground, unhurried, all the way to where it rests. And the release from the shoulders runs up the back of the neck and undoes the small, hard knots that hold your head so carefully, and your head grows heavy on the pillow, so heavy, a good and welcome heaviness, sinking, and you don't have to hold it up. You don't have to hold anything up. The pillow has your head now. The bed has your body. The dark has all of you, and you can let go of the last small effort of keeping yourself gathered. Let the breath find its own slow way. You don't have to steer it. It knows how. It's been breathing you your whole life without a single instruction, all those years, every night faithful, and it will breathe you through this whole night too, in and out, low and even, whether you attend to it or not. So stop steering it. Hand it back. Let the breath be automatic and unminded, one less thing you're in charge of, and just notice, dimly, from far off, how each time it goes out you sink a little further, and each time it comes in on its own, unasked. A small free gift you don't have to work for, that's it. That's the way. Breathing that costs you nothing. Rest that costs you nothing. A whole night that asks you for nothing at all. Somewhere out past the window the world is doing what it does at night, without you, kindly. Whatever's out there, the street, the other lives, the tasks with your name on them still sitting in their places, it's all continuing to exist perfectly well while you're not managing it. That's worth resting on. The list did not fall apart the moment you stopped watching it. The people did not fall apart. The world held its shape without your hands on it, the way it does every night while millions of tired people lie down and let go, and the morning comes anyway, and things are, on the whole, still there. You are not the one keeping it all from collapsing. You never were, not single-handed, and it is such a quiet relief to remember it that you can put the whole thing down and it stays up on its own. Put it down. It stays up. Sleep and let it stay up without you. Let me get quieter now. Let the space between what I say get wider, so there's more dark to sink into between the words, more room to slip down through. You don't have to follow the sound. You can lose the thread whenever you like. If you catch a phrase, fine. If you drift off between them, better. The voice isn't here to be listened to. It's just here to be there, a low warmth at the edge of the dark, so the room is never fully silent and you're never fully alone in it, so the stopping has company and holds. Nothing to track, nothing to catch. Just the warm, low sound, coming and going like something breathing in the corner of the room, keeping watch so you don't have to. Feel how heavy the legs have become. The legs that stood all day, that carried you place to place, that ache in that deep way legs ache when the tiredness is older than today. Let them be exactly as heavy as they are. Don't lighten them. Don't shift them to something more comfortable. Comfortable enough is comfortable enough, and moving costs effort, and you're off effort now. Let the legs be two long, heavy weights sinking into the bed, the thighs going slack, the knees unlocking whatever they were still holding, the calves letting go of their long-held readiness to move, the feet, the poor patient feet finally, fully, off the floor of the world. Let them be heavy all the way down to the soles. Let the heaviness pool in them and pin them gently to the mattress so that you couldn't get up now even if you wanted to. And you don't want to, and that's the whole point. Too heavy to rise. Too warm to want to. Held down into rest by the plain weight of your own tired body, at last allowed to weigh what it weighs, sink. There's nowhere lower you can fall than held, and you're held. You called it normal, this tiredness, for so long, and I understand why. When something lasts long enough, it stops looking like a state and starts looking like you. Just how you are now, just the weather you live in. But lie here a moment in the warm and let me offer you softly, without argument, another way to hold it. Not that you are a tired person, but that you are a person who has been carrying too much for too long with too little set down, and that those are different things. And the second one has a remedy that begins tonight with nothing more strenuous than this, than lying still and letting the carried things come off, one by one, into the dark, while nothing is required of you. You don't have to believe it. You don't have to do anything with it. Just let it be set beside you like a warm cup you might sip from later, and go on sinking. The tiredness isn't the truth of you. It's the weight of what you've been carrying. And the weight, tonight, is coming off. Let's set down one more, and then let's just be quiet a while and let the quiet do the rest. Set down the watching for morning. That low background listening, always half-tuned to the alarm, to the hours, to how much of the night is left, to whether you'll get enough, set it down too. There's no clock in the dark that you need to be minding. The night will do what nights do at exactly the pace of nights, and it will bring the morning at the right time without your listening for it. And until then, there are hours upon hours, a great soft depth of them, more than you can spend, and you don't have to ration or count or worry after a single one. Stop listening for the morning. Let it come find you. All you have to do is not be waiting. Let go of the hours. Let go of the counting. Let the night be as long and shapeless and unmeasured as the dark it's made of. And let yourself be lost in the middle of it, safe, warm, and unaccounted for. So quiet now, so heavy, so far down. The face soft, the hands open, the shoulders low, the legs too heavy to lift, the breath going on by itself, the guilt over on the chair, the ledger out in the day, the world holding its own shape without you, the warmth spreading slow through all the places that spent so long clenched. This is what off feels like. This is what done feels like. You're doing it. You didn't think you could, and you're doing it. Just by lying here and letting go, letting the whole long effort of the last many months set itself down at the side of the bed and stay there, quiet, while you sink past it into somewhere it can't follow. And I'll stay, low and slow and here. There's so much night left and no hurry in any of it and nothing you have to do to earn the next hour of it. Just keep sinking. Just keep being held. Just keep letting the warm come in and the weight go down. And here is something the tiredness never let you notice. All those months of pushing through, that the body, left alone, knows exactly what to do with rest. You don't have to teach it. You don't have to manage it or guide it or check that it's doing it right. It has been waiting, patiently, underneath all the doing, for a stretch of hours just like this one, where nothing is asked and nowhere is next. And now that the hours have come, it will take them the way dry ground takes rain, quietly, completely, without your having to pour. So you can let go even of the letting go. You can stop working at the rest. There's no effort left to make here, not even the effort of relaxing, because relaxing is what happens on its own the moment you stop holding on. And you've already stopped. And it's already happening in the jaw, in the hands, in the long muscles either side of the spine that have been braced so quietly for so long you'd forgotten they were braced at all. Just let them be found by the warmth. Just let them be reminded that they're allowed to be soft. There's a particular kind of tiredness that comes not from the day, but from the being ready. From standing, month after month, slightly forward on your feet, braced for the next thing that will need you before you've finished the last. And that readiness lives in the body long after the day is over. It doesn't clock out just because you've lain down. It waits in the muscles like a held breath. But it can be released too, the same as everything else, softly, without you having to fight it. You don't push the readiness away. You just stop feeding it. You let it stand there, unneeded, until it forgets what it was standing for, and its knees soften, and it sinks down beside you into the same warm dark that's taking everything else. And there is no next thing, and nothing is coming that you have to meet. And the being ready can finally sit down. Nobody needs you to be poised tonight. Nobody's coming to the door. You can put the whole weight of yourself into the mattress and let it hold you the way the ground holds a stone that's finished rolling. Feel how the bed comes up to meet you. That's the thing you can trust in the dark, the steadiness of what's underneath. The mattress doesn't tire of holding you. It doesn't sigh, it doesn't keep score, it doesn't need you to be less heavy so it can rest. It just holds, evenly, endlessly, all night, wanting nothing back, and you can lean the entire tired length of yourself into that holding, and it will not give way. Let the head be heavy on the pillow, really heavy, the full true weight of it, the weight you usually keep some small part of lifted without knowing. Let it go. Let the pillow take all of it. And the shoulders, let them widen and drop. Let the space between them and your ears grow long and loose. And the arms, wherever they've come to rest, let them be arms that are done for the day, arms that have carried and reached and typed and steadied, and are now simply lying here, warm, unmeasured off. There's such relief in a limb that's finally allowed to be heavy, such a plain animal comfort in it. Let yourself have it. And I want a name, gently, so it can be set down like the rest, the strange loneliness of being tired for a long time, the way it puts a little pane of glass between you and everything, so that even good moments arrive slightly muffled, slightly far, like you're watching your own life from a room just behind your eyes. That's not a flaw in you. That's what running low does to the light. When the tank is empty for long enough, the world dims not because it's dark, but because you don't have the reserve to meet it brightly. And that dimness can feel like distance, like something's wrong with your caring, when really it's just the fuel that ran out and not the caring at all. And I won't tell you tonight fixes that. That's the slow work of days, and of people who love you, and of care you might seek in the daylight when you have the smallest bit more to seek with. Tonight only asks the one small thing, that you rest from the effort of pressing your face to that glass. You don't have to reach through it tonight. You don't have to feel more than you feel. You can let the muffled quiet be exactly what it is and rest inside it, and let even the loneliness be a thing you set on the chair with the clothes and the guilt, not solved, not sent away, just no longer held. It can wait in the dark with the rest of it. It kept you company a long time. Let it keep its own company now, over there, while you go on down. Because that's the mercy of the night, that things can be true and still not be your problem for the next 8 hours. The list can be unfinished and not need finishing. The tank can be low and not need filling before dawn. The loneliness can be real and not need answering tonight. All of it can simply be out there in the day where it lives, held in its own shape, waiting with the patience that things have when you finally stop wrestling them. And none of it, not one item of it, can cross into these hours unless you carry it in yourself. And you're not going to. Your arms are too heavy for carrying now. Your hands have come open. There's nothing in them. Feel that, the emptiness of the open hand, which is not lack but rest. The hand that's put everything down and has nothing left to grip. And how the whole body sighs a little further down each time it remembers there's nothing to hold. Let the breath find its own slow floor. Not breathing deeply, you don't have to perform the breath, don't have to make it big or right, just letting it drop lower on its own, the way it does when a body is truly letting go. Each exhale a little longer than you meant it to be, a little more complete, carrying a little more of the day out with it and bringing a little less back in. You might notice the breath going quiet enough that you almost lose track of it, and that's good. That's the direction, that's sleep coming up under you like slow water under a boat. You don't have to keep hold of the breath either. It rode you all your life without your minding it. It will row you down into the night now, unwatched, untended, faithful in the dark. Let it. Let it be the one thing still working while everything else lays down its tools. And here in the warm, let me put something soft under the guilt of resting, since it's over there on the chair and can't quite make trouble from that distance. Because I know that even now, even this far down, some small part of you may be running the old arithmetic, totting up what isn't done and what tomorrow will therefore cost, trying to make resting feel like a loan you'll have to repay with interest. Let me undo that quiet sum. Rest is not borrowed from tomorrow. It's the only thing that gives tomorrow anything to spend. The person who lies here and lets the tank take on even a little through these long, unhurried hours is not stealing from the list. They're the only one who will be able to face the list at all. You are not falling behind by stopping. You are falling behind by not stopping, running the engine dry mile after mile and calling the shudder in it normal. Tonight the engine is off, cool, ticking softly as it settles. And an engine that's been allowed to go cold and quiet through a long night starts easier in the morning than one that was never let to rest. You know this. Some part of you has always known this, under the guilt, under the pushing. So let the guilt do its little sum over there in the dark and find at the end of it that the numbers came out in favor of rest all along. They always did. You just never had the quiet to see it. So set even the arithmetic down. Set down the accounting of yourself, the endless private ledger where you note what you managed and what you didn't and score the day against some standard no one ever agreed to but you. Close it. Not forever, just for the night. Let the columns go blank. Let there be, for these hours, no measure of you at all. Not productive, not lazy, not behind, not caught up, not good, not failing. Just a warm, heavy resting thing in the dark that doesn't need to be totted up, doesn't need to come out to anything, isn't for anything tonight but the being of it. Do you feel how much lighter you are the moment there's no number attached to you? How the whole apparatus of judging your own worth by the day's output just switches off with a soft click and leaves this, leaves quiet, leaves weight, leaves warmth, leaves a person who is enough by simply lying here breathing, and always was under all the tallying. You're allowed to be a body tonight and not a to-do list. You're allowed to be as plain and unimpressive as breathing. Nothing has to be earned in the dark. The rest is already yours. It was always yours. It doesn't come at the end of a finished list. It comes now, for no reason, because you're tired and the night is long and that's cause enough and always was. And the room holds so still around you. The dark has that thickness it gets in the deep of the night, soft and grainless, pressing gently in on every side like something kind that's decided to stay close. There's nothing sharp in it, nothing waiting. Just the warm shape of the room you know, gone velvet at the edges, and you in the middle of it lower than you've let yourself go in a long while. Let the dark be a thing that's on your side. It isn't empty, it's full of rest, brimming with it, hours and hours of it stacked up soft and deep, and it has come, the way it comes every night whether we notice or not, to take the day off your hands. That's what the dark is for. It's the world's own permission to stop. Every creature under it has laid down. The whole tired half of the earth is lying down with you right now, in 10,000 dark rooms, letting the same night take the same weight, and you're not doing anything strange or selfish or singular by joining them. You're doing the oldest, plainest, most allowed thing there is. Lying down when it's dark. Letting go when it's time. Being carried by the night the way you've been carried every night of your life, most of them without your even knowing you were held. Sink a little further on the next breath out. There's no bottom you have to reach and no depth that's too far. Just down and warm and slow and further with each breath than the last, like being lowered on a long, soft rope into somewhere quiet, hand over hand, easy, no jolt, no drop, just the steady, kind letting down of a thing being brought to rest. And I'm holding the rope. You don't have to. You can let your grip go entirely. I'll lower you the whole way and I won't hurry and I won't let go. And there's nothing at the bottom but more warmth and more quiet and the long, unbroken dark of a night you don't have to be awake for. Let the hands that were gripping the rope of the day open one more finger at a time. There. All the way open now. Nothing to hold, nothing to hold, held instead. Let me take the thread of the muscles now. One soft pass, unhurried, the way you'd loosen the knots of something you meant to keep. Start at the brow, that small fixed place between the eyes where so much of the day gets held. Let it smooth. Let it go blank and wide and untroubled. The little muscles, they're giving up their long holding. And feel the smoothing spread back over the scalp, down behind the ears, into the hinge of the jaw where it's clenched against so many things unsaid. Let the jaw hang. Let the teeth part. Let the tongue rest soft in the floor of the mouth. And down the throat, and into the shoulders once more, softer this time, and out along the collarbones, and down through the chest that has held itself a little high and tight for months against the next demand. Let it fall. Let it broaden and fall. Let the breath move it now instead of you down into the belly, warm and loose. Down into the hips, heavy in the cradle of the bed. Along the long bones of the legs, thigh and knee and shin gone soft and weighted. Into the feet, which carried you all this way and can stop now, can be still now, can be two warm, heavy things at the end of you that don't have to take you anywhere for hours and hours. All of it soft, all of it down, all of it off. And the mind, the tired mind that's kept the watch so long, let it be the last thing lowered, gently, gently, because it's the part most used to holding, most afraid that if it stops for a moment, everything will slip. But look, everything is held already. The night has it. I have it. The list is out in the day, the guilt's on the chair, the clock is nothing you need to mind, the body's too heavy to lift, and the mind can lay down its long vigil now because there is nothing left in the dark that needs watching. It can go loose the way a hand goes loose in sleep. It can stop finishing its own sentences. It can let the thoughts come slower and slower, further apart, softer at the edges, until they're just drifting shapes with no urgency in them, no hooks, thoughts you don't have to answer or follow or resolve, thoughts that rise and thin and dissolve like breath on cold glass and leave the quiet a little deeper each time. You don't have to keep thinking either. That was the last thing you were still doing. You can set it down too. You can let the thinking thin out into just being, into warmth and weight and slow breath and dark. And if a thought floats up, you can let it float right off again unheld, because you are off duty now, all the way off, even from your own mind. So quiet now. The room, the dark, the bed, the breath, all of it settled around you like water gone still after a long day of being stirred. And underneath the stillness, so slow you can barely feel it, the smallest thing beginning, the tank, empty so long you forgot it could be otherwise, taking on the first quiet inch. Not because you're trying, because you stopped trying. Because rest, when you finally allow it, does its slow filling all on its own in the dark, while you're not watching, the way a well comes back overnight when nobody's drawing from it. You don't have to feel it happening. You won't tonight, it's too slow and too deep for feeling. You only have to let it. Only have to lie here in the long, warm dark and not draw, not spend, not push the engine. Just be the still well the night is quietly filling, hour by unhurried hour, while you sink past even the knowing of it into rest. There's so much night left. Hours of it, soft and deep and yours, more than enough, no edge to them you have to reach. And I'll stay through all of it, low and slow and close, so the stopping holds, so that each time you drift a little nearer the surface, there's a warm voice still here in the dark to let you back down, to remind you there's nowhere to be and nothing to carry and no morning to listen for. Only more of this, only more warm, only more down. You don't have to stay with my words. Let them blur. Let them run together into just a warmth in the dark, a low, steady kindness with no edges, there whether you follow it or not. You've stopped. You're allowed to have stopped. It's holding. Just keep sinking. Just keep being held. Just let the warm come in and the weight go down and the night go on without you having to carry a single hour of it. And while you lie here not carrying it, I want to tell you something about the word normal, the way you've used it, the way you learned to say I'm fine, I'm just a little tired, it's normal, everyone's tired. You said it so many times it stopped being a sentence and became a kind of floor you stood on. A thing you didn't question, because questioning it would have meant feeling how far down the tiredness actually went. And that was wise, in its way. That was you keeping yourself upright through days that didn't leave room for the truth. But you don't need the floor tonight because you're not standing. You're lying down in the deep of the night with nothing to be upright for, and here, where no one's asking anything of you, the word can just come off like a coat. You don't have to call it normal anymore, not tonight. You can call it what it was. Months. A long, quiet, uncomplaining stretch of running with the needle under the line and telling everyone the light on the dash was fine. You can let that be true in the dark without it costing you anything. Naming it doesn't wake it up. Naming it, softly, in a warm bed at an hour no one's watching, only lets it settle heavier and truer into the mattress, the way a stone finally set down stops pulling at the arm that carried it. And nobody needs you to explain it. That's part of the rest too. All those months there was a small part of you rehearsing the account of it, how you'd describe the tiredness if anyone really asked, how you'd make it make sense, how you'd keep it from sounding like complaining or weakness or too much. That part can lay its pages down. There's no one to convince here. The dark doesn't need the story to be reasonable. The bed doesn't ask you to have earned the rest. You can be exactly as worn as you are, with no explanation attached to it, no reason that has to hold up, no case to make. Just tired, just here, just allowed. Let your jaw go while I'm saying this. You've been holding it. Most people who run empty this long hold it without knowing, a little clench low in the face, the body's way of bracing against a day that keeps coming. Let the back teeth come apart the smallest amount. Let the tongue rest soft and low. Let the space behind your lips go slack and warm. There. That's a place the pushing through lived that you didn't even have on the list. It can stop now too. And your brow, let the space between your eyebrows widen, unknit, go smooth and easy the way it does in the last hour before dawn when the body finally trusts that nothing more is coming. Nothing more is coming. The day has already taken everything it was going to take. It's behind you now, spent, out in the part of the dark you've already crossed, and ahead of you there's only more of this soft settling with no task in it. Feel how the bed has stopped being something you're lying on and started being something that's holding you. There's a difference, and the body knows it, and it's crossing that line now, that quiet threshold where the muscles finally believe they've been relieved of duty and hand their weight fully over to the mattress underneath. You don't hold yourself up in a bed. You only think you have to, some nights, when the day is still running its engine somewhere inside you. But the engine's off. And when the engine's off, the holding up has nothing to do, and it goes out of the long muscles of the back first, that broad, tired sheet of you that's been bracing for months, releasing now board by board, letting the spine be as low and settled as it wants. Then the shoulders, which have been carrying so near your ears you forgot they could come down, letting them drift away from your jaw, back and down, into the soft, into the warm, into nothing they have to hold. Then even the small muscles, the ones around the eyes, the ones in the hands, the ones that were still, some part of them, waiting for a bell that isn't going to ring tonight. There's no bell tonight. That's a strange, enormous kindness when you really let it land. No bell, no next thing, no one about to need you, no moment coming when you'll have to be sharp and up and ready again. For these hours, that whole machinery of readiness can power down. You can stop listening for the sound that means it's time. There is no time here. There's just the long, soft middle of the night, wide as a field, and you lying somewhere near the center of it with all the hours banked up warm around you, and not one of them asking you to rise. And I'll keep the watch you've been keeping. That's the trade tonight. You've kept watch so long, over the list, over the tiredness, over whether you were keeping it together, some low sentry in you that never quite went off shift even in sleep. You can hand that post to me now. I'll hold it. I'll keep the small watch so you don't have to, so that the part of you that's been standing guard for months can finally sit down at its post, and then lie down at its post, and then sleep at its post, knowing the dark is minded, knowing nothing will be missed, knowing it can close its eyes because there's a warmth here in the room that has the night and won't put it down. Let me describe the warmth, so you have somewhere soft to sink toward. It isn't hot. It's the low, even, generous warmth of a room that's been lived in and loved, of blankets that have taken your shape, of the particular heat your own body makes and keeps when it finally stops burning it all on getting through. It starts tonight, low in the belly, that deep place under the ribs where the breath turns around. And it spreads the way warmth spreads through still water, without hurry, without edge, up into the chest where so much of the bracing lived, out along the arms until even the fingertips go heavy and warm, down through the hips and the long bones of the legs, all the way to the feet, and where it goes, the holding stops. It moves into the exact places the pushing through used to live, and it takes their spot, gently, like coming home to a house someone kept warm for you. The pushing lived in your chest. Now warmth lives there. The pushing lived in the set of your shoulders. Now warmth lives there. Everywhere you used to grip the day, there's this instead, soft, filling, unearned, and yours. You don't have to keep it either. That's the thing about this warmth, you can't lose it by not holding it. It isn't something you're doing. It's something that happens when you stop, the way the body was always going to be warm and heavy and slow in the deep of the night if you'd only let it get there. So there's nothing to maintain. If your attention drifts off the warmth stays. If you forget you're warm, you're still warm. You can let even the noticing go and sink underneath the noticing, down to where things just are without anybody keeping track of them. And your breath, I haven't asked you to change it, and I won't, because it's already doing the slow, true thing on its own, finding the pace it goes when nobody's steering it. Just notice, without holding it, how the out-breath has gotten long. How there's a small stillness at the bottom of each one now, a little pool of quiet before the next breath comes on its own. And it always comes on its own. You never have to send for it. That's the body breathing you tonight instead of you breathing it. You can lie all the way back inside that. You can let the breathing be one more thing that's being done for you in the dark while you rest from the doing. It'll keep on, slow and low and sure, through every hour, whether you attend to it or not. It kept you all those months you were too tired to notice it. It'll keep you now. There's an old kind of tiredness that goes deeper than the day, and you've been carrying that kind, the sort that a single night doesn't reach the bottom of. And I don't say that to trouble you. I say it so you'll know there's no rush, so you'll understand why you can let go so completely, so slowly, without any fear of overdoing the rest. You cannot rest too much tonight. There is no such thing for a tank as long empty as yours. Every hour you spend down here is an hour the deep tiredness gets to loosen a knot it's been holding quietly without your help, and there are more knots than one night can reach, which means you never have to hurry the untying, never have to try to get it all done, never have to make this night count. Let it not count. Let it just be one soft night among the nights, doing its small, slow share, asking nothing of you but that you stay down and let it. Somewhere out past the walls, the world is doing what it does at this hour, going quiet, going dim, the traffic thinning to a car every long while, the houses gone dark one by one, the whole tired half of the world lying down at once. You're part of that tonight. Not the only one awake and holding on one of a great dark field of resting bodies, all of you having set the day down, all of you breathing slow in the same wide quiet. There's an ease in that, in not being the exception, in being just one more that stopped. The night is big enough for all of it, and it's holding all of you the same soft way, and you don't have to be the one still up keeping something running. You can be one of the ones that let it go dark and lay down. That's allowed. That's what the night is for. Let the sounds go soft now, whatever few there are, the small settlings of the room, the hush of your own breath, the low, steady kindness of this voice. Let them stop being separate things you hear and blur into one texture, one warm grain of quiet you're lying inside of. You don't have to listen to any of it. Listening is a kind of reaching, and there's no reaching left in you to do. Let the ear go as loose as the jaw. Let sound arrive and pass without your having to receive it. Even my words, you're already letting them come apart. I can feel it. They're losing their edges, becoming more warmth than words. And that's exactly right. That's the whole idea. That's you doing the one thing this night asks, which is nothing, which is less than nothing, which is the slow, beautiful undoing of everything you've been holding. And if some old reflex flickers, some small late twitch of the part that thinks it should be doing something, that's spent months not being allowed to stop. Just let it flicker and fade. It doesn't mean you have to get up. It doesn't mean anything's wrong. It's only the long habit of vigilance firing into empty air, finding no task, no threat, no reason, and settling back down. You can watch it go the way you'd watch a light turned off in a far window, there, and then not, and the dark a little more complete for it. There are fewer of those flickers now than there were an hour ago. There'll be fewer still as the night goes on. The guard is learning it can sleep. The body is learning the bell won't ring. The tank is learning it's allowed to sit and fill. So heavy now. Notice how the word heavy has stopped being a complaint and become a comfort. How the weight of your own limbs against the bed is the most restful thing there is. How you'd choose it if you could choose. How being this heavy is exactly what being safe feels like from the inside. The body doesn't get this heavy when it's braced for something. It only lets itself go this weighted, this sunk, this given over, when the oldest part of it has decided all the way down that nothing's coming, that it's held, that it can. And it has decided. You can feel it in how the mattress takes more of you than it did when you lay down, how you've settled a little deeper into your own shape, how the difference between you and the warmth and the dark and the bed is getting harder to find and less worth finding. Let it get hard to find. Let the edges of you go soft, the line where your skin ends and the warm air begins, the place where your weight stops and the mattress starts, the border between the drift of your own quiet mind and the drift of my voice in the dark. None of those lines need to be kept sharp tonight. You can let them blur, all of them, until you're less a person lying in a bed and more just a warm heaviness settling slowly through the dark, held on every side, going down. I'm still here. I'll be here through the low middle of the night and out the far side of it, the same warmth, the same low, close voice, so that there's never a moment you surface into where the dark is empty. Each time you drift up a little toward waking, and you might, the deep tired do, the body checks the edges out of long habit, you'll find me still here, still holding the watch, still telling you the same true thing. Nothing to carry, nowhere to be, no morning to listen for, only more of this. And you'll let yourself back down, a little deeper each time, a little further from the surface, a little nearer the place where even the drifting stops and there's only rest, only warm, only the slow filling of the long empty well while you lie past the reach of knowing it. You've stopped and it's holding and it will keep holding because I'll keep it. Let the last of the effort go, the last thread of trying, even the small effort of following me. Let it slip. Let me be the one still awake in the dark so you don't have to be. There's nothing left for you to do tonight. There was never as much as you thought. Just be heavy. Just be warm. Just be held. Just let the night go on filling you, hour after unhurried hour, while you sink down under all of it into the deep, soft dark where the tiredness finally, slowly, with no help from you at all, begins to let go. Down and down, no floor to reach for, no bottom you have to find. Just more soft dark under you, always more, catching you gentle every inch of the way so there's no falling in it, only sinking, only settling, only the long, slow give of a body that's finally allowed to stop. And it is. You are, all night, all the way through. Nothing to carry into the morning, and the morning's so far off it isn't even a thought yet. Only the warm now, only the weight, only the breath going slow, only the voice staying low and close in the dark, keeping the quiet, keeping the watch, keeping the stopping whole so it holds until light, and you not needing to keep anything at all. Just this, just here, just down, just warm. And more of it coming, more soft night, more held dark, more of the well quietly filling on, gentle and slow, while you rest and rest and rest. And while you rest, let me tell you something about the tiredness itself. not to fix it, not to explain it away, only to set it down more gently than it's been carried. It isn't a flaw in you. It isn't a debt you ran up by being weak. It's the honest arithmetic of a body that kept going long after the going fuel ran low, that borrowed against tomorrow and the tomorrow after that, again and again, quietly, without ever once refusing you. That tiredness is the receipt for months of showing up. It's the proof that you did the thing over and over, when the tank read empty and you drove on the fumes and the good faith and the sheer refusal to let anyone down. You can lay that receipt down now. You don't have to file it or feel it or answer for it. It can just rest on the dark air beside you, weightless, done being read there. Set down. And notice, I hope you notice, somewhere below noticing, that the room has gone the particular deep of the small hours. That thick, cushioned quiet that only comes when the rest of the world has finally stopped too, when the last car has passed and the last light down the street has clicked off, and even the house has settled into its own low creaks and gone still. You're not resting alone against a busy world tonight. You're resting inside a world that has also, for these few dark hours, laid its work down beside yours. Everything is off the clock now. The whole night is off the clock. There's no shift running anywhere that needs you, and so the pull you felt for months, that low, steady toe that says get up, keep moving, there's more, has nothing to hook into out there in the dark. It's found no purchase. It's loosening its grip finger by finger because there is simply nothing anywhere tonight for it to pull you toward. Let your hands be the next thing to know it. Those hands that have held and typed and carried and gripped the wheel and gripped the day, that curl even in sleep sometimes as if there's one more thing to hold, let them open. Not on purpose. Just let the knowledge reach them. Nothing to hold tonight. And feel how the fingers, when no one is asking anything of them, want to fall a little apart from each other, want to lie soft and slightly curled and empty, palms gone loose, the small, strong muscles of them finally released from the long grip of the day. Your hands are allowed to hold nothing. For 8 whole hours they are off duty, and the only thing they're resting on is the warmth of the bed, and the warmth is holding them, so they don't even have to do that. And that warmth, let it climb. Let it move up from the open hands into the forearms, slow as honey, into the elbows that have braced you upright more nights than you can count, up into the upper arms and across the shoulders where you carry the weight you can't name, the invisible yoke, the place the pushing through has lived so long you'd forgotten it was ever light. Let the warmth get in under it. Let it seep between the yoke and your skin, gentle and patient, loosening what's been fused there by month after month of bearing up. And feel the shoulders answer, feel them want to drop back and down, away from your ears, into the bed, an inch you didn't know was left to give. There. And maybe another inch under that. The shoulders can keep giving all night. There's no bottom they have to hit. Just softer and lower and warmer and more let go, hour after hour, while you drift. I'll keep naming it so you don't have to hold on to it. You are allowed to be done. Done for today. The list is still long. I won't pretend to you that it isn't. You'd know the lie the moment I told it. The list is long and it will still be long in the morning, and none of that is tonight's problem. Tonight, your only relationship with that list is this. You get to set it outside the door of the dark and let it wait. It waits well. Lists are patient in a way we never let ourselves believe. It will not grow in the night out of spite. It will not come find you. It will sit exactly where you left it, no bigger, no more urgent than it was. And in the morning, the far, far off morning, you'll meet it rested, or at least less scraped out than you are now. And you'll take one thing off it and then another, the way it's always actually gotten done. One thing at a time, and never all at once, and never tonight. So let the list go dark at the door. You've closed the door on it. You're on the inside now, in the warm, and it's out there in the cool hallway. And it can wait until light without a single word from you. And the guilt, I haven't forgotten the guilt, the small, persistent one that stirs whenever you finally lie still, the one that says, who are you to stop? Look how much is undone. Other people don't get to rest like this. Let me take it gently by the hand and walk it to the chair. You know the chair, the one by the bed, the one where the day's clothes are already draped, The shirt gone soft and shapeless now that no one's wearing it. The sleeves hanging down toward the floor, holding no arms, holding no one to anything. Set the guilt there on top of the clothes. Let it sit with them in the dark, off your body, off your chest, a shape in the corner of the room that you don't have to look at and don't have to answer. It can keep the clothes company. It's not needed in the bed tonight. There's no room in the bed for it. The bed is only for the warm heaviness of you, and there's just exactly enough room for that, and no more. Because here's the quiet truth the guilt has never let you hear. Resting is not the opposite of caring. You have carried the idea that to stop is to fail the people you love, to fail the work, to fail the version of you that never lets the tank hit empty. But a body run all the way down cares badly. It snaps and forgets and goes through the motions with the lights off behind its eyes. The most useful thing, if we even have to speak in useful, and tonight we don't, the kindest thing you can do for every single name on that long list is to let the well fill back up while you lie here. So even the part of you that only knows how to earn its keep can rest easy tonight. This counts. This is the work. Lying here going slowly heavier in the dark is you doing right by everyone, including, at long last, you, and you can stop measuring even that. You don't have to make resting into another task you're succeeding at. Just be here. Just be off. Just be warm and heavy and let down into the bed while the night does the filling with no report due in the morning. Let your jaw be the next to hear it. The jaw holds so much, you clench it through the day without ever deciding to, set it against the next thing and the next, and it aches at night in a way you've stopped even noticing because you've been noticing it for months and months. Let it unset. Let the back teeth come apart, just slightly, just enough that there's a soft, dark space between them, no pressure, no bracing. Let the hinge of it, right below your ears, go loose and warm. And feel how, when the jaw lets go, something in the whole face follows, the brows smoothing, the small muscles around the eyes going still, the place between your eyebrows that's held a faint furrow for so long it feels like part of your face, softening now, opening, letting the warm dark in. Your face doesn't have to hold any expression tonight. It doesn't have to be ready to meet anyone, to reassure anyone, to look like it's coping. It can just be a resting face in the dark, slack and warm and unwatched, doing nothing at all. I'm still here, still low and close, still keeping the watch so you don't have to keep anything. And out past the window if you could still be bothered to picture it. But you don't have to. You can let the picture come or let it go. The night is doing what it does, slow and enormous and entirely without your help. The dark is deepening toward its middle. Somewhere the tide, if there's a tide near you, is going out or coming in on its own old schedule that has never once needed a hand from anyone. The trees are standing in the dark doing the quiet, unhurried work trees do. No rush in them, no list, just standing and breathing the slow breath of green things through the night. The whole turning world is resting or being restful without effort, and you are a small, warm part of it, allowed the same, no more required to earn your rest than the tree is, than the tide is, than the dark itself is. You belong to the resting world tonight. You always did. You just forgot you were allowed to act like it. And the breath, see how it's changed, all on its own while we weren't watching it. Lower now, slower. It's dropped from the top of the chest down into the belly the way it does when the body finally believes it's safe, when the long vigilance eases and the breathing doesn't have to stand guard anymore. You didn't make it do that. You couldn't have, not by trying. Trying only ever holds the breath higher. It slowed because you stopped needing it to be ready. Let it keep going down. Each out-breath a little longer than the one before, a little more given away, a little more of the day leaving on the tide of it and not coming back. You don't have to time them or count them or improve them. They know the way. The breath has known how to carry you down into sleep every night of your whole life, through every kind of tired, and it knows the way tonight, and it will keep finding it, breath after slow breath all night, while the thinking part of you rests too far under to interfere. Let the thinking rest. That's the last thing that ever wants to stop. I know, the mind that's been the night watchman for months, that lies down when the body does but keeps the lights on, turning the day over, rehearsing the morning, running the numbers on the list. Tonight it gets to stand down too. You have a watchman now. It's me. I've got the dark. I've got the hours. I'll count them so you don't. I'll notice if anything needs noticing, and nothing will. And I'll keep saying so in the same low voice until even the watchman part of you believes it and finally, gratefully, closes its eyes. Let it. Let the thoughts come loose from each other the way the fingers did. The way the shoulders did let them stop linking up into worries and just be single soft driftings, going nowhere, meaning nothing, dissolving before they finish, like breath on cold glass, like ripples smoothing flat. A thought floats up. You don't grab it. It floats off. Another. You let it go too. There's no thought tonight important enough to hold, and holding is exactly what you're done with, and so they drift and thin and quiet until the mind is more dark than thought, more warm than dark, more gone than here. And still I'm here. That's the whole shape of tonight, the only promise it makes. You get to leave, and I get to stay. You get to go all the way under, further than you've let yourself go in months, down past the light sleep where the day still tugs, down into the heavy, dreamless deep where the well actually fills, and I'll hold the surface for you. I'll keep the watch on the edge of waking so you don't have to post yourself there. Every guttering half-rise toward the surface, every old habit stir of a body that spent too long unable to fully let go, you'll find the warmth still here, the voice still here, the dark still kind, and you'll turn back down without ever quite waking, the way you'd sink back into a warm bath, the way a stone settles the last inch into soft sand down again. And the night still long. And so much of it left to rest in that it doesn't even bear thinking of hours and hours, folded ahead of you in the dark, each one soft, each one yours, each one asking nothing. Feel the weight of you now, really feel how heavy you've become, heavier than when we started, because the holding up is finally fully off. That's not the leaden heavy of exhaustion, the kind you've dragged around for months. This is the other heavy, the good one, the one that means every muscle has stopped bracing at once and simply handed itself to the bed. Your legs, gone long and heavy and warm, given completely to the mattress. Your back, wide and settled, no longer holding its own shape against the day. The whole long line of you, from the crown of your head to the soles of your feet, resting its entire weight downward, trusting the bed to take it. And the bed does, easily, the way it's built to, the way the ground takes the weight of the sleeping tree. You don't have to hold a single ounce of yourself up tonight. Not one. It's all being carried. You are being carried right now, and all you have to do is be heavy, and you already are, more with each breath, sinking gentle and slow into the warm. There's a word for what the well-filling actually feels like from the inside, though you'll be too far down to name it. And that's all right. I'll name it and let it drift over you. It feels like nothing. Like blessed, spacious, unhurried nothing. Not the anxious nothing of a task forgotten, but the deep round nothing of a night with no floor and no edges and no next. The nothing you've been starving for without knowing its name. Let it in. Let it be enough, more than enough. There is nothing you're missing by being here in the dark doing nothing. This is the thing itself. This is what all the pushing through was, at the very bottom, secretly trying to earn its way back to. This exact warm nothing, given freely, asked of nothing, all night long, so you've arrived. You don't have to keep traveling toward rest. You're in it. You're steeped in it. It's around you on every side, and under you all the way down, and it's not going to run out before morning. Because I won't let it. Because there's more of it than there is night, and the night is long. Let even my voice start to blur now. If it wants to, you don't have to catch every word, you never did. Let it become just a warmth in the dark, a low, steady current running under you, the sound the quiet makes when it's keeping you company. You can stop listening and still be held by it. That's the last small effort you get to lay down, the listening. Let it go. Let the words wash past like the sound of water past a boat, meaning nothing that needs catching. Only telling you over and over in a language below words that you're safe, you're warm, you're done. You can go, and I'll keep making that sound whether you follow it or not, all through the low, dark middle of the night, the same low warmth, so that whatever depth you're drifting at, the current is still there, still carrying, still keeping the stopping whole. Down and warm and heavy and held. The list at the door in the dark, the guilt on the chair with the empty clothes, the receipt of your long tiredness set down weightless on the air, the shoulders lower than they've been in months, the hands open and holding nothing, the jaw soft, the breath slow, the mind gone more to dark than to thought, and the well filling, quiet and steady, hour on hour with no help at all from you, nothing to carry, nowhere to be, no morning to listen for. Only the warm now, and more of it coming, and the voice staying, and the dark staying kind, and you allowed all the way, all night, all the way through to stop. Just rest, just this, just down. And the night going on, gentle around you, filling and holding and keeping, while you sink a little further into the soft of it, and rest, and rest. And while you rest, the night is doing a kind of quiet work that has nothing to do with effort, nothing you need to supervise. You know how a field looks in the dark, how it lies there fallow, giving nothing, growing nothing you can see, and how that lying still is not the field failing. It's the field doing the only thing that lets it be a field again come spring. No one stands at the edge of a resting field in the dark and asks it why it isn't producing. No one calls it lazy for lying under the frost. It's understood, out there in the cold and the dark, that the ground that gives all summer has to go quiet all winter, and that the quiet is not the opposite of the giving, it's the underside of it, the half no one thanks it for. You've been a field asked to grow in every season. Green in the frost, green in the drought, green with nothing coming up through your roots to green with. And tonight, at last, no one standing at your edge. You're allowed to lie fallow in the dark, to give nothing. To be brown and still and covered over, resting the way the ground rests, the way everything that grows has always had to rest, with no apology owed to anyone for the season of it. So let the giving stop. Not forever, I'm not asking you to believe you'll never grow again. Just for the length of this one dark, the way the field only rests the length of one winter, trusting without trying that the trying will come back on its own when the light does. You don't have to arrange for it to come back. You don't have to lie here worrying whether the green is still in you. It is. It's under the frost. It's in the roots you can't see and don't have to check on. All you have to do is be covered and dark and still, and let the long cold do the slow, invisible thing it does to ground that's been worked too hard, which is nothing, which is rest. And your breath has gone so quiet now, so far down and even, that it's barely yours anymore. It's more like the breathing of the room, the slow tide of the whole dark house, in and out without you steering a single one of them. That's the body taking the wheel the way it always meant to. All those months you thought you were keeping yourself going by will, by grip, by refusing to stop. And underneath the whole time the breath was going on its own. The heart was keeping its own soft time. The whole quiet machinery of you was carrying itself, and you never once had to think about it. It didn't need your worry to keep beating. It never did. You could hand it everything, the way you're handing it everything now, and it would go right on running you through the dark, faithful, tireless, asking nothing. There's a great tiredness in you that you've been standing on top of like a lid on a pot, holding it down with all your weight so it wouldn't boil over into a day that had no room for it. Standing on that lid for months. And what I want you to feel, way down here where nothing's asked of you, is that you've stepped off. You've climbed down off the lid, and the thing under it didn't boil over and scald the world, it just rose, gently, like steam, like breath on a cold window. It rose up soft and warm and harmless, and it filled the dark around you, and it turned out to be nothing to be afraid of at all. Just the tiredness, finally let up into the air, finally allowed to be as big as it really is without you standing on it. And it's big. It's been big for a long time. And that's all right now, because there's all night for it to rise into, all this dark room, all these hours, and no day pressing on the far side of the lid saying, keep it down, keep it down. We don't have time for how tired you are. There's time now. There's nothing but time. Let it rise. Let it be as much as it is. You never got to find out how tired you actually were, did you? Because finding out costs a stopping, and you couldn't afford the stopping, so you rounded it off. Called it fine. Called it normal. Called it just a bit rundown, just a rough patch, just this week, just till the weekend, just till the thing was over, and the thing was never over. There was always the next thing. And so the tiredness never got measured, only carried in the dark, uncounted. Well, it's being counted now. Not by you don't have to do the counting. By the night. The night is taking the true measure of it, gently, the way you'd weigh something precious, holding all of it, every uncounted month, every fine that wasn't fine, every I'm okay that was a small, brave lie you told so the day could keep moving. The night knows the real number, and it isn't angry at the number. It isn't disappointed. It just holds it, the whole true weight of how long you've been running on empty, and it says, yes, that much. No wonder. No wonder you're this heavy. Of course you are. Rest. Feel how the word of course lands somewhere in the chest and loosens it. Of course you're tired, not as an accusation, not as a problem to be solved before you're allowed to lie here, but as the plainest, kindest fact in the world. Of course. Anyone would be. Anyone who carried what you carried, for as long, with as little setting down, would be exactly this heavy and exactly this dark. There's no version of you that could have done all that and arrived here light. The heaviness isn't a failure of yours. It's the honest print your life left in you, the shape all that carrying pressed into a soft thing over time, and it's allowed. It gets to be here. It gets to lie in this bed with you, warm, uncorrected, no longer something to fix by tomorrow, just something true that gets to rest alongside you until morning. And somewhere out past the window, the night keeps up its slow, patient turning, the dark leaning imperceptibly toward a morning that is still hours and hours away. So far off it isn't even a rumor yet, not even a paleness at the edge of anything. You don't have to keep an ear open for it. That's an old habit, the sleeping with one ear open. The part of you that never fully lay down because some corner stayed on watch, braced for the alarm, braced for the need, braced for someone to require something of you before you were ready. That corner's allowed off duty now. It's been standing watch for months. Longer. Let it come down off the wall, lay its weight down with the rest of you, and trust that the morning will find you on its own when it comes. It always has. It doesn't need you awake to arrive. You can let go of listening for it. You can let go of being ready. Being ready was never yours to hold all night anyway. There's a particular ease that lives in the shoulders, right where the neck becomes the back, a place that's been quietly clenched so long it forgot it was clenching. It just called that shape asterisk normal too, the way the tiredness got called normal, the way so much got called normal that was really just endured. And it's letting go now, thread by thread. In that slow way a hand opens when sleep finally reaches it, the fingers you didn't know were curled, easing flat one by one against the dark. You don't have to open them. They're opening. That's the difference down here. You're not doing the letting go anymore. You're just present while it happens. A warm witness to your own long unclenching. Watching the held places give the way snow gives off a branch, all at once and softly, with a small sound and then quiet. And I'm still here. That doesn't change through any of this. However far down you've drifted, whatever depth the dark has folded you into, the voice is still here at the surface, keeping the light on, keeping the stopping company, so that you never have to surface to check that the holding held. It held. It's holding. It'll go on holding while you sink further, the way the shore stays whether or not the swimmer looks back at it, the way the ground stays under the fallow field all winter, faithful, unremarkable, simply there. You could drift the whole night on this and never touch bottom and never be dropped. There's no bottom to this that lets you go. It's holding all the way down. It's holding at depths you haven't reached yet, and it'll be holding when you reach them, warm and steady and asking nothing, all through the low middle hours where the world forgets itself, and only the quiet keeps watch. Let the day you had the actual day, the one with its edges and its errands and its small 100 askings. Let it finish sinking now, all the way out of reach. It doesn't get to follow you down here. It stayed up at the door with the list, remember, up in the lit part of the house where the clock still runs. Down here there's no clock. Down here the hours don't have numbers. They're just dark and warm and long, one pouring into the next with no seam, no chime, nothing to mark a passing you'd have to notice. You've dropped below the reach of time's small, nagging hands. They can't get to you here. They knock at the top of the stairs, and the sound doesn't even reach the water you're floating on. Let it not reach you. Let time go on without you for one whole night. It'll wait. It's patient. It has always secretly been willing to wait far longer than you let it. And the guilt, I feel it try, now and then, even down here, to lift its head. The old reflex that says someone's resting who shouldn't be, someone's stopped who's needed, sound the small alarm. Let me meet it one more time, softer than before. There's no one it needs to wake. The thing it's guarding against already happened, you already stopped, and the sky didn't fall, and no one you love was harmed by your lying down, and the world went on turning in the dark exactly as it does every night, whether you hold it up or not. The guilt was watching for a disaster that isn't coming. It can lower its head. It can rest too. Even the part of you that polices your rest is allowed, tonight, to be off duty, to lie down beside the tiredness and the heaviness and all the other honest things, and to be, for once, not needed. Nothing is needed. That's the whole shape of this hour. Nothing from you is needed by anyone, and won't be until a morning that isn't here. So there's just the warmth left, the warmth where the pushing used to live. All that space in the middle of you that was taken up for months with bracing, with gathering yourself, with the low, constant effort of keeping going that never got to fully stop even in sleep. That space is warm now, and empty in the good way, the way a room is good and empty after the guests have gone, and you can finally let your face be whatever it is. Your face is whatever it is now. No one's reading it. No one's waiting to see if you're all right so they can feel all right. It can go slack. It can go blank and heavy and true. The little muscles around the eyes that held a readiness all day, let them be done. The mouth that shaped so many I'm fines, let it be soft and wordless and unbothered, done with fine, done with shaping anything, just breathing, just warm. You are so far past having to prove anything now. That's a country you've crossed out of entirely down here, the country where rest had to be earned, where the lying down had to be justified, where you could only stop once you'd done enough, and enough kept moving away from you like the horizon does. You've walked out of that country in your sleep. You crossed the border hours ago, and there's no getting called back over it tonight. On this side, rest doesn't cost anything. It isn't advanced against tomorrow's work. It isn't alone. It's just given the way dark is given, the way the field's winter is given, freely, wholly, with no ledger anywhere keeping track of whether you deserved this particular hour of peace. You did, but you don't even have to have. It's yours either way. That's what free means, and it took you so long to believe anything could be. And the well I spoke of, the quiet filling, it doesn't need your attention to go on filling. That's the mercy of it. You could not care at all whether it fills, you could forget I ever mentioned it, and it would go on rising all the same, slow, dark, patient, hour on hour, gathering back into you the thing all the giving spent. It fills fastest, if it can be said to have a speed at all, exactly when you stop watching for it, when you stop hovering over your own recovery the way you hover over everything, checking, tending, making sure. Stop tending even this, even your own filling. Let it be one more thing that happens without you tonight in the dark, on its own, faithful, while you do the only thing left to do, which is nothing, which is rest, which is be heavy and warm and held and gone. Down where you are now, the images are coming apart softly. The field and the well and the shore all blurring into one warm dark that doesn't need to be any particular thing. You don't have to hold the pictures. They were only ever small boats to carry you out this far. And you're far enough now that you can let them drift off empty and just be in the water itself, the plain, warm dark itself, with nothing in it you have to picture or follow or keep. Let them go. Let even the meanings go loose. There's nothing down here that has to mean. There's just the warm and the weight and the slow tide of the breath that isn't even yours to keep going. And under it all, low and steady and not stopping, the voice, staying the way it said it would. Rest, there's so much night left, more than enough. Hours of it still, dark and unhurried and kind, none of them wanting anything from you, all of them just passing over you soft as water, keeping the stopping whole. You don't have to make it to morning. Morning will make its own way to you. Between here and there is nothing but this, the warm, the down, the held, the filling, the voice, and it goes on, and asks of you exactly nothing all night long. Just down, just warm, just held. And the night going on around you, gentle, and the rest going deeper, and nothing at all that you have to carry now. And even that carrying, the little that's left of it, is loosening now in the parts of you that have held on longest. Because there are muscles in you that don't know the day is over. They weren't told. They've been braced so long that bracing stopped feeling like effort and started feeling like the shape you simply are, the set of the jaw, the small, hard readiness behind the eyes, the shoulders carried up near the ears like something is about to be asked of you, and you must be ready to answer it. You can let them be told now. Not by words, they're past words. Told by the warmth reaching them, slow, one at a time, the way heat finds the far rooms of a house long after the fire's been lit, the way it arrives late but arrives, and the cold gives up its hold on the corners without a sound. Let it reach your jaw. There's nothing it has to stay closed for, nothing it has to hold shut against the night. Let the hinge of it go soft and a little open, the way a mouth goes in real sleep, unguarded, not minding who might see, because no one is looking and no one is coming, and there is nothing left today to set your face against. And your hands have done so much of it. Whatever the pushing through was, it lived partly in your hands, the gripping, the doing, the holding of the phone and the wheel and the handle and the weight of other people's needs. All of it passing through these two small, tired hands, day on day, for months you stopped counting. Feel them where they lie now. They don't have to be ready to catch anything. Nothing is falling. Nothing is being handed to you. The fingers can uncurl at whatever pace they like, or stay half-curled if that's where they've settled. It doesn't matter. There's no right way for a resting hand to lie. Only that it's resting. Only that for these hours it holds nothing, reaches for nothing, is asked by no one to do the next thing and the next. Let them be just hands again. Just weight and warmth at the ends of your arms, emptied out, off the clock, no more use required of them until light, and even then, gently, even then not yet. You've been running on empty so long you forgot it was empty. That's the thing about a tank that low, the warning stops meaning anything. The little light that was supposed to alarm you just becomes part of the dashboard. One more thing glowing that you drive past the meaning of, day after day, telling yourself you'll fill up soon at the next chance, when things ease, when the list is shorter, when it's finally a good time to be tired. It was never going to be a good time. You know that now, somewhere under the words. There was never going to be a gap in the days where being exhausted became convenient, where the world paused and said, now you may run down. So the world never said it. And you kept the engine turning over on fumes and habit and the sheer refusal to be the thing that stopped, but an engine left idling in the dark, with nowhere it needs to go and no one waiting at the other end of the trip. That engine is allowed to be switched off, not broken, not failed. Switched off on purpose, kindly, by a hand that finally decided it had gone far enough for one day. Hear it go quiet. That deep drop into stillness when something that has been running and running finally stops running, and the quiet rushes in to fill the place the noise was, and the whole machine ticks softly as it cools, and settles, and is allowed, at last, to just be a still thing in the dark. That ticking, if you can feel it in yourself, the small settling releases of a body finally cooling out of its long running, that's not something going wrong. That's the letting go arriving in the places it's slowest to reach. A twitch in a leg, a long, slow sigh you didn't decide to take, the odd sensation of sinking a little further just when you thought you'd already stopped. All of it is the body doing what you've been too busy to let it do, stepping itself down, gear by gear, from the speed it's been held at, to something slower, and then slower than that, and then to the deep, low idle that isn't going anywhere at all. You don't have to help it. This is the one thing you were never in charge of, though you tried. The stepping down knows its own way. It has done this every night of your life, even the nights you fought it, even the nights you lay rigid and sure you'd never drop. It waited, patient, and took you down anyway in the end, because it is older and surer than the part of you that worries. Trust the older thing tonight. Let it have you early. Let it take you down the gears with no hand on the wheel. Somewhere in the room, the chair is still holding today's clothes. You set them there a while ago, the day's cloth, still shaped a little like the shape you made all day. The elbows and the knees of it still bent where you bent. And you set something else there too earlier, though it doesn't have a fabric you could point to. The guilt of stopping. The low certain sense that resting while the list breathes on undone is a kind of failing, a debt you're letting run, a thing you'll be found out for in the morning. You laid it over the back of the chair with the shirt, and it's still there. It didn't dissolve, and I won't pretend it did. That isn't how it works, and you'd know the lie. It's still there, folded over the chair in the dark, waiting the way clothes wait. But here is the thing about it that the tired hours never let you see. It can wait there without being worn. You do not have to put it back on to sleep. It is not the blanket. It was never the blanket, though for months you slept under it as if it were the only cover you were allowed. Tonight there's the real blanket, the warm one, the one with no cost in it, and the guilt stays on the chair, where clothes go, where things go that you take off at night and are under no obligation to keep touching until day. Let it keep its vigil over there without you. You're not on duty for it now. You're not on duty for anything. And if it calls to you, if some old reflex in you reaches for it in the dark the way a hand reaches in sleep for a cover that's slipped, you can notice the reaching, and let the hand fall back empty, and stay uncovered by it, warm without it, held by the plainer, kinder warmth that asks nothing back. It's a strange thing to learn this late. That rest given freely feels almost wrong at first to a body that only ever earned it. Almost like a room too warm, or a kindness too large. There's a part of you braced even now for the catch, for the cost to reveal itself, for someone to come and say you hadn't earned this after all. No one is coming to say that. There is no catch in the dark. The dark has no ledger and keeps no accounts and does not care what you finished. It only receives you, the way it receives everything at the end of every day, the tired and the untired alike, the ones who did enough and the ones who couldn't, all of them let down into the same soft black with no questions asked at the door. Let yourself be received like that, not as the one who did or didn't do enough, just as one more tired thing the night takes in and covers. The whole world does this, lays itself down in pieces as the light goes. The birds drop out of the air into the hedges and stop. The roads empty of their hurry. The machines in the far buildings power down one after another, their small lights blinking out across the dark like something exhaling. Somewhere the tide is going out with no one watching it go, unspooling itself back from the sand it climbed all day, resting the shore. It all lies down. It has always all lain down, every single night since there were nights, this enormous quiet settling of everything that spent the day being awake and being needed and being in motion. And you are not the one exception the world holds itself open for. You were never meant to be the thing that didn't stop. You're allowed to be part of the lying down. You're allowed to be one more of the countless tired things the night is folding in. Right now, this hour, along with the birds and the roads and the going tide. Feel how heavy you actually are. Not the heavy you kept apologizing for, the tiredness you kept trying to hide or push under or drink your way past at the end of the day. The real weight. The honest weight of a body that has been upright and useful for far too long without enough put back. You don't have to lift any part of it now. That's over for tonight, the lifting. Let each part of you press down exactly as much as it truly wants to press. No holding up. No keeping some small part of yourself ready, the back of the head into the pillow, heavier than you'd let it be in daylight. The length of the spine giving its weight over to what holds it. The hips, the long bones of the legs, the heels, all of them handing down their load and keeping none of it in reserve. There's no reserve you need to keep tonight. Nothing is going to require the part of your strength you always hold back for emergencies. There's no emergency here. There's only the down, and the giving of your weight to it, fully, the way you never quite let yourself, always keeping some fraction braced for the thing that might still be asked. Give even that fraction over, even the last held part. Let it down too. There's a particular warmth that pools in a body when it finally stops guarding itself, when the low, constant, background clench of readiness lets go all at once, and the blood goes where it was too busy to go. You might feel it now, spreading out from the middle of you, unhurried into the places the pushing through lived longest. That was cold work, the pushing through. It took the warmth from your hands and your feet and sent it inward to keep the core of you going, day after day, running you like a house that heats one room and lets the rest go cold to save the fuel. You don't have to ration your own heat tonight. There's nowhere it's being saved for. Let it back into the cold rooms. Let it out to your hands and the soles of your feet and the tip of your nose, all the far edges the tiredness kept unwarmed. Let the whole house of you be warm at once for a change, every room lit low and heated soft, because there's no fuel to save and nowhere to save it for, and nothing coming in the night that you must stay braced and cold and ready to meet. And the list, it's still there too, of course. I won't tell you it isn't, out there in the dark past the chair, past the window, the long, unfinished list of what the day didn't get done and what tomorrow will want. It exists. It waits. But look how far away it is from here. Look how it can't cross the space between it and the bed. It has no legs in the dark. It can't come to you here. It sits out there in its own place being unfinished. And being unfinished doesn't hurt it, doesn't hurt anyone, doesn't wake into a single real harm in the whole of this night. It just waits, flat and quiet and powerless, for a version of you that hasn't come back yet. A version rested enough to meet it. And that version is being made right now, slowly in the dark, by your doing nothing at all. The most useful thing you could possibly do for that list, if you could still care about useful, is exactly this. To leave it completely, to let it go on being undone, to give tonight over so wholly to rest that the one who returns to it in the light returns with something in the tank again. But you don't even have to think of it that way. You don't have to make rest useful to be allowed it. Drop the usefulness too. Rest for no reason. Rest because the night is here, and you are tired, and that is reason enough and always was. How quiet it's getting in you now. How much of the noise has gone. There was so much of it in there, all day, all these months. The tallying, the bracing, the low-running commentary of everything not yet done, and everyone not yet answered. A mind that never got to stop broadcasting because there was always one more thing to hold in mind so it wouldn't be dropped. Feel how it's thinning. The thoughts still come, maybe, but slower now and further apart and with more dark between them, and you notice you don't have to follow any of them anywhere. One drifts up and you let it drift off unfollowed. Another, it doesn't matter which. None of them are tonight's to solve. They can come and go across the dark like slow weather across a field you're no longer standing in, and you can watch them pass from very far down, uninterested, warm, already halfway gone yourself, already more asleep than awake, already more here in the dark than up there in the thinking. And I'm still here. That's the last thing the tired part of you needs to know before it lets go the rest of the way, that the stopping doesn't have to be kept up by you. That's the fear underneath, isn't it? The one that kept you running long past empty. That if you stopped, everything you were holding would fall, that the whole of it rested on your not stopping, that you were the only thing between the world and the floor. You can lay that down too, the very heaviest of all of them, the belief that it all depends on you staying awake to it. It doesn't depend on you tonight. Tonight the holding is done by the dark, and by the warmth, and by the night that goes on with no help from you, and by the voice, low, staying, keeping the stopping whole so you don't have to keep anything at all. You can go all the way down and it will still be here. You can stop being the one who holds and just be the one who's held. That's the whole of it. That's all that's left to learn tonight, and you already know it now, in the deep part, the part that's already gone soft and warm and heavy and given over. So let it be the last watch you keep, no watch at all. Let the room keep itself. Let the night keep the night. There's so much of it still to come, and every hour of it is on your side, dark and slow and wanting nothing, laid out ahead of you like a long, unhurried country you get to cross entirely asleep, carried, with the tank filling somewhere below the level of your knowing and the warmth reaching the last cold rooms, and the guilt keeping its quiet on the chair, and the list far off and legless, and the engine still and cool, and every muscle finally told just this now. Just the warm and the weight, and the dark that received you, and the long night keeping its promise over you, hour after hour after hour, asking nothing, taking nothing, only holding, only staying, only letting you be the tired thing that finally, tonight, all the way down, got to stop. And down here where you've come to rest, there's a kind of quiet you haven't had in a very long time. Not the quiet of a room, though the room is quiet too, but the quiet of a thing that has finally been set down. You know the sound a bag makes when you finally put it on the floor after carrying it too far, that small settling, that soft giving in of the weight to the ground that was always there waiting to take it. Somewhere in you that sound has already happened. Somewhere in you the strap has already left the shoulder. And the shoulder doesn't have to understand yet that it's free. It can go on aching a little in the shape of the strap, the way a hand stays curled after it lets go of something it held for hours. That's allowed too. Nothing has to hurry back to normal tonight. The marks the carrying left can stay as long as they need. They'll soften on their own, in the dark, without your attention, the way everything softens when it's finally left alone. Let me tell you something about the tank. The empty one you've been running on for months. The one you learned to ignore the way you learned to ignore a light on the dash. Driving anyway. Telling yourself a little further. Telling yourself after this one thing. Telling yourself you'd rest when it was done, and never once finding the bottom of the done. That tank was never as broken as the pushing made it feel. It was just empty. Empty isn't broken. Empty is only a thing that's waiting to be filled. And the filling doesn't take effort, doesn't take will, doesn't take one more decision from a you who is all out of decisions. It takes exactly this. Stillness. Dark. The engine off. Time passing over a body that has stopped asking anything of itself. That's the whole of the refilling, and it's already begun, quietly, under everything, in a place you don't have to supervise. You can feel it if you're still enough, or maybe you can't feel it at all, and that's finer still. The best of it happens well below where feeling reaches, down in the rooms of you that have no words and never needed any, filling the way a well fills in the night when no one's drawing from it, slow and sure and needing only to be left. So leave it, that's all. Leave it to fill. You've done the hard part, which was the stopping, which was harder for you than for almost anyone because stopping was the one thing you never let yourself learn. And now that you've done it, now that you're down here in the warm dark with the strap off your shoulder and the well filling under you, there's nothing left that's hard. There's nothing left that's yours to do. The rest of the night does the rest of the night. You just get to be inside it while it happens. Feel, if you can, how far the warmth has traveled now. It started small, didn't it? Somewhere near the middle of you. And it's been moving outward all this while, patient as heat moving through a house, finding the cold rooms one by one, the room behind the eyes that had held so tight for so long, the room across the shoulders where you carried what wasn't yours to carry, the room low in the back where the bracing lived, the long rooms of the legs that stood so many hours they forgot how to be legs and became only standing. The warmth is reaching all of them, slowly, in no order, with no schedule, the way afternoon sun crosses a floor without meaning to warm anything, warming everything anyway. And where it arrives, the pushing that lived there quietly lies down. You don't have to send it anywhere. You don't have to help it along. Warmth arrives on its own, and the tightness simply can't stay in the same place as they were never able to share a room, warmth, and holding on. And so the holding on goes, without a fight, without your permission even, released not because you released it, but because the warmth got there, and it had nowhere left to stand. And that's how it will keep going all night, hour on hour, warmth arriving in rooms you forgot you had, In the small hidden places the tiredness settled into over the months and made a home. The hinge of the jaw that clenched through so many days you stopped hearing it clench. The space between the brows that held the whole shape of the worry. The small muscles around the eyes. The ones that did the smiling you didn't mean, and the not crying you couldn't afford. The hands, oh, the hands that held phones and pens and other hands, and the edge of the sink at the end of long days when you needed something to hold you back. All of it reached, all of it warmed, all of it, one room at a time, told at last that it can stop being ready. Nothing is coming that you need to be ready for. Not tonight. Not for hours and hours and hours. Readiness can set itself down beside everything else you've set down, and the muscles that held it can go slack and honest and heavy and true. There's a heaviness coming into you now that isn't the heaviness you feared all these months. You know, the heavy that scared you, the leaden mornings, the arms that didn't want to lift, the weight of a body that was running on nothing and letting you know. That heavy was a warning, a low light on the dash, a body trying to make itself heard the only way it had left. But this heavy, the one filling you now, is a different animal entirely. This is the heavy of a body that's been given permission. This is the good weight, the trusting weight, the weight of something letting itself be fully as heavy as it actually is, because for once nothing is going to ask it to be light. For once you don't have to hold any of yourself up. Not the arms, not the head, which the pillow has entirely, completely. Not the long weight of the legs, not the chest, rising and falling on its own without a single instruction from you. You can let the whole of you be as heavy as the truth of it, heavier maybe than you've ever let yourself be, sinking by soft degrees into whatever holds you, and the holding does not strain, and the holding does not tire, and the holding will not, at any point in this whole long night, ask you to take yourself back. There's a thing that happens to guilt when you stop feeding it. You set it on the chair a while ago, with the clothes folded there in the dark, and it has been sitting there quietly, and I want you to notice. Because you can notice this now, from far down, uninterested and warm, that it hasn't moved. It didn't follow you into the bed. It didn't climb up onto your chest the way it does in the bright hours. It's just sitting there on the chair being what it is, a small, tired thing that thought resting was a debt, and it's grown quiet in the dark the way anything grows quiet when no one argues with it. You don't have to forgive it. You don't have to fix your feeling about it. You only have to leave it on the chair and let it keep its small quiet there while you go on down into the warm without it. It cannot come where you're going. Sleep is a country guilt was never given a passport to. Down here there is only rest, and rest asks for no reason, and rest keeps no ledger, and rest has never once in the history of tired bodies required to be earned. Listen to how the breath has changed. I won't ask you to breathe any particular way. The breath knows. It has always known. It kept you alive through every hour you forgot it was there. But you might notice, from very far off, the way it's grown long and low, and even without you arranging it. The way the out-breath has gotten so unhurried, so complete, each one carrying a little more of the day out into the dark and not bothering to pull much back. The body breathes itself now, slowly, at the pace of a thing that has nowhere to be and knows it. And every one of those slow breaths settles you a little deeper, a little further from the surface, a little more thoroughly given over to the dark that's been so patiently holding the shape of you. You don't have to count them. You don't have to follow them. You can just be dimly, warmly aware that somewhere the breathing goes on taking care of you the way it always has, faithful, quiet, needing no thanks, and let it be one more thing you don't have to do tonight. Out beyond the walls, the night is doing what the night does, going on. Just going on, the way it does whether or not anyone stays awake to witness it. The dark hours are laid end to end out there, more of them than you'll need, and they don't hurry, and they don't run out. There's no bottom to this night that you can fall past. However far down you go, there's more night under you, and more under that, hours and hours of it stacked soft and slow beneath you like water beneath a boat that has finally stopped rowing. You could sink for a long time and never reach the end of what's holding you. You could let go completely and there would still be night to spare. That's the luxury of it, the real luxury, the one the pushing never let you have. Not that you'll rest a little carefully, keeping something back for the alarm, but that you can rest without measure, rest past the edges of what you thought you were allowed, rest like someone who has all the time there is, because tonight, in the dark, for these long hours, you do. And I'm still here, the way I said I'd be, low and steady, and asking nothing, keeping the stopping whole so you don't have to keep a thing. You can stop listening whenever the listening gets too heavy to hold. You don't have to catch every word. You never did. The words can go on washing over you like the sound of rain heard from indoors, from bed, from under blankets. A sound that means only that everything out there is being taken care of, and none of it is yours. And you can slip beneath the words the way you slip beneath the surface of a warm bath, still hearing them, dimly, a comfort more than a meaning, a warmth in the ear the way there's warmth all through the rest of you now. Let them keep going without you. That's what they're for. They'll be here when you surface and here when you sink again and here through all the small wakings of the night, so that every time you drift up even a little before you've even wondered where you are, the low sound of them will already be telling you. Still here, still dark, still hours to go, still nothing to do, still safe to sink back down. And you will. Again and again, through the night you'll sink back down, easier each time, until the wakings stop bothering to happen at all, and there's only the long, unbroken dark you've needed for so much longer than tonight. Feel the bed take you, however you're lying, whatever shape you've settled into. Notice how completely it's agreed to hold that shape. No part of you has to negotiate with it. No part of you has to stay a little tense to keep from falling. There's no falling here. There's only the surface that came up to meet the whole length of you and said, I've got this now, all of it. You can stop the mattress under the heavy shoulders. The pillow under the heavy head, taking its full weight, all of it, the way a hand cups something precious and tired. The covers over you with their small, honest warmth, one more thing between you and the world, one more soft wall around the little country of sleep you've gone down into. You are held on every side. Below by the bed, over by the covers, all around by the dark, and under all of it by the night that doesn't end. And none of these are tired, and none of these will shift, and none of these need anything back from you at all. So there's nothing now. That's the strangest and softest thing to arrive at for a mind that's had something every waking minute for months. Nothing. No next. No list ticking somewhere at the edge of the dark. No one waiting on the far side of your rest to be answered or fed or reassured or held together. All of that has gone quiet and far and small, the way the world goes small when you rise above it. And down here in the warm, there's just the one true thing left, which is that you are tired, deeply, honestly, 4 months tired. And you are finally, completely allowed to be not fixed, not solved, not turned back into someone with a full tank by morning, just allowed tonight to be exactly as empty and as tired and as done as you actually are. And to rest in that without earning it and without apologizing for it and without keeping one small part of yourself awake to feel bad about it. That part's asleep too now. That part got to stop as well. And the warmth keeps reaching, and the well keeps filling, and the night keeps going on with no help from you hour after slow hour laid down ahead like soft, dark ground you get to cross entirely carried. And there is so much of it still to come, so much dark still on your side, so many hours between here and any morning that you can let go of even the idea of them, even the counting of them, even the faint far thought of a getting up, because it is nowhere near, it is hours and hours off. It is on the other side of a whole country of sleep you haven't begun to cross, and between here and there is only this. Only the warm, only the weight, only the dark that took you in. Only the breath breathing itself slow and low. Only the voice, staying, keeping watch so you don't have to, holding the stopping whole and unbroken over you through all the long hours still to come, asking nothing, taking nothing, only here, only staying, only letting the tired thing you are go on, and on all the way down being held. And somewhere in you, quietly, without your having to do a thing about it, the pushing through has stopped too, that old engine. The one that has run for months underneath everything. Underneath the mornings you didn't want to get up and got up anyway. Underneath the afternoons you kept moving when the moving had gone hollow. Underneath the evenings you gave the last of yourself away and called it fine. That engine has gone still. You don't have to turn it off. It isn't something you do. It's more that it finally got to coast, the way a car does when the road tips gently downhill and you lift your foot and let the ground do the carrying. And the sound of it, that low constant hum you'd stopped even hearing because it never once went quiet, has faded down into nothing. And in the place where it ran, there's just warmth now, just soft, filled-in warmth, like a room that was cold for a long time and someone, hours ago, without telling you, lit the fire and closed the door and let it slowly come up to warm while you weren't watching. You weren't watching, and it happened anyway. That's the thing about tonight. So much of what you carried because you believed it would fall if you looked away. That if you stopped watching the plates, they'd drop. That if you stopped holding the day together with the sheer effort of your attention, it would come apart in your hands. And here you are, not watching anything, not holding anything, gone soft and heavy and far down into the dark, and nothing has fallen. The night held. The room held. The people on the other side of your rest, whoever they are, however much they lean on you in the daylight, they are being held too, somewhere, by the same dark that took you in, sleeping their own sleep, needing nothing from you across these hours, no more able to reach you here than the far side of the sea, and it's all right. It's genuinely, deeply all right. The world you set down did not need your hands on it every second to keep from breaking. It only felt that way because you were so tired. You couldn't tell your own strength from the world's own steadiness anymore. But the world is steady on its own tonight, and you can be still. There's a particular kind of rest that only comes this far in hours past the last of the day, hours before the first of the morning, deep in the soft middle of the night where nothing is expected of anyone. A rest that isn't the quick, shallow dip you'd catch on the couch before making yourself get up. Isn't the thin, worried sleep of the too tired mind that keeps one ear open. But the deep kind, the kind that goes down under the level where thoughts are made, down where the body does its slow, quiet work in the dark and asks nothing of you, doesn't even ask you to be aware it's happening. And you have sunk down through all the shallower layers now, down past the place where you'd have surfaced at a small sound, down into the still deep water where the surface is far overhead, and the light of the day you had is a pale thing very far up and getting fainter, and none of it can reach you here. None of it wants to. It has all let you go. Let me tell you what's happening in the warm while you rest, so the part of you that never quite believes it's allowed can hear it and finally believe. Nothing is being lost while you sleep. That's the fear the tired carry, isn't it? That rest is a leak, that the hours you're not spending are hours draining out of somewhere, that to stop is to fall behind. But that's the day's arithmetic, and the day's arithmetic doesn't run down here. Down here it's the other way entirely. Down here the still hours are the ones that fill you back up. Every hour you spend not moving is an hour poured back in. The tank you ran dry, you cannot fill it by driving. You could only ever fill it by stopping, exactly like this, in exactly this dark, going exactly this still. So this is not the falling behind. This is the only catching up there is. You are, right now, doing the one thing that returns to you what the months took out. And you don't have to do it well. You don't have to do it right. You only have to lie here and let it happen the way the ground lets the rain sink in, no effort, no technique, just an openness, just a surface finally soft enough to take it. And it is taking it in, slowly, all through the long dark. Hour after hour of quiet return, so gentle you'll never feel it arrive, the way you never feel the tide come up the sand, only that when you look again the dry stretch is smaller and the water is nearer, and the beach is being given back to the seas and you don't have to look. You don't have to check the level. There's no gauge to read tonight, no measuring how much has come back, no proving to anyone in the morning that the rest was worth it. It's just filling, The way a low place fills when the snow lets go up in the hills and the water finds it in the dark and comes into it soft and cold and constant, all night, whether or not anyone is there to see the level rise. No one has to see it. You don't even have to see it. It's yours whether you witness it or not. And I want you to notice, or not notice. Let it just be true whether you notice or not, how the heaviness has changed its meaning in you. When you first lay down, it was the heaviness of the too much, of the day still riding your shoulders, of the not yet put down. And somewhere in these last slow hours, it turned into a different heaviness altogether, the good kind, the kind that means the muscle has finally, truly let go of its own weight and given it to the bed. The heaviness of a thing at rest, not a thing worn out. The same weight, entirely different. Like the difference between a stone you're carrying and a stone that's simply lying in a field where it's lain for 100 years, sunk a little into the grass, part of the ground now, going nowhere, meaning nothing by its stillness except that it is finally, completely at rest. You are that sunken stone tonight, part of the bed now, part of the warm dark, gone into the ground of the night and belonging there, needing to rise no more than the stone in the field needs to rise, held by the same old patient earth, wanting nothing, owing nothing, simply resting where you were set down and let be. And the guilt, I felt it earlier, that thin, sharp thing that comes to visit whenever the tired finally stop, the one that says you should be up, that others manage, that the list is still there, that resting is a thing you'll have to answer for. I want you to notice it isn't here now. It came earlier in the night, the way it always comes, and we didn't fight it, we didn't argue with it. We just set it on the chair by the bed with the folded clothes and let it sit there in the dark. And somewhere in these hours it went quiet, the way a thing goes quiet when no one is feeding it. It's still on the chair. It hasn't left the room entirely. Old things like that rarely leave the room entirely. But it's asleep in the chair now, slumped and soft and harmless, no longer speaking, no longer able to reach across the little distance between the chair and the bed and put its cold hand on you. And in the morning, if it wakes when you wake, that's the morning's business and not yours, not tonight, not here, not in these long good hours that belong to nothing but your rest. Because that's the truth the tired forget, and it's a gentle truth, and it will keep. Resting is not a debt you take on. It's not borrowed against tomorrow. It's not something you'll have to make up for or pay back or explain. It's the most ordinary thing a living body does, the thing every living thing does, the thing the whole tired world is doing right now all around you in the dark. The birds gone quiet in the black shapes of the trees, the animals gone down into their burrows and their stillnesses, the fields resting, the water resting where the wind has left it, whole cities of people lying down in whole rows of dark rooms doing exactly, and only this: you are not falling behind the world by resting. You are, for once, exactly in step with it. You have joined the great quiet thing that everything does when the light goes. You belong to the night the way you belong to your own breath. And it has been so long, hasn't it, since you let yourself simply belong to something that asked nothing of you in return. The night asks nothing, it only holds. So sink a little further, if there's any further left to go, and there always is. There's always another soft inch of down, another small letting go somewhere you didn't know you were still holding. The jaw maybe, or the small muscles around the eyes, or the hands that have done so much this year and are finally fully open now. Palms gone slack, fingers curled loose the way a child's are when they've dropped off mid-sentence and gone somewhere no one can follow. Let the hands be that open. Let them hold nothing. They've held enough. For months they've held enough. Tonight they get to be just hands, resting, warm, doing nothing at all. And there is no smaller or truer freedom than that, a pair of hands off duty in the dark, holding nothing, wanting for nothing at rest. And the breath, you don't have to do anything with it. It has been breathing itself for a long while now, low and slow and even, gone down to that deep, unhurried rhythm the body finds all on its own once it truly trusts that it's safe to stop. You're not steering it. You couldn't find the steering now if you looked. It's below you, It's under the floor of your attention, running the way the tide runs, the way the slow machinery of a sleeping body runs, needing no manager, needing no one awake at the switch. Breathing you gently through the dark, one long soft breath at a time, each out-breath sinking you a hair's width deeper, each in-breath just quietly bringing what you need and nothing more. No urgency in it, no effort in it, the plainest, most faithful thing your body does, keeping you all night without a single thought from you. You can trust it completely. It has never once failed to breathe you through a night, not one night of your whole life. It knows this dark. It knows this stillness. It has carried you through thousands of these hours already, most of which you never felt, never knew you'd crossed, only woke on the far side of. And it will carry you through this one too, this long one, this deep good one, whether you stay this side of aware or slip all the way under. It doesn't need you either way. It only needs you to let it, and you have let it. You've finally let it. The great old faithful engine of just staying alive in the dark, running soft under everything, asking nothing of the tired one it carries. Everything that needs doing tonight is being done by something that isn't you. The breath by the body, the holding by the bed, the warming by the dark, the filling by the slow returning tide of rest, the watching by the voice that stays. You, the you that pushed and carried and managed and stayed one part awake for months to catch the things that fall that you is off duty. Fully, for the whole length of the night. There is no shift you're covering. There is no one you're on call for. If something in the far country of the daylight needed you, it could not reach across all this dark and all these hours to find you. And it doesn't need to. And it isn't trying. And even the possibility of it has gone soft and distant and small. There's just the rest now, wide and dark and long, stretching on ahead of you further than you can see, more of it than you could cross in a single sleep. So much night still to come that the very idea of its ending has nothing to stand on and simply drifts away. Hours, so many still, laid out ahead of you in the dark like a long, soft road going down into a valley you'll be carried across in your sleep, and you don't have to walk it. You don't have to do anything with all those hours but be inside them, warm, held, filling slowly back up, let be. They will pass over you the way weather passes over a sleeping field, the deep of the night, the turn of it, the slow hours after that have no name and no one is awake to name them, the long cold still stretch before the first gray ever thinks of coming. All of it will move over you and around you and past you while you lie here gone under and gathered in and given back to. And none of it will ask you to rise. Not for a long, long time. Longer than you can feel from here. So far off it isn't even a direction yet. So there is nothing to lean toward. Nothing to get ready for. Nothing coming that you have to meet. Just the staying. Just the warm, dark staying warm and dark around you. Going on and on and on with no edge you can find. Holding the whole tired length of you the way still water holds the reflection of the stars. Lightly, completely, without gripping, without letting go. You resting on the surface of the night the way that light rests on the surface of the water, held there by nothing you can name, going nowhere, disturbed by nothing, only lying still and shining faintly in the dark and being kept. And the voice stays, through all of it, keeping the watch you laid down, holding the stop so it doesn't slip. So that even if some old habit in you stirs toward waking, toward checking, toward picking the day back up before the day has any right to be picked up, it finds the watch already kept, the ground already held, nothing needing you, everything handled, and it can turn over and go back down into the warm without ever fully surfacing. I'm here. I'll stay here. All the long hours of it. You don't have to keep any part of yourself awake to make sure the rest holds, the rest is held. It's held from the outside now. You can let go of even that last small guarding, that last thin thread of on-watchness you've kept taut for months without knowing. Let it go slack. Let it drop into the warm with everything else. Nothing will slip. I have it. The night has it. The bed has it. The breath has it. It's all, every part of it, being carried by something steadier than you, so that you finally, entirely, for hours and hours yet to come, can simply be the one who rests. Just the one who rests. That's all you are tonight, not the one who carries. Not the one who holds it together. Not the one who's tired and pushing through it anyway. Only the one who rests, at last, in the deep of a night that has all the time in the world for you going on, and on, softly held, slowly filling, far from any morning, down in the warm where the tired are allowed to simply lie still and be kept. And somewhere in you, under all that being kept, there is a set of muscles that have not rested in a very long time. Not the ones you'd think of. Not the arms, not the back. The quieter ones. The ones that do the holding on. The small, deep braces along the jaw and the throat and the floor of the belly that have been faintly tightened for so long you stopped feeling them as tight. They just became the shape of you, the baseline hum of a body that is always half ready, always a little braced against the next thing on the list, the next need, the next small emergency that is never quite an emergency and never quite lets up either. Those muscles, those particular tired ones, they can come off duty now. You don't have to find them. You don't have to know where they are. That's not your work tonight. Your work tonight is nothing. But as the warm goes on holding you, it moves down into those hidden braced places on its own, the way heat finds the cold corners of a room without being told where they are, without being asked. And one by one, in no order, at no pace you set, they loosen. The jaw a little, the throat a little. The long-held floor of the belly softening downward into the mattress, like something set down that has been carried up a very long stair. Nothing needs them anymore tonight. There is nothing to be ready for. So the readiness itself can be laid down, that low, steady bracing you've worn like a second set of clothes. You can take it off the way you took off the day's clothes and left them on the chair, and let it lie there in the dark with everything else you don't need until morning. And be, for these long hours, a body with nothing to brace against, a body that is allowed to be exactly as unguarded as a body is when it truly sleeps. There's a kind of tiredness that lives lower than sleep usually reaches. You know the one. The tiredness that a single good night never quite touched, that was still there in the morning under the coffee, under the getting up, that you learned to carry the way you'd carry a dull ache you'd stopped mentioning to anyone because what was there to say, it's just how it is now. It's just Tuesday. It's just the week. It's just the year, that tiredness. The old, settled, bone-deep kind that stopped feeling like a state and started feeling like a fact about you. Tonight the hours are long enough to reach it. Not to fix it. Nothing tonight is fixing anything. Just to reach it. Just to get down to where it lives and lie down beside it in the warm and keep it company through the dark, so that for once it isn't being carried on top of everything else, isn't being pushed through, isn't being ignored so the day can get done. It's just being rested. Slowly, patiently, hour after unhurried hour, the way ground that's been walked hard all season finally rests under snow. Not doing anything, not becoming anything. Just lying still under something soft and cold quiet and being left alone long enough to be ground again. You've been that hard-walked ground for a long time. Months, you said. Months of it being normal. And nobody rests ground by asking it to try harder. You rest it by leaving it be, by taking the traffic off it, by letting the long, empty hours pass over it with nothing crossing, nothing pressing, nothing needing a path worn through it tonight. And that's what these hours are. Empty of traffic, yours crossed by nothing, left be. Down the stairs, in the dark, the list is still on the table where you left it. And it's fine there. It hasn't moved. It isn't calling up to you. It doesn't glow in the dark or tap at the ceiling or send anything up the stairwell to find you. It's just paper, or it's just a lit rectangle gone dark now, or it's just the shape of all the undone things holding still in a room you are not in, and it will keep. Paper keeps. Undone things keep. They have kept every night of your life whether you believed they would or not. You have never once, not in all these tired months, actually held the whole list awake through the whole night by force of worry. And the mornings came anyway, and the things got met or didn't, and here you still are. So the part of you that thinks it has to keep vigil over the undone in order for it to survive till morning, that part can be told, gently, that the undone survives fine on its own. It doesn't need watching. It's downstairs, it's in the dark, it's keeping. And you are up here, where it can't reach, off the clock. Genuinely off it, not the fake off where the body lies down but the mind stays clocked in, ticking through tomorrow, the real off, where even the ticking is allowed to slow and thicken and lose its count, where the very idea of tomorrow goes soft at the edges and stops being a thing with a time attached and becomes just a vague, far warmth somewhere past the end of all these hours, too far to prepare for, too far to owe anything to yet. There's so much night left. Feel how much. Not with worry, worry counts the hours to see how few are left. Feel it the other way. Feel how many are still ahead of you, unspent, unclaimed, laid out in the dark like a long table set only for resting, hour after hour after hour, and not one of them wants anything from you. Not one of them has your name on a task. They are just there, waiting to be laid inside of, warm and dim and yours, and you are so near the beginning of them still. You have barely spent any. The whole soft weight of the night is still in front of you to sink through slowly, and there is no reason, none, to hurry down through it toward a morning so far off it hasn't even begun to be real. So sink slower than you think you're allowed to. That's the thing about being always tired, always behind, always running on the last of it. Even rest gets rushed. Even sleep gets treated like one more thing to get done efficiently so you can be ready. But there's nothing efficient here. Nothing to be ready for. You can waste this. You can spend these hours lavishly, extravagantly, do absolutely nothing with them. Let them run through your hands like they cost nothing because tonight they cost nothing. You have more than enough. You are rich in hours tonight. You can lie here and let whole stretches of the dark simply pass unused, unspent on anything, and still have more than you could ever need. And that is not waste tonight. That is the whole point. That is the rest, the being allowed to have far more time than the task requires. Because tonight there is no task, and so there is no measuring. And so the time just is warm and plentiful going on. The heaviness in your legs, let it be all the way heavy. You've spent so long keeping some lightness in them, some readiness to rise, some part held back from fully lying down because a body that fully lies down is a body that has admitted it's done. And you weren't allowed to be done. There was always more. So the legs stayed a little bit ready even in bed, a little bit not yet committed to the resting. Commit them now. Let them be as heavy as they actually, honestly are, which is heavier than you've let yourself feel in months. Let them sink the last small distance into the bed that they've been hovering above out of habit. There's nothing to rise for. Know where the legs need to carry you between now and a morning that isn't coming for a long, long while. So they can stop being legs for carrying and become just warm, heavy weight, sinking, done, held by the mattress the way a stone is held by the bottom of a still pond, not going anywhere, not trying, just resting at the lowest place there is with the whole quiet water above it. And the hands. Your hands have done so much. Even now they might be holding some small tension, some faint curl, some readiness to grip the next thing, let them fall open. Palms softening, fingers uncurling by the smallest degrees in their own time, letting go of a day's worth of holding, a week's. All those months of things gripped and carried and not put down, the hands can be empty now. Fully empty, nothing in them, nothing waiting to be picked up before dawn. Just open and warm and resting wherever they've come to rest, as empty and unbusy as hands ever get, finally off, finally not needed, finally allowed to be just still warm weight at the ends of your arms and nothing more. This is what off the clock feels like, all the way down. Not a break in the work, a night with no work in it at all. A whole long stretch of dark where the machine that is always running quietly in the background of you, the one that's been running for months that you stopped hearing because it never stopped, is finally actually powered down. Not idling, not standby, down, dark, cooling. The way a workshop is at 3 in the morning when everyone has gone home and the last warmth is going slowly out of the tools and nothing is being made and nothing needs to be and the whole room just sits in the dark being a room and not a place where things get done. You are that room tonight, dark and quiet and off, nothing being made in you, Nothing being figured out or worked through or prepared. Just the slow cooling down of a thing that has run too long, sitting in its own warm dark, unhurried, unneeded, wonderfully, completely idle. And the guilt, if it comes, because it might come, even here, even this deep. That old reflex that says resting this much must be wrong, must be lazy, must be something you'll pay for. If it drifts up through the warm to find you, you don't have to fight it. You don't have to argue with it or send it away. You can just let it be met the way everything is being met tonight, gently, and without alarm, and set aside. Lay it on the chair with the clothes and the readiness. It can rest there too. Even the guilt is tired. Even the part of you that polices your rest has been on duty for months without a break, and it can come off duty now as well, and lie down, and be quiet, because there is nothing here for it to guard against. Resting isn't the danger it keeps bracing for. Tonight the resting is the whole and only right thing, and even the guard can put down its watch and rest inside the thing it was guarding against, and find it warm. There is nothing to pay back for these hours. That's a debt the tired mind invents. You will not owe the morning for having slept. Sleep isn't borrowed. It isn't taken from tomorrow. It's given to you freely by the plain fact of a body in a bed in the dark, and you can receive it without any ledger, without any sense that this ease will be charged to your account later. It won't. It's yours. It was always yours. It's only that you'd gone so long without claiming it that it started to feel like something you'd have to earn or steal. When all along it was just sitting here, waiting, free, the oldest and gentlest thing there is, asking nothing of you but that you lie down and let it come. And it's coming. It's been coming for hours. It'll keep coming for hours more. Let it come the slow way, not the crash, not the falling off a cliff of the truly depleted. You've done that too many nights, gone down hard because it was the only way the body could finally make you stop. Tonight you don't have to be forced down. Tonight you get to go down soft and slow, and by choice, sinking through layer after layer of warm the way something heavy sinks through deep still water, unhurried, turning gently as it goes, passing down through the dim into the dimmer into the dark where the light doesn't reach and doesn't need to, where there's only the warm pressure of the deep all around you holding you evenly on every side, and down, and further down, with no bottom you have to reach and no hurry to reach it. Only the long, slow sinking that is its own kind of rest, going on and on into the warm dark, being taken down gently by something that has all night to take you. So far still to go, so much dark still ahead, and the voice staying through all of it the way it stayed, the way it'll keep staying, a low, steady warmth at the edge of the dark, not asking anything, not waking anything, just there, so that however deep you go there's no point at which you're going alone, no place in the long night where the keeping stops. It doesn't stop. It goes as deep as you go. It's there in the shallows where you first slipped under, and it's there in the deep places you're drifting toward now, and it'll be there in the deepest hours yet to come. The long, nameless middle where nothing stirs, keeping the watch, holding the stop, being the steady thing so that you don't have to be, so that not one thread of you has to stay up to mind the rest. Down you go, softly, nothing to reach for, nothing to hold. The night wide open all around you and hours upon hours of it still unspent, still ahead, still yours, and you so far now from anything that could ask you to rise, so warmly, heavily, completely kept, that even the sinking begins to slow and soften and lose its edges until it isn't sinking anymore, isn't motion at all, just stillness, just the deep, warm stillness of a thing come fully to rest and staying there, held, quiet, done, let be, let be. Far down in the warm of a long night that is nowhere near its end, being kept, going on still. Still, and somewhere in you, in a place words don't quite reach anymore, something that has been braced for a very long time is beginning to unbrace. Not all at once. Nothing tonight happens all at once, but a little. A small give, the way a hand that's been closed for hours opens by degrees when it finally remembers it doesn't have to hold anything, the fingers loosening one at a time, so slowly you'd hardly call it moving. just the long, quiet opening of a thing that has been clenched so long it forgot it was clenching. That's you. That's what's happening in you now, far down, without your having to do it. You couldn't have done it on purpose anyway. That was always part of the tiredness, that the harder you tried to relax, the more it became one more task on the list, one more thing to get right, and the getting right kept you tight. But this isn't that. This is the loosening that comes when the trying is gone, when there's no one left awake in you to try. The trying has gone to sleep. It went asleep hours ago. And in its absence, the body is doing quietly, on its own, the thing it could never do while it was being watched. Let it, you don't have to know how. There's a warmth moving through you now that has nowhere it needs to get to. It isn't going anywhere. It's just spreading. The slow way warmth spreads through a room when the cold has finally been shut out, no rush to it, no direction, only the even filling of a space that was chilled and is now, degree by unhurried degree, becoming warm all the way through. Into the places that stayed cold longest. Into the corners the warmth takes the most hours to reach. It has the hours. It's in no hurry. It will reach them all before the night is through. And there's nothing you need do but lie here in the middle of it being reached. You spent so long cold in a way that had nothing to do with the temperature of any room. Cold in the way a person goes cold who has been running the engine past empty for months and has no heat left over to spare for themselves. All of it spent outward, on the getting through, on the showing up, on the keeping the face right, until there was none banked for the quiet inward warming a body needs just to feel like a place worth living in. You gave it all away, not foolishly. You gave it because giving it was how you got through the days, and the days had to be gotten through. But you went cold at the center doing it, and you called that normal too. You'd have said, if anyone asked, that you were fine, only tired, only a little rundown, and you'd have believed it, because the cold had been there so long it had stopped registering as cold and started registering as just the way things were. It isn't the way things are. It's only the way things got. And tonight, with nothing being spent, with nothing going out, the warmth stays. For once, all of it stays. It pools where it's made instead of draining away the moment it forms, and it rises slowly, filling you from somewhere low and central outward and up, and there is no leak in you tonight through which it can escape. Every door you used to keep open for the giving is shut and warm against the night. Nothing's getting out. Nothing's getting asked. The warmth just gathers and deepens and stays. And you rest in the middle of it like a stone resting in the sun after a long gray season, not doing the warming, just receiving it, letting it soak in past the surface into the cold core, so slowly that the stone itself couldn't tell you the moment it stopped being cold, only that at some point in the long, still afternoon it was warm all the way through, and had forgotten it was ever otherwise. You'll forget too. Not tonight. Tonight the memory of the tiredness is still close, but the warmth is patient. It is all night, and it works the slow way, the way the sun works on the stone, asking nothing, only staying, only soaking in. So let it soak. There's nowhere it has to hurry to. There's nowhere you have to hurry to. The whole enormous night lies open and unspent around you, and the warmth has hours upon hours to do its slow, patient gathering, and you have hours upon hours to lie here and be gathered into. Down here where you are now, the list can't reach. You know the list. It's followed you for months, into every room, into every meal, into the shower, into the few minutes before sleep when you'd hoped for quiet and got instead the low, tallying voice going through the undone, the next thing, the thing you meant to do 3 weeks ago and still haven't. It rode you all day, and it lay down with you at night, and it was there in the dark waiting when you woke at 3, ready to start again. It never let you all the way stop. Even in your rest, there was a part kept back, kept running, kept minding the list, so that you never once got the whole of yourself into the resting. But the list lives up in the shallows. It needs you near the surface to work, needs you close enough to the day to still feel the pull of it. And you're not near the surface anymore. You went down. Hours ago you went down, past the reach of it, into the deep, still places where the list has no purchase, where it can call and its calling doesn't carry, doesn't come down this far, thins to nothing somewhere far above you and is gone. Down here there is no list. There is no next thing. There is no undone. There is only the warm and the dark and the slow even keeping, and you laid all the way down at last with no part held back, no watcher left at the surface, all of you finally in the one place at the one time, resting. The whole of you resting. Do you feel how rare that is, that there's no piece of you standing guard tonight, no fragment kept awake up top to mind the store? For months there was always a sentry. Always some part that couldn't stand down, that stayed lit and watching while the rest of you tried to sleep. Because the running on empty had taught you that if you fully stopped, everything would fall. And so a part of you never fully stopped, held the line, kept the vigil, and paid for it with a tiredness that sleep couldn't touch because sleep never got all of you. The sentry's off duty tonight. You can't see it from where you are, but I can tell you it is. It came down off the wall hours ago, laid its watch aside, and went to sleep with the rest of you, because down here it finally understood what it couldn't understand up in the daylight. That nothing falls when you stop. That the falling it feared was never real. That the world it was straining to hold up was never actually resting on those thin, tired shoulders. And it can let go, and has let go. And everything it was holding is still exactly where it was, held now by the night, by the hour, by the plain fact that some things keep themselves and never needed you for it at all. So there's no one on the wall, and nothing has fallen. And you are, for this one long night, entirely and completely off. Every part, every corner, every last held back thread of you finally down in the dark together, resting as one thing, resting whole. Rest whole then. There's no watch to keep. I have the watch. I've had it for hours and I'll have it for hours more, and the having of it asks nothing of you. You don't have to check that I'm holding it, don't have to keep one ear open to be sure. You can trust it the way you trust the floor beneath the bed, without thinking, without looking. A thing simply there and holding and requiring none of your attention to go on holding. Let your attention go then. It's been on duty so long. Let it slip its post and follow the rest of you down. Somewhere far above, the night is passing. The hours are turning over one into the next without any help from you, the way they always have, the way they will long after. You don't have to move them along. That was another thing the tiredness had you believing, that the nights, like the days, were something to get through, something you had to work at, a distance to be covered by effort. But the night isn't covered by effort. The night just passes. It passes over the sleeping and the waking alike, over the ones who fought it and the ones who let it, and it asks nothing of any of them. And it will carry you through to morning whether you strain at it or lie perfectly still. So you may as well lie still. You may as well let the night do the carrying it was always going to do, and spend none of yourself on it, and arrive at the far edge of it not from having crossed it, but from having been carried across, gently, in your sleep, having spent the whole passage at rest. That's what's happening. You're being carried, not going, being carried. There's a difference, and your body knows it even if the tired mind never quite believed it. Going costs you. Being carried costs you nothing. And tonight, for once, the whole long, dark distance to morning is being covered on your behalf, by the turning of the hours, by the steady keeping of the voice, by the warm that gathers and holds. And your only part in it, your only task in all these hours, is to be carried, which is no task at all, which is the absence of task, which is the thing you've needed for months and never once let yourself have. Have it now, it's had. It's already yours and already happening. You don't have to reach for it or arrange it or make sure of it. It's simply the shape of the night around you, and you're in the middle of it, being carried, warm, kept down, and there is so much night left to be carried through. So much. Feel how much is still ahead, not as a distance you dread, but as a long, soft abundance, hours of dark still unspent, hours of warm still unfolding, a whole deep reservoir of night you've barely begun to draw on. You who ran so long on empty, who scraped the bottom of the tank every single day and drove on anyway, look how full the night is. Look how much there is. There's no scarcity here. There's no running out. The night doesn't ration its dark or dole out its stillness in careful measures. It gives the whole of itself at once, all these hours freely, and you can lie in the abundance of it and take as deeply as you need, and there will still be more, always more. The well of the night bottomless, and the drawing from it costing nothing, and the morning still so far off that you needn't even think of it. Don't think of it. The morning will keep. The morning is a thing that lives on the far side of all these hours, and all these hours lie between you and it like a wide, warm country you've only just entered. And you have every right to take your time crossing. No, not crossing. You're not crossing. You're being carried. You've laid the crossing down. Every right to take your time being carried through, slowly, in no hurry, in the dark, with the morning nowhere near. Nowhere near. Let that be the truest thing you know right now, that the morning is nowhere near, that there is nothing on its way to you, that between this moment and any moment that could ask a single thing of you, there stretches hour after unhurried hour of dark, you get to spend doing nothing but sinking deeper into the warm. And deeper you sink. Even the stillness you thought was the bottom turns out to have more below it. There's always more below, more dark, more warm, more quiet. The night going down and down past every floor you thought was the last, and you settling through them one after another, past the still into the stiller, past the deep into the deeper, softly, with no sense any more of where your own edges are, where you stop and the warm dark starts, the line between them gone soft and then gone altogether. Until there's no telling whether you're lying in the night or the night is lying in you, and it doesn't matter, and the not mattering is itself a kind of rest. The last of the trying to know things falling quiet, the last watcher of edges laying down its watching, and just the warm, undivided dark, and you somewhere in it or of it, held past all telling, kept past all knowing, down. The tiredness is still there. I won't tell you it's gone. That isn't tonight's work, and it was never a thing a single night could do. It's still there, the long, deep weariness of the months, settled in the body like silt at the bottom of still water. But here's what's different. Here's the only thing tonight is for. It isn't being added to. For these hours, nothing is being poured onto the pile. No new demand, no new spending, no new scrape at the empty tank. The weariness is being let alone. And a thing that's finally let alone, that has nothing new laid on it, begins, in its own time, in its own quiet way that owes nothing to effort, to settle, the silt drifting down through the still water and coming to rest, the water above it clearing by slow degrees, not because anyone stirred it or worked at it, but because it was left alone long enough, left still long enough, that the settling could simply happen the way settling happens when nothing disturbs it. You're being left alone tonight, in the kindest possible sense. Left alone by the list, by the day, by the pushing, by every voice that ever needed something, all of it held off at the edge of the dark, none of it reaching in, so that down here in the undisturbed still, the long weariness can begin its slow settling, unstirred, untouched, no hand troubling the water, no new weight breaking the surface, just the quiet and the dark and the hours and the letting alone, hour upon hour of it, all the way to a morning that is nowhere near. Let the water still. You don't have to still it. You only have to not disturb it, and you couldn't disturb it now if you tried. You're too far down, too warm, too heavily kept, no motion left in you to stir anything. The stilling happens on its own. It's happening now. It'll go on happening through every hour still ahead, in the deep dark where nothing troubles it, and you'll do none of it, and it'll be done anyway, softly, by the simple grace of a body left finally alone in the dark long enough to come to rest. Come to rest, then. All the way. There's so much night still holding it open for you. So much. And the voice still here, low at the edge of the warm, keeping the watch it hasn't set down and won't. Still here, going nowhere. Just staying, the way the dark stays, the way the warmth stays, the way the held thing stays held, no effort in the staying, nothing you have to do to keep it. A thing simply present and simply lasting, all through the long middle of the night and out the far side of it, so that however far down you've gone, however far down you go still, there is this. You are not doing the night alone, and you never were, and you won't be, not through any hour of it, not through the deepest and stillest hours yet to come. Down you stay, warm you stay, kept you stay. And the night goes on, wide and dark and nowhere near its end, holding you the way it's held you, asking nothing, taking you deeper by the hour into the warm, still dark where the tired thing is finally, quietly, without a single effort of your own, coming to rest, and staying at rest, and being let all night long to stay. Nothing to reach, nothing to hold, nothing to keep. Only the warm and the dark and the long, slow hours and the voice that stays. Rest, still so much of the night ahead. Rest. And somewhere in the dark, without your noticing the moment it happened, the weight of your own arms stopped being something you were aware of. There was a time earlier in the evening when you could still feel the particular heaviness of a hand, the specific place where a shoulder met the bed. That fine-grained sense has gone soft now, blurred at its edges, the way a shoreline blurs when the tide comes up over it in the dark, and you can no longer say exactly where the land ends and the water begins. You've crossed over that line. The pushing through lived in that sharpness, in the constant low awareness of the body as a thing to be managed and moved and made to keep going, and that awareness has loosened its hold. Let go the way a hand lets go of something it has held so long it forgot it was holding it at all. There's nothing to manage now, nothing to move. The body is doing the only thing left to it, which is to be heavy and warm and kept and asked for nothing. For months the tank ran empty and you drove on it anyway. You know the feeling, the light on the dash you learned to stop seeing, the certainty that you'd fill it soon tomorrow, once this one thing was done, once the week eased, once you got through. And the tomorrow kept not coming, and the light kept burning, and you kept driving, because that's what was asked and that's what you knew how to do. But you're not driving now. The engine's off. The long road you'd have sworn you had to keep on is out there somewhere in the dark, and it doesn't need you tonight. It will be exactly where you left it, and no farther and no nearer, and it can wait. The way roads wait, patiently, indifferently, without keeping any count of how long you rest before you come back to them. You've stopped in a good place. Nobody's going to knock on the window. The empty tank can stay empty a while longer and it costs nothing. Because you've gone nowhere you need fuel to reach, you've gone down. And down needs no fuel at all, only the letting, only the weight, only the willingness to not get up. And you're not getting up. Feel how completely you're not getting up, not for anything. Whatever small errand your mind still floats up out of habit, the thing you meant to do, the message you didn't answer, the small, undone task that used to be able to lift you back to your feet, feel how it arrives now with no power to move you. It floats up, and it drifts, and it finds nothing in you to grab hold of, no ledge of worry to catch on, and it sinks back down and is gone, dissolved into the same warm dark that's dissolving everything tonight. The undone things are staying undone. That's allowed. That's the whole shape of this night, the list still not finished and you done anyway, off the clock anyway, resting anyway, the two facts sitting side by side in the dark without any war between them. You used to think you couldn't rest until it was all done, but it's never all done. It was never going to be all done. And so if you waited for that, you'd wait forever, and you've waited long enough, months long enough, and tonight the waiting is simply set down, and you rest inside the unfinished the way you were always allowed to, the way tired things have always been allowed to, before anyone taught you otherwise. There's a warmth gathering now in the places that used to brace. You may feel it, or you may already be too far under to feel anything so particular, and either is right. But it's there, a loosening in the jaw, which has held so much, a softening behind the eyes, which have watched the light on the dash for so long, an easing across the back, along the shoulders, down through the long muscles that learned to be ready, that learned to lean into whatever came next, that spent months in a low forward lean toward the next thing and the next. That lean is gone out of you now. You've come to vertical rest, or rather to horizontal rest, to the flat and grateful horizontal, the body laid down at last along the ground of the bed with nothing pulling it forward, nothing tipping it toward a next thing, no next thing anywhere in the whole dark reach of the night. The warmth is filling in where the readiness used to be. Where you braced, now there's only warm. Where you leaned, now there's only weight. Where you pushed, now there's only the deep, soft give of a body that has finally, fully, been allowed to stop. Let it fill. You don't pour it. It fills on its own, the way warmth finds its way into a room once the door to the cold is finally shut, spreading slow and even into every corner, under every edge, into the small, far places that stayed cold longest. There are places in you that stayed cold longest, the tight spots that never quite let go even on the good days, the held corners that kept a little of the brace in reserve, just in case, always just in case. The warmth is reaching those now, in its own slow time, no hurry in it, all night to do it in. It doesn't force the cold corners open. It just stays near them, patient, present, warm, until they ease of their own accord. The way anything eases when it finally trusts that nothing more is coming, that the door really is shut, that the cold really has been left outside for the whole long night. And the guilt, that old companion, the one that used to sit up with you and tell you resting was the same as failing, feel how it's not sitting up tonight. You set it on the chair a while back, with the day's clothes, in the folds of everything you took off and won't need until morning, and it stayed there. It didn't follow you down. It's just a shape in the dark of the room now, over on the chair, dim and quiet and no longer speaking, and you're all the way over here in the warm, too far for its voice to reach even if it wanted to raise it. It doesn't want to. Even the guilt is tired. Even the part of you that kept the count, that tallied what you owed and what you'd failed to give, even that part has laid its ledger down and gone quiet because it too has been running empty for months, and it too is allowed tonight to stop. Let it rest on the chair. Let it stop keeping the count. There's no ledger open tonight. Nothing's being tallied. Nothing's being owed. The one who rested and the one who owed are both, tonight, just a warm, heavy body in the dark being let. The house has gone quiet around you in that particular way houses go quiet deep in the night, when even the small sounds have settled, the clicks of things cooling, the hum of the ones that hum, all of it dropped down into a hush so complete it becomes its own soft presence, a quiet you could almost rest a hand on. You're inside that quiet now, folded into it, and it asks nothing of you either. It's not a waiting quiet, not the held breath quiet of a house that wants something from you in the morning. It's just the plain, deep quiet of the hours nobody uses, the hours that belong to no task and no list and no one who needs you, the great unclaimed middle of the night that's yours only in the sense that no one else is using it either, the hours that ask to be slept through, that were made to be slept through, that have been slept through by every tired thing since the first tired thing lay down in the first dark, and let the night take its turn at carrying what the day couldn't finish carrying. That's what the night is for. It takes its turn. All the long day you carried, and carried past the point where the tank showed empty, carried on fumes and stubbornness, and the flat refusal to be the one who stopped. And now the night takes its turn, and it's stronger than the day, and it doesn't tire, and it can hold what you held without any strain at all. Because holding is simply what the night does, hour after hour, for anyone worn down enough to finally hand it over. You've handed it over. The whole weight of the long tiredness has passed from you into the dark, and the dark holds it easily, holds it the way still water holds a stone dropped into it, closing over it without effort, letting it settle to the bottom and stay, keeping it there without keeping any watch, because the dark doesn't need to watch what it holds. It simply holds it, and goes on holding all night, asking nothing back. So there's nothing for you to hold now, both hands empty, both arms heavy and empty and warm. Whatever you carried in from the day has been taken, quietly, without your having to do the handing. It just went, slipped out of your keeping the way things slip away when you stop gripping them, and you stopped gripping a long while ago now, hours ago, back when the sharpness first went soft. It's all been set down, not by you exactly. It set itself down, the way a load sets itself down when the one carrying it finally sits, finally lies flat, finally goes still enough that there's no one left standing up to keep holding it. You lay down and the load slid off. That simple. That done. And it won't climb back on in the night because there's no one up to lift it, and it can't lift itself, and so it stays where it fell, out there at the edge of the warm, waiting for a morning it's in no hurry to reach, and neither are you. Nowhere to be. Feel that one all the way down. Nowhere in the whole night that you're supposed to be, but exactly, precisely here, which is the one place that requires nothing of you to reach because you're already in it, already arrived, already down. No journey left in this night. No distance to cover. You've been someone who was always on the way to the next place, always partway to the thing after this. And there's no next place tonight. No thing after this, only here. Only the warm dark and the flat rest and the long unhurried hours laid out ahead like a road you don't have to walk. A road you get to simply lie beside while it goes on without asking you to follow. Let it go on without you. Let the hours pass while you stay exactly still. They don't need your company to pass. They'll go by soft and dark, and one after another whether you mark them or not. And you won't mark them. You're far past the marking of hours, down where 1 hour and the next are the same warm nothing, and there's no clock in you counting the difference. The counting is what wore the tank down. Some of it, the endless quiet arithmetic of a tired mind, the how much left and the how much more and the will I make it, run and rerun all day under everything else. Feel that arithmetic gone quiet now. No sum left to work. Nothing left to divide up or ration out or make last. You don't have to make anything last tonight. There's more night than you could ever use, more dark than you could ever spend, more hours than the tiredness could fill even if it tried. And it isn't trying, it's just resting, spread out easy across all that abundance of dark, taking up as much of it as it likes because there's no shortage here, nothing to conserve, no bottom to the night that you have to be careful of. Spend it freely. Sink as deep as you like. There's more where that came from. There's always been more. You just couldn't see it from up in the day, from behind the wheel, from inside the driving. Down here you can feel it. The sheer plenty of the dark, hours and hours of it stacked up soft and warm and entirely yours to rest through. None of it needing to be earned, none of it running out. And the tiredness itself, that old deep tiredness you'd carried so long you'd stopped calling it tiredness and started calling it normal, started calling it just how you are. Just how things are, feel how it's allowed tonight to be exactly the size it really is. You spent months making it small, making it manageable, making it something you could work around and push through and not let show. Tucking it under the everyday so no one would see it, and so you wouldn't have to feel the whole weight of it. But it's dark now, and there's no one to see and no everyday to tuck it under, and so it can be its true size at last, as big and as heavy and as old as it actually is, and there's room for it. That's the mercy of the night, that it's big enough to let the tiredness be its full true size and still have dark to spare. You don't have to make it small anymore. Let it be as vast as it is. Let it stretch out to its real length in the dark. There's room. There's so much room. The night is bigger than the tiredness, always was, and it can hold the whole of it, the full unshrunken weight of every worn-down month, and still close soft and warm over the top of it with room to spare. Let it be big, then. Let it be as tired as it truly is. You don't have to be brave about it in the dark. You don't have to be fine. Nobody's asking you to be fine tonight, not the list, not the day, not the guilt on the chair, not the voice here at the edge of the warm, none of it asking you to be anything other than exactly as done as you are. Done. All the way done for tonight. And the being done met with nothing but warmth, nothing but the wide, soft holding of the dark, nothing but hour after hour of permission to have stopped. This is what stopping feels like when it's finally allowed to hold. Not a stolen minute snatched back before the next demand. Not a rest you have to defend or explain or make up for later. A real stop, an off-the-clock stop. A stop with the whole night built around it to keep it from being interrupted. A stop that's going to last all the way to a morning too far off to think about, and doesn't need thinking about, and won't be thought about, down here where thinking has gone soft and warm and mostly stopped too. Even the thoughts are lying down now. You may notice, if you notice anything at all, how they've slowed, how the quick, bright thoughts of the evening have gone long and slow and dim, how they drift more than they dart, how they trail off before they finish and nobody minds, least of all you. Let them trail off. You don't have to complete a single one. A thought can begin in the warm dark and simply not arrive anywhere, and that's fine. That's how thoughts go down here, half-formed and drifting and harmless, more like the movement of water than the working of a mind. And they're carrying you nowhere you don't want to go, just around and down, in slow, warm loops that spiral gently toward the deep, still place at the center of the night where even the drifting finally rests. And the voice stays through all of it, low and near and unhurried, keeping its place at the edge of the warm dark the way a lamp left burning in another room keeps its small, faithful light through the whole long night, not for you to look at, just for the knowing it's there. You don't have to listen to it. You don't have to follow the words. They're not going anywhere you have to keep up with. Let them wash by, half-heard, the way you'd half hear rain against the glass from deep under the blankets, a sound that means only that you're inside and warm and it's out there and can't reach you. That's all the voice means now. Only that you're held. Only that the stop is being kept. Only that someone stayed so you didn't have to keep the night alone, and is staying still, and will go on staying, through this hour and the next and the ones past that, all the dark, unhurried hours between here and a morning that can take its time. That's in no rush. That will come when it comes, and not one moment before you're ready, and maybe not even then, because there's no clock down here that ready answers to. So rest, deeper than the last rest and deeper than that. There's no floor to this you can reach tonight. Every time you think you've come to the bottom of the tiredness, there's more soft dark beneath it, more room to sink, more warm to be held in, and you can keep sinking as slow and as long as you like, all night, with the voice staying and the dark holding and the tank allowed to sit empty and the list allowed to sit unfinished, and the guilt asleep on the chair, and the body as heavy as it honestly is, and nothing at all, asked of you between now and a morning that's still hours and hours and hours away. Down you go. Warm you stay, kept and held and let alone to rest all the long night through. Nothing to reach, nothing to finish. Only the warm and the dark and the staying voice and the great unhurried plenty of the hours still ahead. Rest. There's so much night left. Rest. And here is something you don't have to do anything with. Only let it be true in the background of the warm dark, the way a fact you've stopped needing to check stays quietly true whether you look at it or not. The tank, the empty one, the one you've been running past the bottom of for so many months you forgot a tank could be anything but empty. It isn't filling tonight, and it doesn't have to. That's not the work of this hour. Nothing is being topped up while you sleep, nothing measured, nothing counted back towards some line you're supposed to reach by morning. It's much simpler than filling. It's only that the engine is off, that's all. The engine that's been turning over since before you can properly remember, the one that starts itself in the dark before you're even awake and idles all day whether there's anything to burn or not. That engine is off now, gone quiet, cooling in the still, and a thing that's off doesn't spend. It doesn't matter tonight how little is in the tank. An engine that isn't running needs nothing at all, so let it be as empty as it is. Let it sit there empty and cooling and off, and let that be not a problem to be solved but the very shape of the rest, because the rest was never about how much was left in you. It was only ever about being allowed to stop drawing on it, and you're allowed. You're stopped. The needle can rest against the pin on the empty side, and nobody's watching the needle now. Not even you. Especially not you, and it can stay there all night long without a single thing being asked of the little that's left. You've been so gentle with everyone but this. Have you noticed that, somewhere far back behind the sleep, how much softness you've had, all these tired months for every other tired thing, the patience you find for the slow one ahead of you, The kindness you keep for the one who snapped because they too were running empty, the way you'll always make room for someone else to be worn out and human and done for the day. All of that you have. It's real, and it's a good thing in you, and it's not going anywhere. Only somehow it never turned around. Somehow the one person it never quite reached was the one holding it out. And tonight, without you having to do anything, without you having to decide to be different or better or kinder to yourself, because deciding is work and there's no more work tonight, it's simply turning around on its own, the way water finds level when you stop holding the tilt. The same softness, coming home. Settling over the one who's been carrying it out to everyone else, warm and unearned and asking nothing, the way you'd lay a blanket over someone who fell asleep still sitting up. That someone is you. You fell asleep sitting up, in a manner of speaking, months ago and stayed upright out of habit, and now something's laying the blanket over you at last, and you can lie down inside it. You can finally be the tired one who gets tucked in. You don't have to be the one still standing. Down here, nothing has an edge anymore. Have you felt that? How the hard lines of things have gone soft in the dark, the way stones go smooth and rounded under years of quiet water, so that nothing you brush against can catch you or cut you or ask to be handled carefully. The corners of the day are worn down now. The sharp thing someone said, the sharp thing you almost said back, the sharp little worry with the barb on it that snagged you every time you passed it in the evening. Down here, they've all gone round and dull and heavy, sunk to the bottom of the still water where they can roll against each other without a sound, and none of them can reach you. You don't have to keep your hands away from anything tonight. There's nothing left to be careful of. The whole floor of the dark is smooth. You could put your hand anywhere and touch only warmth. So put your hand down, in the way that isn't really a hand, and rest it flat against the smooth, warm floor of the night, and feel how it holds still under you, how it doesn't tilt, how it isn't going anywhere, how it will be exactly this steady in an hour and in 3 hours and in the gray hours near the far end that you won't even be awake to notice. Steady all the way through, smooth all the way down. The guilt is still asleep. I know you set it on the chair a while back with the clothes, with the day's shed weight, and I want you to know it hasn't stirred. It's not going to sit up in the dark and clear its throat and remind you of the list. It doesn't do that here. It only did that in the daylight, and there's so much dark yet before any daylight that the guilt has given up its watch and gone slack and heavy in the chair the way you've gone slack and heavy in the bed. Look how tired it was too, all along. That's the thing you couldn't see when it had you by the sleeve every evening, that the guilt was just as worn out as you were, running just as empty, keeping just as impossible a vigil, and the moment you let it sit down, it dropped like a stone. It didn't want to keep chasing you any more than you wanted to be chased. It's resting now. Let it rest. You two can call a truce for one whole night, the tired one in the bed and the tired one in the chair, both of you off the clock at last, both of you allowed to be done, and neither of you has to say a word to the other or settle anything or agree on when the chasing starts again. It doesn't start tonight. That's the whole of the treaty. Not tonight. Sleep on it. Let it sleep on it too. And the list you didn't finish, the list that isn't finished, the list that will not be finished by the time the light comes and is not going to be finished by anything you do while you sleep. The list is doing something tonight it has never once done in the daylight. It's waiting, just waiting. Not growing, not glowing, not tapping its foot at the edge of the bed. In the dark, a list is only ink. Only marks that mean nothing until a waking mind picks them up and agrees to be pulled by them. And your mind has set the list down and won't be picking anything up for hours. So the marks just lie there being marks, patient as furniture, indifferent as the wall. Everything on it will still be there in the morning. That used to frighten you, that it would all still be there. Tonight, let it comfort you instead, from the other side of the same fact. Nothing on that list is going to vanish for want of your worry, which means your worry was never what was holding any of it in place, which means you can lay the worry down entirely and lose exactly nothing. The list keeps itself. It doesn't need you to guard it through the dark. It'll be right where you left it, no smaller and no larger, and none of that is your work between now and then. Your only work tonight is the deep, slow work of the sleeping, which is no work at all, which is the opposite of work, which is the thing work has been keeping you from all these months and is finally not allowed to reach. Feel how far down the bed still holds you. Every time the sinking pauses, and it does pause, it comes to little landings, little shelves in the dark where you rest a while before the next slow settling. Every time it pauses, the bed is still there beneath you, taking the whole weight, giving none of it back. You'll never find the place where it stops holding. There isn't one. You could pour twice this tiredness into it and it would take that too. That's what it's for. That's the one job the bed has ever had, and it's very good at it, and it does it without being asked, and without keeping score, and without ever, once, in all the nights of your life, deciding you were too heavy to hold. The bed has never sent you back up. Not once. However worn out you came to it, it took you as you were and held you exactly there, and it's doing that now, and it'll be doing it at the bottom of the night when the tiredness has finally found the last of its landings, and it'll still be doing it as the dark begins, very slowly, very far off, to thin. But that's hours away. That's a rumor from another country. That has nothing to do with the deep warm now, so let it stay hours away and sink instead. There's a landing just below where you are. Let yourself down onto it, rest there. Then, when you're ready, and only then the next. Somewhere the pushing through is still switched off. That effortful thing, that lean, that permanent forward angle you've held your whole self at for so long you stopped feeling it as an effort and started feeling it as just the shape of you, the shape of a person walking into a wind that never drops. You're not leaning anymore. Notice, in the far soft way you notice anything now, that you've come upright and then passed upright, that you've tipped all the way back into the holding of the bed, that the wind you were walking into has simply stopped, gone still, laid itself down flat across the whole dark world, so there's nothing to lean against and nothing to push through and nowhere the forward angle has to point. You can stand straight down here. You can lie flat. You can be a thing at rest instead of a thing in motion, and the strange lightness of that, the almost weightlessness of not leaning after months and months of the lean. Let it move through you slowly, from the crown of your head down through the loosened jaw, down the softened shoulders that don't have to hold their brace, down and down through the long, heavy quiet of you to the feet that don't have to take the next step. Because there is no next step. Because you've arrived at the only place that ever asked nothing of you. And it's here. And it's now. And it's dark and it's warm. And you're already all the way inside it. There's a kind of quiet that only comes this many hours in. You know the busy quiet of a room with the lights off, but the mind still going. That's not this. And you know the thin quiet of the very late hour when you used to lie awake counting the tiredness like coins that wouldn't add up. That's not this either. This is the deep quiet, the settled quiet, the quiet that comes only after the body has been let all the way down and believed at last that it's allowed to stay down. It's a quiet with weight to it. A full quiet. The quiet of a house where everyone is finally asleep and the walls themselves seem to breathe slower, where even the small ticking sounds have stilled, where the dark is not empty but full of rest, full of held things resting, full of the particular peace of nothing being required of anyone until the light. You're inside a quiet like that now. You are one of the sleeping things the house holds. And the house is holding, and the dark is holding, and the voice is holding its low place at the edge of it all, and none of it needs a single thing from you but to go on being held. Let even the listening go now. You don't need to keep any part of yourself awake to catch these words. They'll go on whether you catch them or not, the way the warmth in a room goes on whether you think about it or not, the way the ground goes on holding a sleeping house whether the house knows it or not. There's nothing in the words you have to keep. Nothing to remember in the morning. Nothing to carry back up. They're not for keeping. They're only for now. Only for the dark. Only for the small, faithful task of staying beside you so the quiet has a texture and the stopping has a keeper and you never, through the whole long middle of the night, have to be the one minding the stillness. I'll mind it. Let me mind it. That's what the staying is. You let go of everything you were holding hours ago now, and I've had it since, and I'll go on having it, and there is nothing you set down tonight that you have to reach back for in the dark to check on. It's all kept. It's all fine. It's all waiting, patient as the list, harmless as the ink, quiet as the guilt asleep in the chair. Nothing you released has gone anywhere, and nothing is coming to wake you to hand any of it back. How heavy you've become. Not the bad heaviness, not the dragging heaviness you carried up the stairs at the end of the day for so long that heaviness became a thing you were rather than a thing you felt. The other one. The good weight. The weight of a body that has finally been permitted to weigh what it weighs, that has stopped holding any part of itself up, that has surrendered every last small muscle that was still, out of old habit, keeping something braced. You're finding those, one by one in the slow dark, a muscle in the brow that had been faintly holding and now isn't, a place along the jaw, the small of the back, the hands opening the rest of the way. Each one, as it lets go, adds its little measure to the heaviness, and the heaviness presses you deeper into the holding, and the deeper you go, the more of them let go, so that the sinking and the softening feed each other in a slow, warm circle that has only one direction, which is down, and only one destination, which is deeper, and all the night to get therein. There is no hurry in any of it. There is no hurry anywhere tonight. Hurry was a daylight thing, and the daylight is so far off, so many dark hours off, that it isn't even a color at the edge of anything yet. It's just a thing that will happen later, much later, to someone who's had a whole long night of rest first. And that someone is you, but not yet, not for hours, not for a good long while of warm and dark and staying that stretches out ahead of you now like a wide, still field with no far edge you have to reach. So there's nothing left to say that needs saying, and I'll go on saying it anyway, softly, the way you'd hum near a sleeping child, not for the tune, but for the nearness, only that you're allowed. Still allowed. Allowed the way you were allowed an hour ago and will be allowed an hour from now. The permission not running out, not something you're using up, not a thing you'll have to earn again in the morning. Just allowed. To be done. To be empty. To be heavy. To be off, engine cool and still, tank low and unwatched, list unfinished and patient, guilt asleep, body let all the way down into the holding of the bed. Allowed to have stopped and to stay stopped and to sink and to be kept all the long, warm dark of the hours between here and a morning in no hurry to arrive. There's so much night left still. More than you'd think. More than enough. Whole slow hours of it, folded soft ahead of you, each one holding nothing but more of this. Rest into them. Let them take you, down and warm and heavy and kept. Nothing to reach for, nothing to finish. Nothing at all but the dark and the weight and the staying and the deep good quiet of a self at last allowed to weigh what it weighs and rest. Rest, still so much night, rest. And somewhere out past the edge of you, without any help from you at all, the night is keeping itself. That's a thing worth noticing, or not even noticing, just letting be true in the room with you while you rest. The night doesn't need you awake to go on being the night. The dark in the corner of the ceiling holds its own dark. The window holds its own cool square of outside. Somewhere a pipe cools and ticks once and is quiet again, and it did that without you, and it will do it again in an hour without you, and there is nothing in any of it that is waiting on you to rise and see to it. The whole low machinery of the late hours runs itself. The clock turns its hands whether you watch them or not, and tonight you're not watching them. Tonight you've set the watching down along with everything else, and the hands go around soft and unseen and carry the night forward while you stay exactly where you are, held and unmoving and off. For so long there was a part of you that stayed a little bit on, even in sleep, even here. A pilot light down at the bottom of you that never quite went out, that kept a thin thread of attention burning through the dark in case of what, it could never quite say, in case someone needed, in case something slipped, in case the morning came faster than you were ready for and caught you still resting. That thin flame that thought its small burning was the only thing holding the whole arrangement together. And you can feel, tonight, in the deep middle of this long dark, that even that is allowed to lower. Not put out, nothing tonight is put out. Nothing is being taken from you, only lowered. Turned down the way you'd turn a lamp down at the end of an evening when no one needs to read by it anymore. The pilot light dimming toward the merest warm ember, because it turns out the arrangement holds itself, the way the night holds itself, and it does not need your small flame burning all through the dark to keep from coming apart. Nothing came apart while you rested. Notice that softly. Nothing has come apart. You have been down here in the warm and the heavy for hours now, off, unwatching, untending, and the world outside the window went on holding its own shape without a single thing from you. The people you carry went on breathing in their own beds in their own dark, kept by their own night, not needing to be carried while you sleep. The list on the counter stayed a list. The morning stayed where mornings stay, far off, patient, in no hurry, not coming any sooner for all your old watching. It was never your watching that held any of it. That's the quiet thing the night has been telling you, hour by hour without words, just by going on being fine while you did nothing at all. You were allowed to stop, and you stopped, and the sky did not fall, and here is the proof of it, this long stretch of undisturbed dark. All this rest already behind you, and everything still standing. So you can let even the last of the watching go. The ember lowers, the thread thins, and you don't fall out of the world for it. You sink further into it, into the one small, warm-held part of it that is yours to be in tonight, this bed, this dark, this weight, this staying. There is a kind of tiredness that has been with you so long you forgot it was tiredness. You called it yourself. You called it just how I am now. You woke into it and moved through it and lay back down into it, and it was the water you swam in, so constant you stopped feeling it as wet. And tonight, not fixing it, not asking it to be gone, nothing so sudden or so much as that. Tonight you're only being let all the way down beneath it, to a place under the tiredness where the tiredness can't reach, a still floor at the very bottom of the dark where the long ache of the months doesn't follow. You don't have to make it follow you down here. You don't have to bring it. You can leave it up above, floating on the surface of the night like something you've set down on the water and let drift, while you go on sinking, slow, to the warm, quiet floor of things, where there's no swimming to do at all, no staying up, no keeping your head above anything. Just the resting on the bottom, just the being held there. And it's so quiet down here, quieter than the room. The room has its small sounds still, its tick and its hum and the far-off nothing of the street. But down here where you've sunk to, there's a quiet underneath even those. A quiet that was always there waiting under the noise of your days, patient as the morning, keeping a still low place for you to come down to when at last you were let. You're let now. You've been let all night. And you came down into the quiet the way water finds the low ground, without effort, without deciding, just by stopping holding yourself up, just by being finally too heavy and too tired and too allowed to stay any higher. I'll keep on being here at the edge of it, not to call you back up. There's no up to go to tonight, no rising, no return. The whole shape of the night runs one way, and the way is down, and down is where you're kept. Only to be a warmth at the edge of the quiet, the way a low fire is a warmth at the edge of a dark room, not asking anything of the room, not lighting it up, just being warm in the corner of it so the dark is a held dark and not an empty one. That's all the voice is now, a warmth in the corner. You don't have to listen to it. You've stopped listening the way you've stopped everything else, and that's right. That's the letting go doing its slow good work, and the warmth stays warm at the edge whether you hear it or not, the way I'd want it to, the way it will all the long rest of the hours. Down here, the body has gone past heavy into something even softer. Heavy was the middle of it. Heavy was the good weight arriving, the muscles giving up their old bracing one by one. But past heavy, there's a place where the edges of you start to lose their sharpness, where you stop being able to feel quite where the body ends and the warm dark of the bed begins, where the line between held and holding goes soft and blurred and stops mattering at all. The hand that was open is now barely a hand, just a warmth, a vague warm weight somewhere off at the end of an arm that is itself only a warmth now, only a heaviness with no clear shape to it, sinking. You couldn't lift it if you tried, and you won't try. There's nothing tonight worth lifting a hand for, nothing to reach, nothing to do. And so the hand is free at last to be nothing but a resting weight, unowned, unused, off-duty down to its smallest bone. This is what the pushing through never let you have, this exact place. Not sleep only, you've slept before, you've fallen into thin, exhausted sleep 1,000 nights and surfaced from it no less tired, sleep that was just more running with your eyes shut. This is different. This is the rest under the sleep. This is the off beneath the off. The engine not just idling low, but cool now, cold cool, the metal of it gone quiet and lightless. No thread of turning left anywhere in it. The whole long habit of readiness finally, wholly, laid down. You didn't know how much of you was always half ready until tonight, when you got to feel it stop. And it has stopped. And it's allowed to stay stopped. And nothing will come in the dark to start it up again before it's time. The morning's far and gentle and in no hurry. And when it comes, it will come slow and pink and easy and find you rested. But that's a thing for a someone many hours from now. And you're not that someone yet, you're this one. The one in the deep, warm dark with the cool, still engine and all the night still folded up ahead. Let me tell you what the dark is doing while you rest in it. It's the same thing it's done every night of your life, the countless nights you were too busy or too worried or too worn to feel it doing, it's keeping. That's the old plain work of the dark. It comes down over the world at the end of each day and it keeps things. It keeps the sleeping ones asleep. It keeps the fields still and the houses quiet and the roads empty and the great turning down of everything gentle and unbroken until the light comes back to lift it. It is the oldest keeping there is, older than any of the small keepings you took on yourself, and it does not tire, and it does not ask, and it does not need relieving at any hour of the night. It has you now. It has had you for hours. It will have you for hours more. You are one of the kept things tonight, one of the sleeping ones the dark has come down over and folded in and will hold still and safe and unbothered clear through to a morning it is in no more hurry to bring than you are. You don't have to help it keep you. That's the whole mercy of it. It keeps whether you help or not. All you do is be kept. And so there's less and less for the voice to say, and more of the warm dark to say it into. And that's exactly as it should be this deep in the night. The words thin. The spaces between them widen and go soft. What's left isn't really telling you anything anymore. You know it all, your resting knows it, your heaviness knows it. It's just the warmth in the corner, saying the one thing it will go on saying, quieter each time, into the dark that's keeping you. You're allowed. Still, even now, even this far down, even in hour after hour of the same deep off. The permission doesn't thin the way the words do. The permission is the one thing that stays full. You could rest the whole night and all of tomorrow's night and the one after and never once come to the bottom of being allowed. It isn't a cup you're drinking down. It's the floor you're lying on. It's the dark you're kept in. It doesn't empty. It holds. So sink. There's nowhere you can sink to that the allowedness doesn't already reach, waiting there ahead of you, warm, having gone down before you into every deeper place you're only now arriving at. However far down the heaviness takes you tonight, you'll find it already there. You were always going to be allowed to be exactly this tired, this stopped, this heavy, this done. There's no floor to this you can drop through into some place you shouldn't be. It's all held. It's all kept. It's all yours to sink through, slow and warm and unhurried, all the long dark down. The tank is low and you're not looking at it. That's the thing you never got to do, not fill it. Not tonight. Tonight isn't about filling. Tonight there's no fuel to pour and no pouring to do, just stop looking at how low it is. Stop standing over the little gauge with your heart in your throat, watching the needle rest against the bottom, doing the tired arithmetic of how far you can go on how little. The gauge is behind you now. You've turned away from it and lain down in the dark, and it can rest against its bottom all night, and you won't check it, won't fret it, won't ask the empty tank to be less empty before the light comes. It's allowed to be empty. You're allowed to be the one it's empty in. And the strange, soft truth of the deep night is that an empty thing, finally set down and left alone and unlooked at in the dark, stops being a problem and becomes only a stillness. A quiet, restful, uncomplaining stillness, low and level and at peace, asking nothing, needing nothing until a morning that will see to its own needs in its own slow time. Warmth where the pushing lived. Feel for it, or don't even feel for it, just let it be true, that place in the center of you that spent the months clenched around its own going on, gripped tight around the next thing and the next. The muscle behind all the muscles, the one that pushed. It's warm now, not gripping. Warm and loose and open and off, like a hand that held a fist all day and has finally, in the dark, been allowed to lie flat and let the warmth back into the palm. That's where the pushing was, and that's what's there instead now. A warmth, a spreading, a slow good heat that fills the space the clenching left behind and settles it, and softens outward from it into the chest and down through the belly and along the heavy resting limbs. A warmth that doesn't push anywhere, doesn't drive anything, just spreads because warmth spreads, just fills you because you've finally gone still enough to be filled. Rest into that, the warm where the push used to be. Let it be the last thing you're aware of, if you're aware of anything at all this deep in. Not the tiredness, not the tank, not the list or the guilt or the long gray months. Just the warmth in the middle of you where the hardest work of your life used to happen, gone quiet, gone soft, gone warm, off for the night, off for the whole long night, kept. And the night goes on keeping you. There's so much of it left, and every bit that's left holds only this, no turn in it. No place ahead where the dark thins into something you have to meet, no far edge rushing up. Just more warm dark, folded soft, hour into hour, each one the same held stillness as this one, each one already allowed, already keeping, already yours. You don't have to move through them. You don't have to get anywhere in them. They'll move over you, slow and gentle and unbroken, while you stay right here on the warm, still floor of the dark, heavy, off, kept. And I stay at the edge of it, warm in the corner, saying less and less into the widening quiet. Just the dark now, just the weight, just the warmth where the pushing was. Kept all the long way down. Rest, there's so much night. Still so much night. Rest. Somewhere out past the walls, the night is doing what nights do without you, turning slow on its dark hinge, asking nothing of you, needing no part of you to keep going. That's the thing the tired months never let you feel, isn't it? That the world goes on turning whether or not you push it. You lay under the impression, all that long gray while, that something would slip if you stopped, that the whole careful arrangement of the days was balanced on your going on, and if you set your shoulder down from it, it would slide. But it doesn't slide. It's not sliding now. You've been down here for hours, off, empty, unmoving, and nothing has slid. The night held. The morning is still coming in its own time without your help. And so you can let that be one more thing you don't have to carry down here, the belief that it all needs you awake. It doesn't need you awake. It never needed you this tired. It only ever needed you to be somewhere warm when the tiredness finally caught up. And here you are, and it has, and you're letting it. There's no clock in the dark that matters. You know the numbers are somewhere. The red glow turned to the wall, the phone face down, the hour that would tell you how much is left before you have to be a person again. But none of it reaches you here. None of it has any pull on the deep, still floor you've come to rest on. Time, tonight, is not a thing you're spending. It isn't running out. You've stepped off the count of it, the way you step off a moving thing onto still ground, and the still ground doesn't measure you. The hours don't dock you for lying still in them. They just pass, wide and unhurried and uncounted, and you pass through them without moving, without owing them a single thing, without any of them tapping you on the shoulder to ask what you've done with them. Down here, the hours are free. They cost you nothing. You can have all of them, one soft after another, and be no poorer, no later, no further behind for having simply lain in them and breathed. And the breathing goes on without you asking it to. Have you noticed? Or you don't have to notice. That's all right too. How it just keeps on, slow and low, doing itself. No hand at the wheel of it. No part of you spending effort to keep it going. In the months of running empty, even the breath felt like something you had to manage, shallow and held high in the chest. A thin, quick sip of air taken on the run between one demand and the next. But it's dropped now. It's fallen all the way down to where it lives when nothing's being asked. Low in the belly, long and easy, the out-breath longer than the in, the way it always is in a body that has finally been let off. And it needs nothing from you. That's the mercy of it. The one machine in you that never stops still doesn't need you to run it. It ran through every tired month, through every pushed hour, and it'll run through this whole long night without a single instruction. Taking the air, letting it go, taking, letting go, a slow tide with no one standing over it, so that you, the you that had to oversee everything, the tired, watchful you that never quite got to clock out, can lie down inside your own breathing like lying down inside something that will keep you whether or not you're paying attention. And you're not quite anymore paying attention. And that's exactly right. The bed has taken all of you. Not most of you, all of you, the whole long weight, every part that spent the day held up against gravity now given over to it completely. You can feel, or you don't need to feel, how there's no lift left anywhere in the body, no small muscles still doing the quiet work of holding a limb a half-inch off the surface just in case. It's all down. The heels are heavy. The backs of the hands are heavy. The place between the shoulder blades has spread and softened into the warmth beneath it. Even the small hinges, the jaw, the eyelids, the space around the eyes that furrowed for months into that thin, permanent line of getting through, even those have let go their last little holding and gone slack and gone warm. There is nothing in you tonight that is still braced, nothing left standing to attention. You have been for so long, a body kept slightly ready for the next thing, the next need, the next quiet emergency of the ordinary day. And readiness is its own kind of weight, a low hum of effort under everything, so constant you stopped hearing it, so old you called it normal. It's off now. That hum is off. And the silence where it was is enormous and soft, and it's letting the whole rest of you sink further than you knew you could sink. You called it normal. That's the tenderest part, and I'll set it down gently and not stir it. Only name it once, kindly, and let it lie. You were tired for so long that the tiredness became the floor you stood on, the baseline you measured everything else from, until a day without it would have felt strange, would have felt like something missing. You forgot there was another way to feel. You forgot the body had a setting under the tiredness, a quiet, unpushed place it used to rest at, because you hadn't been there in months, in longer than months, and the road back to it was too long to think about on top of everything else. So you didn't think about it. You just kept going and called the going normal, because what else do you call the thing you do every single day? But it wasn't normal. It was just long. And down here, tonight, off the count, out of the running, you don't have to fix that it was long, or grieve that it was long, or promise yourself it won't be long again. You only have to be, for these hours, in the place under it, the quiet, unpushed place, the setting beneath the tiredness, which turns out to have been here the whole time, waiting, patient, needing only for you to stop long enough to fall through into it. You've fallen through. You're in it. Rest here. The house is quiet around you, and the quiet is on your side. Every small sound the dark makes, the tick of something cooling, the settle of a wall giving up the day's warmth, the far-off nothing that isn't quite silence, none of it is calling you. That's what's changed. For months, every sound was a possible summons, some part of you always half-cocked toward it, ready to be needed, ready to rise. Tonight, the sounds arrive and dissolve and ask nothing, and the part of you that used to leap toward them stays down, stays heavy, stays exactly where it is, because it has finally been told and finally believed that it is not on call. You are not on call tonight. There is no one you have to be ready for. The listening out that lived at the back of your rest for so long, the low vigilance, the ear kept open. You can let even that go soft. Let it turn inward and downward. Let it listen only to the long, slow tide of your own breathing until there's nothing left of it but the breathing itself, and then not even that. And the guilt, it's over there on the chair where it was set, folded in with the clothes you took off, and it's staying there. It hasn't crept back. You might have expected it to, the way it always did, the way resting for even a moment used to summon it up like a bill come due. That quick hot flush of I should be doing something. I'm falling behind. Other people don't stop. What's wrong with me that I'm this tired? But it's not flushing tonight. It's sitting on the chair in the dark, quiet, harmless, a thing you took off and laid down along with everything else you carry on the body all day. You don't have to look at it. You don't have to make peace with it or argue it away or earn the right to be free of it. You just took it off, the way you take off a coat, and hung it where you could find it again in the morning if you truly wanted it, and lay down without it. And a body without that particular weight lies differently. You may feel it flatter, easier, less curled around the apology it was always halfway through making. There's no one to apologize to in the dark. There's nothing to apologize for in being tired. Being tired is not a debt. Resting is not a theft. You've paid and paid and paid for months in the only currency you had, which was yourself. And tonight the account is simply closed, the window dark, no more taken, and you're allowed to lie here having given nothing and be worth exactly as much as you were this morning, which was everything, which was enough, which was never in question no matter how empty the tank ran. Down here there's a kind of permission that goes deeper than the mind, that the body understands before you do. The body has known how to do this all your life. Long before there was a list, before there was a self that measured itself by how much it could carry, the body knew how to lie down in the dark and stop, knew it as a newborn thing knows it, knew it before it knew anything else. That knowledge didn't leave. It got buried under the months, under the pushing, under the long habit of overriding it, of telling it not yet, a little more. But it was there the whole time, waiting under the override like the quiet setting under the tiredness. And now that you've stopped fighting it, it's simply doing what it always knew how to do, taking you down the old way, the first way, the way that needs no learning and no effort and no permission from anyone but the giving in itself. You don't have to help it. That's the whole grace of it. It's older than your effort. It'll carry you down while you do nothing at all, while the doing part of you rests fully off, while the last of your holding lets go into the warm. There's nowhere you're supposed to be. Feel the size of that softly, or let it just be true without feeling for it, that in this whole long night there is not one place your presence is required, not one thing waiting for you to arrive at it, not one small clock somewhere ticking toward a moment you have to fill. The day was made of arrivals, wasn't it? One after another, be here, be there, be ready, be on, and even asleep on the worst of the tired nights, some part of you was already leaning toward the next arrival, already halfway out the door of your own rest. But there's no next arrival tonight. The night has no appointments in it. You've arrived at the only place you needed to get to, which was down, which was here, which was still, and having arrived there is nothing further to reach. You can stop leaning forward. You can let the whole long forward lean of the months settle back and down and level out, until you're not going anywhere at all, until you're just here, level still, arrived, with all the rest of the night stretching out not as a road to travel, but as a room to lie in, wide and dark and warm and yours, with no far wall you have to reach before the light. And the emptiness, I'll come back to it once, softly, because it's the truest thing about you tonight and it deserves to be held and not hurried past. The emptiness is not the enemy you spent the months treating it as. You ran from it. You topped yourself up against it however you could. One more coffee, one more push, one more borrowed hour, because an empty tank felt like a failure, felt like a thing that must not be allowed to reach the bottom. But it reached the bottom anyway, the way empty things do, and here in the dark you've discovered what you couldn't discover while you were running, that the bottom isn't a catastrophe. It's just the bottom. It's solid. It's still. It's a place you can finally rest because there's no further down to fear, no more falling, no more watching the needle drop. You're already at the bottom, and the bottom is holding you, level and quiet and done, and an empty thing at rest on solid ground uses nothing. spends nothing, loses nothing more. It just lies there in the dark, at peace with its own emptiness, and slowly, in a way that asks nothing of you and that you don't have to understand or watch or help. Slowly, over the long hours in the dark with no push anywhere in it, a still and empty and rested thing simply begins, at its own pace, in its own deep quiet, to be less empty. Not because you filled it, because you finally stopped and let the stopping do what only stopping can. You don't have to believe that tonight. You don't have to feel it happening. You only have to lie here at the bottom and let the bottom hold you, off, done, still, while the night keeps you and the morning stays far away. Let the weight be as much as it is. You spent the months making yourself lighter than you were, squaring the shoulders, straightening the back, moving as if you had more in you than you had, because that's what got you through the door and through the hour and through the day. It cost. Carrying yourself as lighter than you are is its own quiet labor, a lie the muscles have to tell all day long, and you're done telling it now. Down here you can be exactly as heavy as you truly are, which is very heavy, which is months heavy, which is heavier than you ever let anyone see, and there is nobody here to be lighter for. Let it all be as heavy as it is. Let the arms be lead. Let the legs be stone. Let the head be a weight the pillow takes completely. There's a deep relief in it, feel for it. Or don't, the relief of finally weighing what you weigh, of setting down the performance of having more left than you have, of lying in the dark as the genuinely, honestly, entirely spent thing you actually are, with nothing left over and nothing asked of the nothing. This is the most honest you've been with your own body in a long time, and your body is so glad of it. It lies here under your honesty, given over, believed at last, and it sinks and sinks into the warm. Nothing has to be decided in the dark. Every question that circled you through the tired months, how long can I keep this up? What happens if I can't? What am I going to do? Every one of them can be set at the side of the path, like a stone laid down out of the way, and left there, unanswered, unworried, until a morning that will be better able to look at them than this deep hour ever could. You are not equipped to solve anything down here, and that's not a failing. That's the design. The deep of the night is not built for answers, it's built for rest, and trying to answer things in it is like trying to read in the dark, a strain that gives you nothing but the ache of straining. So put the questions down, not away, down, at the side, within reach of the morning, out of reach of the night. And feel how the mind, relieved of the impossible night work of answering the unanswerable, goes quieter and slower and softer, the thoughts spacing further apart, the space between them widening into something warm and dark and unbothered, until the thoughts are just occasional, just drifting, just the odd slow shape passing far off across a mind that is mostly, now, simply dark, simply still, simply resting like the rest of you rests. There's so much night still. I keep telling you because it's the kindest true thing there is to tell you, that you are nowhere near the end of this rest, that the dark ahead is deep and wide and entirely unspent, hour on unhurried hour of it, none of it asking to be got through, all of it only here to hold you. You don't have to make it last. You don't have to worry it away. It's simply here, more of it than you could use, a long dark surplus of rest laid out around you, and you can sink into it the way you'd sink into deep water that only holds you up, going nowhere, reaching for nothing, kept afloat and kept under and kept warm all at once by a night that has all the time there is and is spending it freely on you. And I'm still here at the edge of it, in the warm corner of the dark, saying less now, letting the quiet get wider between the words, staying only so the stopping holds, only so you know the keeping keeps. You don't have to listen. You don't have to follow, just be held. Just be heavy. Just be here at the bottom, off the clock, off the count, empty and at peace with the empty, warm where the pushing was, honest with your own weight, needing nothing, owing nothing, going nowhere. The night has you. The night has all night to have you. Rest. There's so much of it left. Rest. And somewhere out past the walls, without any help from you, the night is doing the slow work it has always known how to do, the air cooling by degrees, the streets emptying of the last of their sound, The whole tired world lying down in its own way. Everything that spent itself today settling now into the same dark you're settling into. You are not the only thing resting. You're just one warm resting thing among countless resting things, and there's an ease in that, in being ordinary in your tiredness, in being one of the many that the dark lays down and keeps. You don't have to be special about it. You don't have to do it well. You only have to be one more heaviness the night gathers in, and it gathers you the way it gathers all of them, without preference, without effort, simply because that is what the dark is for. There was a way you used to hold yourself, all through those long months, even in sleep. A faint bracing along the jaw, a readiness in the shoulders. Some part of you kept half standing so it could get up fast if it had to. You know the feeling, the staying ready, the sleeping with one hand still on the wheel. And I want you to notice, without reaching for it, without checking to make sure that the hand has come off the wheel now. There's no wheel. There's nothing to steer through the next few hours. The road, if there ever was one tonight, has been put away, and the readiness can go slack the way a rope goes slack when the thing it was holding is finally set down on the ground and doesn't need holding anymore. Let the jaw be a little foolish with looseness. Let the shoulders forget the shape they'd learned. Nobody's coming. Nothing's due. The half of you that stayed standing all this time can lie down beside the rest of you at last. And the two of you can be one whole heaviness together, undivided, unlistening for the sound that isn't coming. You spent so long running warm, that low engine hum of doing, kept turning over even when the tank read empty, even past empty, running on the fumes and the willpower and the not wanting to let anyone down. And an engine that never gets to stop wears itself thin in a way it can't feel until it stops. And then it feels everything, all the wear at once, all the small overheated aches it had been out running. So if there's aching now in the quiet, that's not something going wrong. That's the engine cooling. That's the honest heat of all that running finally allowed to leave you, radiating gently out into the dark where it can't hurt you, dispersing into a night big enough and cool enough to take all of it and never fill. Let it leave. You don't have to hold the warmth of the pushing anymore. The pushing is over for tonight, and the warmth it made can drain away into the sheets, into the mattress, down through the floor, out into the wide, cool dark, until what's left where the engine ran is just a still, tended, banked-down warmth, the kind that keeps without burning, the kind of fire becomes in the last hour before morning when nobody's feeding it, and it doesn't need feeding, glowing low and safe and asking for nothing. That's what you are now, a fire banked for the night. Not out, never out, just low, just kept, just quietly holding its own heat under the soft gray of its own ash, needing no more wood, no more tending, no more anxious poking to keep it alive. It will be there in the morning. It always is. You have never once in all your life gone fully out in the night and failed to be there when the light came. The low, warm ember of you has carried across every dark you've ever slept through, and it will carry across this one too, without you watching it, without you worrying it, entirely on its own. So stop watching the fire. Let it burn low without your eyes on it. It knows how to keep. It has kept you 1,000 nights already, and it is keeping you now. And the list, that long list you couldn't finish, that never gets to the bottom of itself no matter how you run at it. It's out there in the other room, on the counter or in your phone or just in the endless scrolling column of the mind. And it is exactly as unfinished now as it was an hour ago. And it will be exactly as unfinished when the morning comes. And none of that matters in the smallest degree right now, because a list cannot follow you into sleep. It doesn't have legs. It stays where you left it. It sits out there in the dark room being a list, patient and inert and utterly unable to reach you here. And the only thing that ever carried it into your bed was your own hand reaching back out for it in the dark, picking it up again when it could have stayed down. Tonight your hand isn't reaching. Tonight the list stays in its room and you stay in yours, and the door between you is the good soft door of sleep, and it's closed, and it holds, and nothing on the other side of it is coming through until you're ready hours and hours from now to open it. Let yourself be off duty in a way you maybe haven't let yourself be off duty in months. Not on call, not standing by, not resting but ready. Genuinely, fully, all the way off. The way a whole town goes off when its one shop turns its sign around and darkens its window, and the street outside just becomes a quiet street, a place where nothing is open and nothing needs to be, where the closedness isn't a failure of the shop but simply the night arriving, right and expected and allowed. You are closed for the night. The sign is turned. And nobody walking past your dark window thinks less of you for it. They're going home too. They're closing too. The whole street is a row of turned signs and darkened windows. And there is such deep permission in the ordinariness of it, in the way the whole world agrees every single night to stop. You don't have to earn the stopping. I know some part of you, even now, even mostly asleep, still half believes the rest has to be paid for, that you have to have done enough to deserve to lie down, that the tiredness only counts if the day was hard enough to justify it. But that ledger doesn't run at night. There's no accounting down here. The rest isn't wages for the work. It isn't owed to the ones who pushed hardest and withheld from the ones who didn't. It's just given, freely. To every tired body, whether or not it thinks it did enough, whether or not the day was heavy enough to earn it. Your tiredness is real and it doesn't need a receipt. You are allowed to be this depleted without proving how you got here. Set the ledger down with everything else. Let the rest be a gift and not a payment, and receive it the way you'd receive any gift you were finally, at long last, too tired to refuse. The breath is doing it all now. Have you felt that? How little is left to you? How nearly nothing you're being asked to do, until the only motion anywhere in you is the slow rise and slower fall of the breath, going on by itself, needing no decision, no permission, no push. In and out, on its own, all night, the way it has breathed you through every sleep you've ever slept. You could not stop it if you tried, and you don't have to start it either. It simply goes, tending you, turning over so gently now that even it seems half asleep, long and low and unhurried, each fall of it settling you a little deeper into the warm, each one a small, quiet letting go that you don't have to author, don't have to notice, don't have to keep. Just let the breath breathe. Let it be the one thing still working, and let it work without you, so that even the last small task of being alive in the dark is lifted off your hands and done for you, freely, all night long. Everything is being done for you now. That's the strange, soft truth of the deep hours, that the body you were so worried about running down is, at this very moment, quietly restoring itself in the dark without a single instruction from you, doing in the stillness all the slow, unseen keeping it could never do while you kept it running. You don't have to understand it. You don't have to help. You couldn't help if you wanted to. This is the one work that only gets done when you get out of its way, when you stop managing and stop steering and stop trying, and simply lie still enough and long enough and off the clock enough for the deep quiet keeping to begin. And it has begun. It's happening now under the warmth, under the heaviness, under the mostly dark of a mind that stopped its circling. You are being tended by your own resting body in the only way it was ever able to tend you, and all it ever needed from you was this: to stop and stay stopped and let it. So stay. There's no hurry anywhere in this. The night is long past its own middle now and still nowhere near its end. Still hours of dark laid out ahead, unspent, unhurried, none of it needing you awake for any of it. You have already come so far down into the rest, so far below the day, so far under the running and the pushing and the staying ready, and there is further still to go, further down, further into the warm, deeper reaches of the quiet that only open to a body that has truly, finally, stopped trying to reach them. You'll drift there without going anywhere. You'll arrive by staying. The deep of the night comes to meet the ones who lie still enough to be met, and you are lying so still now, so given over, so honestly heavy, that it's already gathering closer around you, already folding you further in. I'm going to say less now. The words can thin out here, spread further apart, leave more of the dark between them. The way the last few lights of a long street go out one at a time, and the good dark closes the gaps. You don't need me talking to keep the stopping. The stopping keeps itself now, holds on its own, has settled into you deep enough that it doesn't depend on the sound of a voice. I'm only staying at the edge of the warm so the quiet has company, so that if any small part of you surfaces for a moment, it finds the keeping still here, still holding, unbroken. But you don't have to come up to check. It's here. It stays. Let it fade back to the far corner of the dark and stay there, tending, while you go on down without it. Heavy, warm, off the clock. There's nothing after this. Nothing waiting. Nothing due. Just more of the dark and more of the rest, and the long unspent hours holding you the way still water holds a leaf, without effort, without end, going nowhere at all. The tank can stay empty. You don't have to fill it tonight. Emptying isn't the emergency you spent all those months believing it was. Sometimes empty is just what a thing is at the end of its running, and the filling comes on its own, slowly, in the dark, from nowhere you can see. The way a well fills back overnight when nobody's drawing from it, quietly, from below, by morning full again without a hand ever having worked the pump. You are the well now, closed over, undrawn from, filling in the dark from somewhere deep and slow and out of sight. You don't have to work the pump. You don't even have to believe it's filling. Just be the still water in the dark, undisturbed, undrawn, and let the deep do the slow filling on its own. Rest that has no task in it. Rest that isn't for anything. Not to be ready for tomorrow, not to be more useful in the morning, not to fix or restore or make you into something the day can use again. Just rest, plain, for its own sake, because you are tired and the dark is kind, and that is reason enough and the only reason there needs to be. Let the rest be useless. Let it be entirely for nothing. There's such freedom in a rest that isn't trying to earn its keep. A rest with no morning attached, no purpose stitched to its far end, just this warm, pointless, generous dark, spending itself on you, asking you to be nothing and do nothing and become nothing, only to lie here held, while it passes over you slow as weather. And the morning, when it comes far off, hours off, no concern of yours down here, the morning will be its own thing, met on its own terms, by a you that isn't your worry to assemble right now. You don't have to build tomorrow tonight. You don't have to be ready for it in advance. It will arrive fully made without your rehearsing it, the way every morning you've ever had arrived without you having to dream it into being first. Leave it alone out there in its own hour. It doesn't need you yet. Nothing needs you yet. The only thing there is to be, in all the wide dark, is here and heavy and kept. So sink the last small distance. Let whatever's still holding, however faintly, let it go. There's a floor to this warmth, a soft, dark bottom to the rest, and you're nearly there, nearly all the way down, nearly nothing but weight and warmth and slow breath in a dark that has you completely. You don't have to find the bottom. You'll settle onto it the way silt settles, without trying, in your own slow time. Just keep sinking, just keep letting go. Just keep being this, honestly, wholly tired thing that the night has taken in and will not put back out. Quieter now. The dark is wide. The hours are long. You are held and heavy and done for the day, and the doneness holds. Nothing to answer, nothing to carry, nothing to keep. Just the warm, just the weight, just the slow breath going on without you. Rest, there's so much left, rest. And the tiredness itself, that long tiredness you carried in here, the months-deep kind, the kind you stopped even calling tiredness because it had been with you so long it just felt like the shape of you. Down here, it isn't a problem to be gotten to the bottom of. It's just a weight the dark is glad to hold. It doesn't need explaining. It doesn't need a reason good enough to justify it, a hardship big enough on paper to have earned it. You don't have to have been through something to be this tired. You're allowed to just be tired. Tired from the long, ordinary going on of things, the endless small holding together, the quiet arithmetic of getting through days that didn't look hard from outside and took everything anyway. That counts. It always counted. And here in the dark, nobody's checking the ledger. Nobody's asking whether you're allowed to feel this. You feel it, and that's the whole of it, and the night takes it as true without a single question. So let the tiredness spread out. Let it stop being a thing pressed small and hidden, held in tight behind the ribs so it wouldn't show, and let it be as large as it honestly is. It's been folded up inside you a long time, made compact, made portable, made quiet enough to carry into rooms where you had to seem fine. It doesn't have to be portable now. You're not going anywhere. Let it unfold. Let it be its true size, all the way out to the edges of you, filling the whole body like warm water finding its level. And notice how much easier it is to hold a thing when you stop making it small. How the effort was never the tiredness itself, but the shrinking of it, the keeping of it neat, the constant low work of not letting it spill. Let it spill. Here it can. The dark has room for all of it and more, and would not know what to do with a smaller amount. There's a stillness that comes after that unfolding. Not the tense stillness of holding your breath, waiting to be found out. The other one. The stillness of a thing that has finally been put down and doesn't need picking back up. The stillness of a house after everyone's asleep, when the day's motion has drained out of the rooms and the walls just stand there quietly keeping the warm in. You are that quiet house now. Nothing moving in you that has to move. The pushing through gone still. The bracing gone soft. Every part of you that spent the day held ready to answer, ready to manage, ready to catch whatever was about to fall, allowed, finally, to stop being ready, to stand down, to be a thing at rest in a dark that isn't going to ask it for anything. Feel how the readiness lived in the small places. The jaw that held itself a fraction firm all day without your ever telling it to. The hands, half curled around a grip on things even when they held nothing. The place between the shoulders where the whole weight of managing seemed to gather and set like cooling wax. Let the dark reach those places now, not to work on them, not to fix them, only to warm them. The way warmth just arrives in a room, and the stiff things in it loosen without being asked. The jaw unclenching by a hair, and then another. The hands opening the rest of the way, palms going slack, fingers uncurling from a task that ended hours ago. The wax between the shoulders warming through until it isn't holding a shape anymore, just spreading, just softening, just letting the shoulders be lower than they've been in longer than you can remember. Lower and lower still. There's no floor to how low the shoulders can go tonight, no point past which someone will say that's enough. That's too far, pick yourself back up. You can keep setting them down past where you usually stop. Down past the height you hold them at even lying down, even when you think you've relaxed. There's always been a little more you were holding, a base level of bracing you carry so constantly you take it for the resting position. Tonight you get to find out how much lower than that the body actually goes when nothing at all is asking it to stay up. Let it find out. Let it keep going down into the warm until it arrives at a place it doesn't usually get to visit, the true bottom of the holding. The ground floor beneath the floor you thought was the bottom. And it's so quiet down there, so much quieter than you expected. All that time the tiredness felt loud, a static, a hum, a pressure behind the eyes that never quite let up, and it turns out the loudness was the resisting of it, the ongoing effort of functioning around it, of staying upright with it strapped to your back. Set the pack down and the hum goes with it. What's left is this soft, dark quiet with nothing straining against anything. The tiredness still here, yes, still in you, but no longer roaring because nothing's dragging against it now. A tiredness at rest makes no sound at all. It just sinks like you're sinking into the warm and lies there beside you, breathing slow, keeping you company in the dark instead of riding you through it. Let it keep you company then. You don't have to make it leave to sleep. That was another thing you half believed, wasn't it, that you had to feel better first, had to get to some cleaner, emptier, calmer state before rest would be allowed in. As if rest were a reward for having already recovered. It isn't. Rest is the thing that comes first, the thing that happens to you while you're still tired, still heavy, still carrying the residue of the months. You don't rest because you got better, you rest because you're tired, and the tiredness is the doorway in, not the thing barring the door. So you can come as you are, ragged as you are, unresolved and unfinished and nowhere near sorted out, with the list undone and the tank dry and none of it tied off neat. You can come into the rest exactly like that, and the rest will have you gladly, just like that. No tidying at the threshold, no leaving your tiredness at the door like muddy shoes. Bring it all in. Bring the whole unfinished, heavy lot of it down into the warm with you. There's space. There's so much space down here you couldn't fill it if you tried, and you're not going to try, because trying is exactly the thing you laid down at the top of the stairs and are not going back for. Just let yourself be carried the rest of the way by the weight itself. The way a stone doesn't have to work at sinking, doesn't have to decide to, doesn't have to be a good enough stone first. It just goes down because down is where the warm, dark water takes it, patiently, all the way, in its own unhurried time. And time, even time, is different down here. Up in the day, time was a thing that ran out, a thing you were always short of, always behind on, a thin resource you rationed and lost and never had enough of. Down here, time isn't like that. There's no bottom to the night the way there was no bottom to the shoulders. The hours ahead lie out in front of you long and dark and unhurried, more of them than you could ever need, an abundance of night, hour after hour after hour with nothing owed against any of them. You can spend them however slowly you like. You can take an hour just to let one breath finish. Nobody's counting. The night isn't rationed. For once you're rich with time, wealthy with it, lying in a great dark surplus of unclaimed hours, and there is nothing to do with that wealth but rest in it. Spend it on nothing. Let it pool around you deep and warm and yours. So there's no need to hurry down into sleep either. That's not the aim, not a finish line to reach, not one more thing to accomplish before you're allowed to stop. If sleep comes, it'll come the way the filling comes, on its own from below without your reaching for it. And if it doesn't come all the way, if you drift along its edge for a long while, half under, warm and heavy and only barely here, that's rest too. That counts too. You're not failing at the night by not being fully asleep. The lying here is the thing. The being held is the thing. Whether the mind goes all the way dark or stays a low glow at the edge of the warm, the body is resting either way, the weight is down either way, the off the clock is real either way. So let go of even that last small task, the task of falling asleep, the last thing on the last list. Cross it off. You don't have to sleep tonight. You only have to lie here and let the dark do what the dark does. And either way you win, either way you're kept. Either way, the morning's still hours out and none of your concern. Softer now. Feel the bed take a little more of you. It's been holding you this whole time, patient as ground, and there's still more of you it can carry if you'll let it, still a fraction of your weight you're holding in yourself out of the oldest habit there is, the habit of not fully trusting a thing to hold you. Trust it now. It held you all the other nights, even the ones you don't remember, even the ones you fell into too tired to notice being caught. It never dropped you. It isn't going to start. Give it the last held-back portion of your weight, the part you've been quietly keeping in reserve, and feel how the giving costs you nothing and buys you the deepest settling yet. The body going that final degree slack, resting not on its own effort anymore, but fully, entirely, on what's beneath it. Held from below, like the well filling from below, like the tiredness lying down beside you from below all the noise. Everything tonight comes up gently from underneath, the warmth, the weight, the slow filling, the being carried, nothing pressing down on you from above, nothing coming at you, only this rising softness that meets you where you've sunk to and holds you there, buoyant and heavy at once, the way you can be heavy in deep warm water and held up by it in the very same moment. That's you now, heavy and held. Sunk and buoyed, done and kept. Two things that seemed like opposites all your life, and here in the dark they turn out to be the same thing, the same warm held stillness, the same rest. The breath's gone very slow. You didn't slow it. It slowed the way things slow when nothing's chasing them, the way a swing slows to a stop when no one keeps pushing, easing down through smaller and smaller arcs into stillness, each one gentler than the last, No effort in the stopping, just the natural coming to rest of a thing that's been let alone. Your breath is easing down through its own small arcs like that, slower and slower. Finding the low, quiet rhythm it keeps when you're not watching it, the rhythm it's kept every night of your life without needing you to run it, the old, reliable tide of it that has never once, in all your years, forgotten how to go on. It knows how. Let it. Take your hands off even the breath. It doesn't need you either. Nothing needs you. Say it slow, down there in the warm, nothing needs you. Not tonight, not for hours, not until a morning that will make itself without you. The whole weight of being needed, that long wait, the one under all the others, the one that had you running on empty and calling it normal because there was always one more thing that needed you and no one there to need the same for you, set even that down. Just for the night, just for these long, dark hours. Let there be, for once, nothing on the far side of you asking to be held up. Let the line go slack. Let the pull stop pulling. Be, for one whole night, a thing that isn't holding anything else up, a thing that is only held. And notice it doesn't fall apart. That was the old fear, wasn't it, underneath, that if you stopped holding it would all come down. But you've stopped now, you've been stopped for a while now, lying here with your hands open and your shoulders down and the whole apparatus of holding gone quiet and nothing has fallen. The dark is still here. You're still here. The world out past the window is still turning through its own night without your hand on it. It held itself up while you rested. It always could. You were never the only thing between everything and the floor, though it felt that way for months, though the empty tank ran on that feeling. Let the proof of it soak in slowly. You stopped and it held. You can stop and it holds. The stopping is safe. The stopping was always safe. You just never got to find out until now, here in the dark, with everything set down and nothing having fallen. So the guilt can go too, the last of it, the thin residue of it that's been sitting in the chair with the clothes this whole time, watching you rest, half expecting to be summoned back to work. It won't be summoned tonight. Let it sit there and grow cold and quiet in the chair. Let it doze off in the dark alongside you. It was only ever the tiredness wearing a stern face, only the exhaustion dressed up as a fault, and it has no jurisdiction here in the warm where rest isn't a thing you have to earn or apologize for or make up later. There's nothing to make up. The rest is free. It was always free. You just kept trying to pay for it. Quieter still now. The room has gone soft at its edges. The corners of it, the far dark shapes of the furniture, the pale place where the window is, all of it losing its outline, going indistinct and kind, the way the world does when you're most of the way down, when the eyes have given up their watching and the dark has come in close and personal and warm. You don't need the edges of the room. You don't need to keep track of where anything is. It's all still there, holding its own shape without your looking, and you can let it blur, let it dissolve into the general warm dark. Let even the room set itself down and rest. Just the warm now, just the weight, just the slow tide of the breath going on by itself, down and down, easing through its small quiet arcs towards stillness. And you sunk into the middle of it, held from below, filling from below, tired all the way through and finally, wholly allowed to be no task in the tiredness, no morning stitched to the rest, no hand needed on the pump, no one needing you, nothing fallen, nothing to hold, nothing to answer, nothing to keep. Just kept. The night is long. There's so much of it still ahead, dark and warm and unhurried, more hours than you could spend, and every one of them yours to sink through slowly, held the whole way down. You don't have to do anything with them. You don't have to reach the bottom. You don't have to sleep. You only have to be here and heavy, and let the deep do its slow, quiet work in the dark while you lie still in the warm and are carried. So rest. There's no clock, there's no list. There's so much left of the dark. Rest. Rest. And notice, if any part of you is still faintly listening, how the breath doesn't need you anymore. How it goes on without being asked. It was doing that all along, even in the worst of the months, even on the days you forgot you had a body at all. It kept its slow work going under everything, filling and emptying, asking for nothing, keeping you alive while you weren't looking. It never once ran out. Whatever else emptied, the breath stayed full. It's still full now. Let it be the thing you lean your whole weight on tonight. It can take it. It has always taken it. There's a warmth that comes into the hands, sometimes this far down. A heaviness in the palms, in the soft pads of the fingers, as though they've been holding something for a very long time and have only just now uncurled. Your hands have carried so much. Doorknobs and grocery bags and other people's weight, and the phone held up in the dark long past when you meant to put it down. Keys, the wheel, the cold rail of the morning, let them be empty now. Not empty like the tank was empty, not that hollow, scraped-out kind, but empty the way an open hand is empty, resting palm up in the warm, holding nothing because nothing needs holding and glad of it. Just resting, just warm. 2 quiet weights at the ends of your arms, off duty, off the clock, done. And the arms themselves, heavier than the hands. And the shoulders heavier than the arms, those shoulders that have been up somewhere near your ears for months, hitched and bracing, ready for the next thing, the next ask, the next weight to be set across them without warning. They can come down now. They have been coming down slowly all night, sinking a fraction of an inch at a time into the warm, and there's further still for them to go. Let them find it. Let them keep going down past where they usually stop, past the place they've learned to hold, into ground that's been waiting under them the whole time, patient, soft, ready to take the load they didn't know they could put down. There's no floor to this, you know. No bottom you'll hit and jolt awake against. It only goes softer the further you sink. Down here it's all warmth and give, all yielding, the dark holding you the way deep water holds a swimmer who has finally stopped swimming and simply floated, that surprising ease of it. That moment when the effort stops and nothing sinks, when you find out the water was always going to hold you up, that all the treading was never what kept you afloat. You can stop treading now. You did stop. You've been floating for hours, and nothing has gone under. So much of the tiredness was the bracing. Did you know that? So much of it wasn't the work at all, but the readiness for the work, the standing by, the never quite setting the load all the way down because surely you'd need it again in a minute. Surely it wasn't worth the putting down. And so you held it through the minutes and the hours and the long gray stretch of months, held it even in the chair, held it even lying down, some part of you always keeping one strap over one shoulder just in case. That's the part that's letting go now. That last strap, slipping off the shoulder in the warm dark, sliding down the arm, and the whole load it was attached to settling onto the ground beside you where you don't have to see it, don't have to guard it, don't have to keep one hand ready. It's on the ground now. It can stay on the ground. The ground has held heavier things than yours and never complained. The ground is very good at holding. It's what it's for. Let it hold your load and let it hold you, and let there be nothing at all between your tiredness and the deep, patient earth that's been under this whole house, this whole night, this whole tired stretch of your life, waiting to take your weight the moment you'd let it. You're letting it now. Good, that's all, that's the whole of it. Somewhere out in the night, a small wind is moving through things you can't see. Through the tops of trees, maybe, around the corners of the house, over the long dark fields and the quiet roofs and the sleeping cars parked nose to tail down cold streets. It's moving without effort, that wind, going where the air pressure sends it, doing no work, following the shape of the night. You can let your breath be like that, not driven, not pumped. Just moving where it's drawn, in and out along the easiest path, following the shape of your rest. In because the body wanted it. Out because the body was ready. Nothing you decide, nothing you do. A small wind moving softly through you in the dark, and you know more responsible for it than you are for the wind out over the fields. The empty tank isn't a thing you have to fill tonight. That's worth letting land down here, where things land slow and stay. You've spent months, maybe, with the low fuel light on, watching it, worrying it, driving anyway, sure that stopping to fill up was a luxury you couldn't afford, that if you stopped you'd never start again, that the whole trip depended on you not stopping. But you've stopped. And the filling is happening on its own, not because you're doing it, because stopping is what lets it happen. The tank doesn't fill while you're driving. It never did. It only fills when the engine's off and the still comes in, and the still has come in now, all the way in, and something is seeping back into you slow and quiet from the bottom up, from the dark, without your effort, the way a well fills in the night when no one's drawing from it. You don't have to watch it fill. Watching would only be another kind of work. Let it happen behind you, below you, in the parts of you that don't answer to your watching. Your only task, and it isn't even a task, is to lie here in the warm and let the drawing stop. Let the pump be off. Let the long reaching in and reaching in and reaching in that ran you dry for months finally, wholly cease. There's nothing being drawn from you now. No one's hand is on you. The line is quiet, and in the quiet, the slow refill. You'll feel it in the morning as a thing that simply happened while you weren't looking. For now, just the stopping, just the off, just the well in the dark filling. How heavy you're allowed to be, still heavier than you've let yourself. There's always a little more give, isn't there? A little more sink you've been holding back out of an old habit of holding, as though being fully heavy, fully down, fully surrendered to the bed were somehow not allowed, somehow too much, somehow something you'd have to answer for. You won't have to answer for it. No one is keeping account of how heavy you let yourself become tonight. There's no one to be too much for. The dark can't be burdened. The bed can't be overloaded. The ground under the house doesn't tire. So be as heavy as the tiredness actually is, not the manageable version, not the version you carry into rooms so no one worries, but the true and total weight of months, the real thing, set down at last with nothing held back and no one watching, and nowhere it has to be lighter than it is. That's it, heavier. Let it all be as heavy as it is. There's a kind of quiet that only comes when the last small effort stops. You may be finding it now. Under the quiet of the room, under the quiet of the breath, a deeper quiet, the quiet of a self that has finally quit trying, not given up. Nothing so grim as that, just laid down its trying the way you'd lay down a tool at the end of a long day, unclenched the hand that was around it, and stepped back into the plain animal rest that was there the whole time, waiting under all the doing. The body knew this quiet before you had a single worry to keep you from it. It's older than your list, older than your whole tired year. It's been the floor under everything, the still water under all the weather, and you're sinking down to it now, down past the last of the ripples, into the part that was never once disturbed. Nothing reaches you there, not the morning, not the undone things, not the voice that kept score. They're all up above, up on the surface, small and far and busy with themselves, and you've gone down under them into the still, where it's warm and dark and slow and yours, and the only sound is the long, soft sound of your own breathing, going on without you. Let the face soften. There's often a holding there too, the last outpost of the pushing through, something around the eyes, across the brow, a faint set to the jaw, the readiness worn right into the muscles of the face from months of meeting each day braced. Let it go slack. Let the brow smooth out and grow heavy. Let the jaw come unclenched and hang loose and easy. Let the space between the eyebrows open and settle. There's no one to keep a face for now, no expression to hold. No one reading you for signs of how you're holding up. You can let the face fall entirely still, fall open, fall into the deep neutral of sleep, where it isn't holding anything at all, where it's just resting on the front of a resting head, warm and slack and done. And the eyes gone still behind their lids, not searching, not scanning tomorrow, just heavy, just closed, just resting in the dark of themselves. All that looking they did today, all that taking in, all the screens and faces and roads and lists they tracked from before dawn to after dark. They can stop now. They have stopped. There's nothing left for them to find tonight and nothing they need to guard. And so they've gone soft and still and dark under their own gentle weight. And behind them, the mind is going the same way, softer, stiller, darker, letting go of its watch. You don't have to think a single thing through tonight. Whatever's half solved, whatever's mid-worry, whatever thread you've been pulling at for weeks with fingers too tired to untie it, set it down unfinished. It's allowed to be unfinished. The world is absolutely full of unfinished things holding their shape just fine in the dark, waiting patiently for hands that have rested, and yours can be among them. Nothing has to be tied off tonight. Nothing has to be figured. The thinking can stop right where it is, mid-thought if it wants, and simply be left there, warm and loose and going nowhere until morning. And if a thought does drift up, some small bright fish of a worry rising through the dark water, you don't have to catch it. You don't have to follow it up toward the surface. Let it rise and let it turn and let it sink back down of its own accord into the deep where it came from. You can watch it go without moving, without reaching. That's the whole trick of it down here, and it isn't even a trick. Just the not reaching, just the letting things rise and fall without your hand. The way you're letting the breath rise and fall. The way you're letting the whole night rise and fall around you while you lie still at the bottom of it and are held. There's more night than you can use. Remember that, in whatever soft way you're still able to hold anything. Hours of it. Long, dark hours stacked ahead of you like blankets, more than you could ever pull over yourself, and no obligation to get to the end of them. You aren't trying to get anywhere. Sleep isn't a destination you're failing to reach fast enough. That was the old daytime way of it, the way that turned even rest into another thing to do well. Down here, there's no doing it well. There's no doing it at all. There's just being in it, sunk in the middle of all these unhurried hours, letting them pass over you slow and dark and warm, one after another, asking nothing, taking nothing, leaving you a little more filled each time they pass. So there's no hurry to go deeper, and no hurry to stay. Wherever you are in the dark right now is exactly deep enough. If you sink further, that's the night carrying you down, and you can let it. If you hover here a while, warm and heavy and half dissolved, that's fine too. That's rest. That's the tank filling just the same. You can't do this wrong. There is no wrong way to lie still in the warm and let the long night hold you. However you're doing it is how it's done. Let the weight of the blanket be the last clear thing. That gentle, even pressure of it laid over your whole tired length, warm and close and asking nothing, holding you the way a hand laid flat on a shaking thing stills it, not by force, just by being there, just by its steady, quiet weight. You've been that steadying hand for so many things and so many people, laid flat and firm over what was shaking, holding it still at the cost of your own stillness. Tonight the hand is laid over you. The whole warm weight of the dark is laid over you, steadying, stilling, keeping you the way you kept everything else, and you don't have to do a thing but let it. Let it keep you. Let it hold what was shaking still. And it is going still. Can you feel it? The last fine tremor of the running on empty, that low hum that ran under everything for months, the engine that wouldn't idle down, it's guttering out now, softly, in the warm, with nothing feeding it and nothing asking it to run. Quieter, quieter, down to almost nothing. Down to the barest, slow pulse of a body at rest, which is not empty and not running, which is just alive, just here, just ticking over slow and easy in the dark while the deep does its filling, and the night does its holding, and you do nothing at all. Nothing at all. What a thing to be allowed. After months of everything, after the long haul of it, after being the one who didn't stop, nothing at all, granted to you now freely for the whole length of this dark. Not earned, not owed back. Just given the way the dark is given, the way the warmth is given, the way the breath keeps being given all night long without a bill. Take it. Take all of it. Take the whole soft nothing of this night into your tired body and let it fill the empty places slow. You're so far down now, so far into the warm. The room is gone, the edges are gone, the day is gone, the list is gone, the guilt is dozing cold in the chair, the load is on the ground, the strap is off the shoulder, the hands are open, the face is still, the breath is a small wind moving on its own. And you are held and heavy and filling and done, all the way done for the whole rest of this long, dark night. Rest, there's nothing else. There's only this. Rest and the deep and the warm and all the hours still ahead of you like still dark water, and you carried through every one of them without lifting a finger. Rest. So much dark still to sink through. So much holding still to come. Rest now all the way and let the night keep you the way you've kept everything. Rest. Rest. And somewhere out past the walls of this room, the hour is turning over slow, the way hours do when no one is watching them. You used to watch them. You knew this hour by its feel, didn't you? The one where the house goes so quiet the quiet has a sound, the one you spent so many nights awake inside, doing the last thing or the thing after the last thing, or just lying there with the engine still turning over because it had forgotten how to stop. That hour. It's here now, and you're not awake inside it. You're down under it, warm, far below its reach, and it's passing over you like weather passes over a field at night, going somewhere, taking nothing, asking nothing. Let it pass. Let this hour cross the sky without you carrying it. There's a stillness that comes in this deep part of the night that you have hardly ever been allowed to meet. You've met the tired. You've met the wired tired, the too tired to sleep, the 4 in the morning wide-eyed kind. But not this. Not the good deep of it, the flat, calm floor of the night where nothing moves and nothing has to. You're on that floor now, laid out on the bottom of the night like something the tide finally stopped pulling. Nothing pulling. Feel how nothing is pulling. For months, there was always a pull. Some thread from your chest out to a thing that needed you. Always one more, always tugging. So many fine threads running off you in every direction that you became a thing made mostly of pulling. A hand always reaching, a body always leaning toward the next. And you leaned so long you forgot you were leaning. You thought that lean was just your shape. It isn't your shape. Tonight the threads go slack, one by one, all of them all at once, and you settle back off the lean and into yourself, into your own quiet weight, and there is no one at the other end of anything asking you to hold. Slack, all of it slack. You can feel the give of it in your shoulders, that small backward settling, the reaching finally allowed to stop reaching. And nothing falls. That's the thing to notice, softly, from far down where you are. Nothing falls when you let go. All those things you thought you were holding up by the sheer force of not stopping, they're still there. The night is holding them now. The world went on holding itself the moment you set it down, the way it always could, the way it did before you and will after you. And the only thing that changed is that you stopped straining under a weight that was never all yours to carry. Let that be true in your sleeping body. Let the not falling be felt all the way down. You can rest, and nothing falls. Breathe. There's no counting it now, no shaping it, nothing to do but let the small tide of it come and go on its own down there. In and gone, slower than you'd ever let it be in the day. The night breathes you now more than you breathe it. Something older than you is doing the work, the same something that kept it going all those nights you were too far gone to notice, faithfully, quietly, one breath, and then the next with no thanks and no rest of its own. And you can hand the whole of it over now and trust it the way you never quite trusted anyone to take a thing off your hands. It won't drop it. It has never once dropped it. Let it breathe you down into the dark. There's warmth pooling in the low places of you. Feel where it's gathered, the small of the backs of the knees, the palms, the soles, all the folded places where a body keeps its heat when it finally lies still long enough to keep it. In the running months, you were rarely still long enough to feel your own warmth. You ran cool and fast and forward, spent, burning the last of it just to stay upright. Now you're banking it. Now it's coming back into you and settling in the hollows, slow, like sun that's soaked into stone all day and gives it back through the whole of the night. You are the warm stone now, holding your own heat, giving it slowly back to yourself, keeping yourself the long way through till morning. And the tank, that empty tank you carried around inside you for so long, that scraped and echoing feeling low in the middle of you, the one you learned to ignore because there was never time to do anything but ignore it, it isn't scraping now. Down here it's just quiet, not full yet. It doesn't need to be full by morning. Nothing needs to be full by morning. That was never the deal, and it isn't the deal tonight. But the slow drip of it, the fill you can't feel happening, it's happening. In the dark. In the still, in every hour you spend not spending yourself. A tank fills quietest when no one stands over it watching the gauge. So you're not watching. You're sleeping and it's filling, and those two things are the same thing tonight, and you don't have to believe it for it to be true. Just sleep. The filling doesn't need your belief. It only needs your stillness, and look, you've given it your stillness at last. How long since you gave yourself a whole night with no edge on it? No alarm leaning in from the far end. No list waiting just past the sunrise with its hand already out. Tonight there's an edge, yes, somewhere. Morning always comes, but it's so far. It's hours and hours of dark away, over the curve of the night, and between here and there is nothing but more of this. More warm, more down, more held. You don't have to spend a single one of those hours getting ready for the edge. You get to spend them all here, on the floor of the night, doing the one thing you forgot how to do. Nothing. Beautiful nothing. Hours of it, laid out ahead of you like a long, dark hall you get to walk down asleep. Somewhere in you there's still a small watchman. There always is, in someone who's carried this long. A part that never fully stood down, that kept one light on all those months, that listened in the dark for the thing that might need you, that couldn't quite believe it was allowed off duty. Feel for it, gently, no hunting, just let it know. It can stand down now. The whole night is covered. The watch is kept by something bigger than it tonight, by the dark itself, by the deep, by whatever it is that turns the hours over while we sleep, and it does not need one more tired sentry standing at the edge of you with aching feet. Come in off the wall. Sit down. Set the lamp down. The night has the watch. You are not needed at the post tonight. You are needed nowhere tonight. What a strange, soft mercy, needed nowhere, wanted nowhere, missing from no place that matters, gone down into your own warm dark where no one can reach to ask. Let the watchman lie down too. Even the part of you that guards can rest. Even that, especially that. And the ache. There's an ache in a body that's pushed too long, and it doesn't vanish just because the night is kind. You know that. You've made your peace with it. It's an old companion. But feel how it changes down here. In the day, the ache was a warning, a thing to push against, a thing that meant keep going anyway. Tonight, it's just a body telling you where it's been. It isn't asking anything of you. It's the ache of something set down at last, the good soreness of a hand that's finally opened after gripping too long, and the warmth is moving through it slow, loosening it thread by thread. Not because it must, not on any schedule, just because warm, still things loosen in the dark. Let it loosen at its own pace. You don't have to help. You've helped enough. Lie still and let the loosening happen to you the way rain happens to a field. Nothing the field does, nothing it has to do. Just standing there open in the dark while the soft thing comes down and soaks all the way in. Down, further down. There's always further down than you think on a night this long. You believe you've reached the bottom of the tiredness, and then the floor gives way soft beneath you and lets you lower still, gentler still, into a deeper quiet you didn't know was under there. That's happening now. You're sinking through a floor you thought was the last one, and it's holding you even as it lets you through, so there's no falling in it. Only more down, only more warm, only the dark getting thicker and kinder around you the deeper you go. Let it take you down another floor, and another. All the way down is allowed tonight. There is no too far down. The further you go, the better it keeps you. You spent so long being the one who was fine, the one who managed, the one others didn't worry about because you'd made a whole self out of being the one they didn't have to worry about. And it cost you this exact depletion, this scraped-out quiet you called normal because you'd been living in it so long you couldn't remember the other kind. Down here, no one's watching you be fine. You can be exactly as unfine as you are, as empty, as done. As flattened by the months as you truly are. No brave face, no bracing, no holding the corners of yourself up for anyone's sake. The dark doesn't need you to be fine. The dark takes you as you come, worn thin, run down, all your managing dropped in a heap by the door, and it doesn't love you 1 degree less for the state of you. It just holds you, held exactly as you are, not as you'd like to be seen. As you are tonight, tired to the bone and finally letting it show in a place where nothing is watching. That's a kind of honesty you haven't had in months. Just to lie here and be plainly, wholly tired with no one to reassure. Rest in that. Rest in the truth of how tired you are, which asks nothing of you but to be felt and let go. The blanket has warmed all the way through now to the shape of you. It's not a weight laid on you anymore. It's just part of the warm, part of the dark, part of the held. You and it and the bed and the night have all become one temperature, one stillness, one slow-breathing thing on the floor of the dark, and there's no line anymore between where you stop and the warm begins. That blurring is good. That's how deep the rest is running. When you can't find your own edges in the dark, that's not lost, that's let go. That's the body giving up the constant small work of keeping its outline sharp, a work you never knew you were doing until now, when you finally aren't. Let your edges go soft. Let them blur into the warm. There's nothing out past them you need to keep yourself sharp for. And the sounds of the far night, a car somewhere, a long way off, going nowhere near you. The house settling its old bones. Whatever the wind is doing beyond the glass. Let them all stay out there. They're not for you tonight. They're the sounds of a world keeping on without needing you awake in it, and there's a deep ease in that, in being the one thing in the night that gets to not keep on, that gets to lie down and let the keeping on happen elsewhere, to other hands, further away. You are off. Off the way a shop is off with its lights down, and its door locked, and the whole street going by outside without a single one of them able to knock. Closed for the night. Closed and warm and dark inside, and the going by is somebody else's now, all of it, till morning. There was a version of you, not long ago, that could not have done this. That would have lain here with the engine roaring, running the day again, running tomorrow, running the numbers of everything left undone, unable to find the switch. You know that version. You've been that version too many nights. Feel softly how far you are from it now. The engine's off. You found the switch, or the night found it for you, or the sheer long weight of the tiredness finally leaned on it hard enough, it doesn't matter how. It's off. And the quiet where the roar used to be is so wide and so soft that you can lie in the middle of it and not be afraid of it, which is its own quiet astonishment. Because for a while there the quiet frightened you, the quiet was where all the undone things came to find you. Not tonight. Tonight the quiet is empty of them. They didn't follow you down this far. They can't. There's a depth past which the day cannot reach, and you're below it, and everything that used to come find you in the still is up there, on the surface, treading water in a light you've long since sunk beneath. Sink further. The night is barely half spent from where you are. There's no hurry in any direction, no morning pressing, no bottom to reach and no reason to reach it. Just the slow, continuous permission of the dark, given and given and given again, hour after hour, the same soft yes repeated so many times through the night that your body finally believes it. You may stop. You may stay stopped. You may stay stopped all the way through, and no one is coming to make you start, and the starting can wait, all of it, every last piece of it, until a morning that is still so far off it's hardly even a rumor down here in the deep, warm dark. Let your hands stay open. They've fallen open on their own by now, most likely, the way hands do when the holding finally leaves them, palms loose, fingers curled soft toward nothing. That's the truest sign of it, open hands. A hand that's holding can't rest. And yours held so much for so long. Feel them open now, empty and warm and done, nothing in them, nothing wanted in them, no wait for them to close around till the light comes back. Open hands and a slack jaw and a still brow, and the long, warm length of you laid out and given over, and the breath moving small and slow on its own, and the tank filling in the quiet, and the hours stacked up ahead of you like soft, dark blankets, one over the next, more warmth than you could use, more night than you could spend. Good, that's it. That's the whole of it. Nothing more is asked. Nothing more will be asked, not till the far edge of morning, and that edge will come the way morning always comes, on its own, without you lifting it, without you pulling it up over the hill by main strength the way it always felt you had to. It rises by itself. It always did. You never once had to raise the sun, though the months made you feel you did. Let it rise without you later, much later. For now there is only the down. and the warm, and the slow, and the held, and you going deeper, staying gone, kept safe on the floor of the long night while the hour turns over above you and takes nothing and asks nothing and passes on. Rest deeper than the ache, deeper than the tired, deeper than the months, down where there's only warm and dark and the slow filling and the night keeping its patient watch over the one who kept watch over everything else for so long. Down and held and filling and done. Nothing to carry down here, nothing to be. Only this, only the warm dark going on, only the breath, only the slow, only rest and more rest, and the whole soft rest of the night still ahead of you, unspent, unhurried, yours. And somewhere in you, quietly, without any effort of yours, a thing is happening that you don't have to watch for it to happen. The refilling. It doesn't announce itself. It never has. It's not the kind of thing you can stand over and hurry, not the kind of thing that answers to attention. It works best when you're not looking, the way a well fills in the dark, slow water seeping in through the sides of the ground where nobody can see it, gathering an inch at a time through the long hours while everything above is still. You don't have to pump it. You don't have to prime it. You don't even have to believe in it tonight. It fills anyway. It fills because you finally stopped drawing from it, because for once you laid the bucket down at the edge and let the level come back up on its own. Quiet, unhurried, no hand dipping in, no more taking than the ground can give. That's all it ever needed. Not a plan, not a push, just the stopping. Just the long dark left alone to do the one thing the long dark does. So let the level rise without your help. You've helped enough. For months you've been the one who kept everyone's cup full and drank from your own until it rang hollow, and no one heard it ring, least of all you, because a person running that low stops being able to hear their own emptiness. It just becomes the sound of the day. But it isn't the sound of the day. It was never normal. It was only long. And now, in the dark, with nothing being drawn, the quiet inch of return begins. And you don't have to do a single thing to earn it or to speed it. Only lie here and let the ground give back what the ground has been holding for you all along. There's no clock down here on this. It doesn't come back in an hour all at once like a light switched on. It comes back the way warmth comes into a cold room. You can't name the moment it arrives, only that after a while the cold is gone and you never felt it leave. That's how the tank fills. Not in a rush you'd notice. In a slow, steady seep beneath the floor of you, through this hour and the next, through all the dark still stacked ahead, so that whatever the far morning holds, it will not find you scraped down to the metal the way the last months found you. It will find some depth restored. Some small, quiet reserve gathered back in the dark while you asked nothing of yourself, gave nothing, spent nothing. Only lay here open and let the night pour slowly back into the low places. And the low places are allowed to be low. That's worth saying softly here, where you can hear it without having to answer. You don't have to be full by morning. You don't have to be fixed, or ready, or bright, or back to whatever you were before the tiredness became your weather. The night isn't a machine for making you useful again by dawn. It's just the dark, and the dark asks nothing, and what fills tonight fills, and what stays low a while longer, and both of those are fine, both of those are allowed, and neither of them is a failure of yours. You are not behind on your own rest. There's no schedule you're falling short of down here. However far the level comes back tonight is exactly far enough. Whatever the ground gives is exactly enough. You take it, or rather you don't even take it. You just let it settle into you. The way rain settles into a field overnight, and the field does nothing. The field only lies there dark and open, and lets itself be given to. Let yourself be a field like that, dark and flat and open under the long sky, taking the slow, soft weather of the night without a single move, without a single ache of effort, only lying there under it, only receiving. The rain doesn't ask the field to hurry. It just falls and soaks in, and by some morning far off the green comes up on its own from ground that did nothing but rest and be rained on. You are that ground now. You've been drought for so long you forgot there was another way to be. But the drought is up on the surface, back in the days, in the long list and the pushing through, and down here it's already raining, soft and steady and warm, and all that's asked of you is to soak it in without a thought, without a plan for it, without turning it into one more thing to manage. Just soak. Just take the wet dark slowly down into the cracked places and let them close, one by one, unhurried, no hand needed, no will needed, all night long. And the guilt, if it drifts back through, that small, stubborn tenant that always seems to have one more thing to say about your resting, let it drift on through without a chair this time. You gave it a place to sit earlier, you set it down gently with the day's clothes, and it can stay there, folded and quiet, but it doesn't get to keep waking you to make its case. Its case is old. Its case is the same case it always makes, the one that says you haven't done enough. You're never doing enough. Look at the list. Look at the light you left off. Look at all the ways you're falling behind by lying here. And you have heard that case so many thousands of times that you don't need to hear the rest of it tonight to know how it ends. It ends the way it always ends, with you exhausted and still not enough in your own eyes, still going, still scraping. Not tonight. Tonight the case goes unheard. Not argued with, not fought. You don't have the strength for fighting and you don't need it. Just unheard. Let it murmur on in its folded corner, and let the murmur become part of the general hush, indistinguishable from the furnace, from the far hum of the world outside, from all the quiet machinery of a house at rest. No more urgent than any of it, no more yours to answer than the sound of the pipes settling as the temperature drops. Because you are off the clock now, truly off. Not on a break that's secretly still counting, not resting with one eye open the way the tired learn to rest, half of them still standing guard over the undone. All the way off. The clock that ran you through the months, that low, insistent tick under everything. Hurry, hurry, you're behind, you're behind. That clock doesn't reach down here either. It's up on the surface with everything else that treads water in the light. Down here time isn't measured in things to do. It isn't measured at all. It just pools, warm and thick and slow, and you lie in the pool of it with no edges, no next, no soon, no should. The hour turns over above you and you don't turn with it. You've come uncoupled from the turning. You just stay, held in the warm, unmeasured dark, while the machinery of the morning waits patiently on the far side of a great deal of night, in no hurry to reach you, in no position to. Feel how far off it all is. The list so far. The phone that fills back up with asks so far. The face you put on to meet the day, the one that says fine, that says good, that says of course I can, no problem, happy to, that face is hung up somewhere far above you like a coat on a hook by the door, and you're not wearing it, and you don't have to reach for it, and it'll keep on the hook till morning without going anywhere. You get to be faceless down here. Just the true slack weight of you, unarranged, unperformed, no expression held for anyone's benefit, because there's no one to hold it for and nothing to prove and no next room to walk into ready. Only the dark, which has never once needed you to be fine. And your body, heavy now the way it's been asking to be heavy for months and never got to be, because heaviness in the daytime is a problem to solve, a thing to caffeine your way past, a weight to carry standing up. Here it's not a problem. Here it's just the truth of you, finally allowed. As heavy as it actually is. Heavier, maybe, than you'd have admitted in the light, that deep, marrow heaviness of a body that's been running on fumes and pride, and the next thing on the list for longer than it should ever have had to. Let it be that heavy. Let it sink to its real weight, the honest weight, the one you kept hidden even from yourself, because to feel it fully in the daytime would have been to fall down. And you couldn't fall down, there was too much to do. But you can fall down now. You already have. You're down, all the way down, and the bed has you, and the dark has you, and nothing is going to require you to get up and be light again for a long, long time. Let the heaviness spread. Let it move through you slow like warm water finding every low channel, down through the shoulders that have been braced so long they forgot they were braced, down through the jaw, the hands, the long muscles of the back that held you upright through days you don't even remember getting through. The legs that carried you when the tank was already dry, the small, worn places behind the eyes. Let all of it grow heavy and warm and true, no part of you left holding itself up, no last little muscle still on duty. The whole garrison stood down. The watch called off. Every guard that stood at every gate through the long, tired months, off duty now, gone in from the walls, sleeping in the warm dark with the rest of you, because there is nothing left to guard tonight and nothing coming, and the gates can stand open, and the walls can go untended, and no harm will come of it, not 1 hour's worth, before the light. And into the warm where the pushing through used to live, that hard bright clench right at your center, the engine you've been redlining for so long you took its roar for the sound of being alive. Into that place, let the softness come. It's gone quiet already, mostly. It ran on fear, that engine, on the low certainty that if you stopped, everything would come apart, that you were the only thing holding the whole of it together, and to rest even for a night was to let it all fall. But it hasn't fallen. Notice. You stopped hours ago, and the world is still there, turning quietly in the dark without your hand on it, holding itself together perfectly well while you lie here spent and gone. It did not need you at the tiller every single second. It never did. That was the lie the tiredness told, the lie every empty tank tells its owner to keep them pouring. Only you, no one but you, don't you dare stop. And you believed it because you were too tired to see around it. But you can see around it now, from down here, in the still. The world holds. It holds without you tonight. It will hold without you every night you finally let it. You are allowed to not be the one holding it while you sleep. So let the engine cool all the way out. Let the clench at the center of you unmake itself, thread by warm thread. No fear left to feed it, nothing to red line for. The long emergency called off at last. Because it was never really an emergency. It was only months and months with no rest folded end to end until it felt like one. And the cure for that isn't effort, isn't more, isn't harder. The only thing that answers months of running on empty is exactly this. The tank sitting still in the dark, the engine off, the slow, quiet seep of return through the floor of you, nothing you do, everything you finally stop doing. Down here there's a stillness you'd almost forgotten was possible, the stillness of a thing that isn't about to be needed. A boat pulled up onto the sand for the winter, hull dry, oars in, no tide coming for it, no crossing waiting, just resting on the shore in the long dark of the off-season while the weather passes over and the year turns slow. You've been in the water so long, out in it every day, bailing, rowing, keeping her nose to the waves through weather that never seemed to break. And now you're hauled up, keel in the cold sand, canted gently over to one side the way a resting boat leans, and the sea can do what it likes out there in the dark because it isn't asking anything of you tonight. No launch at dawn, no crossing to make, just the long dry rest on the shore, the slow settling of a hull that's carried too much for too long, finally allowed to hold nothing but its own quiet weight. Lean into that, the lean of the resting boat, the lean of the whole heavy length of you tipped soft into the mattress, no longer holding true, no longer keeping trim, just given over to the pull of the ground and the give of the dark. There's a rightness in it that the daytime never let you feel, the rightness of a thing at rest that's earned its rest 100 times over. You don't have to feel that you've earned it. That's daytime accounting, and the books are closed. But it's true anyway, quietly, the way the ground is true under the well. You have poured out more than you had, for longer than anyone should, and calling it normal didn't make it light, it only made it lonely. And here, at least in the dark, it doesn't have to be either. Not light, not lonely, just rested, just held, just given back to slow through the long middle hours by a night that has all the time in the world for you and asks for none of it back. The hours ahead are still deep, still many. You're a long way yet from any edge of morning, and the stretch between here and there is soft the whole way down, unbroken, warm, one dark hour easing into the next with nothing sharp in any of them, nothing that needs you, nothing that calls. You could not use up this night if you tried. There's more of it than your tiredness could ever spend, more dark, more quiet, more slow return than the months could ever have drained from you. Poured back now at the pace the ground pours, patient, sure, no hurry in it, no end of it in sight. You don't have to reach the morning. It reaches you later on its own, And by then some measure of the low places will have quietly filled while you did nothing but lie here and let them. Nothing to do now, nothing to hold, nothing to be and nowhere to be it. Only the slow, warm dark and the quiet seep of the well, and the boat leaned soft on the winter shore, and the field lying open under its patient rain, and the long, true weight of you sunk all the way down to where the days can't reach, kept and warm and filling, hour after unhurried hour, all the rest of the night still ahead of you, and every bit of it yours to spend on nothing but this. And somewhere in the house of you, a light that has been left burning for months is allowed, tonight, to be turned down low. You know the kind. The lamp in the hall you never switch off because someone might need it, because you might need to find your way in the dark, because leaving it lit felt like the least you could do, and the least was the only thing you had strength for. It has been burning a long time. Small and steady and faithful and thinned almost to nothing, that little flame of yours held up against every hour that asked for light. And no one told you it was all right to let it drop. So it kept on, low and low and lower, giving what it had long after there was much to give, because that is what you do, because stopping felt like going dark. But a flame turned down is not a flame gone out. You can bring it down soft now, down to the smallest warm ember of itself, down to a glow that asks for no more oil, no more wick, no more keeping, and it will still be there. It doesn't go out because you rest it. It only rests. The dark around it doesn't rush in. It just draws close and warm the way dark does around a banked fire, holding the last low heat safe till morning. Let it come down. Let the long, faithful burning of you ease to an ember, and the ember settle into ash-warm quiet. No light to keep, no watch to hold, nothing to find your way toward because there is nowhere you need to go from here but down into the soft of the night. And the heat that a banked fire gives is a slower heat, a lower heat, the kind that doesn't leap or crack or throw sparks, but only lies there in the great, deep orange under the gray, giving itself off in a way you feel more than see. That is the warmth that is yours tonight. Not the bright, hard heat of the day's fire, the one you fed and fed and fed to keep the room warm for everyone. This one, the banked one, the one that only warms because it has stopped working so hard to burn. Feel it settle into the low places of you, into the small of your back, into the long muscles of your legs that have carried you through months of mornings you didn't want to meet, into the hinges of your jaw and the shelf of your shoulders where the pushing through lives, where it has always lived, where it braced itself so long it forgot bracing was a thing it was doing, and not just a thing it was. That place can go warm now. That place, more than any other, is allowed the ember heat tonight, allowed to unclench a degree at a time, so slow you won't catch it happening, only find later that it has, the way you find a room has grown warm without ever seeing the moment it changed. There's no hurry in warmth like that. It doesn't arrive all at once and it doesn't need to. It has all night to reach you, and it will reach you the way warmth always reaches a cold thing left near the fire, not by force, not by asking, just by being near, just by staying, just by the slow, patient crossing of heat from where there is plenty into where there is none. You don't have to draw it in. You couldn't stop it if you tried. It comes on its own, into the emptied places, into the run-dry hollow you've been calling normal because you'd carried it so long you couldn't remember the shape of a self that wasn't tired. That shape is still there. Underneath. It didn't leave. It only went quiet and waited, patient as a stone under snow, for a night long enough and dark enough and unasking enough to let it thaw back toward itself. This is that night. There is no end to it in sight. You are nowhere near the far edge of it, and the whole soft breadth of it lies between you and the morning, hour on unhurried hour, warm as a low grate, quiet as ash. Outside the window of you the snow is coming down, not the storm kind, the other kind, the kind that comes at night with no wind behind it, straight down and slow, so slow you can watch a single flake take its whole long time to reach the ground, drifting and turning and in no rush at all to land. That's the pace of things now. That's the only pace left in the world tonight. Everything falling as gently as that, everything settling with that same unhurried grace. The list and the leftover hours and the low guilt of stopping all sinking down through the quiet air the way snow sinks, softening every hard edge it lands on, laying a smooth, pale hush over the whole rough surface of the day until you couldn't find the sharp corners of it even if some old habit went looking. The snow doesn't ask the ground to be ready. It just falls, and the ground just holds it, and by morning there's a softness over everything that no one had to work for. Let it fall over you like that. Let the hush come down and lie on you and make you soft to the touch of the night. You don't have to catch any of it. You don't have to clear any of it. It's allowed to pile up gentle and deep and stay, all through the dark, a weightless weight, a covering, a quiet that gets quieter the longer you lie still inside it. And under snow, everything slows. You know this. The whole world drops its pace when the snow comes, the sounds go muffled and far, the footsteps soften, the sharp report of the day goes round and low and blurred at the edges, and the animals that were running all season go still in their warm, hidden places and stop. And it is not laziness in them, and it is not failure, and it is not a debt they'll have to pay come spring. It's the season. It's what the cold is for. It's the deep permission the whole turning year gives to every living thing to stop moving so hard for a while and let the dark hold the work of keeping alive. You are a living thing in the season of that permission. Every creature that ever went still through a long, cold dark is with you in it, breathing slow in the warm hollows of the world. Not one of them ashamed, not one of them behind, not one of them counting what the stillness costs. Nothing is owed for rest. That's the oldest arrangement there is, older than the guilt that says otherwise, older than the voice that learned to call the tiredness normal so it wouldn't have to be tended. Tonight you're inside the older arrangement, the one where stopping is just what the dark is for. Somewhere near the bed, on the chair, the day's clothes are folded, or not folded, only dropped, and that's all right too, that's more than all right. And on top of them, quiet, is the thing you've been carrying that you can't quite name. The guilt of lying here while the list stays undone. It came in with you, the way it always does, and it wanted to keep you up a while explaining all the reasons you hadn't done enough. But you've set it there now, on the chair, with the clothes. Not thrown away, you couldn't throw it away if you tried, and I won't ask you to, and it doesn't have to go anywhere tonight to leave you be. It only has to sit there, on the chair, in the dark, off of you, and it can. It's lighter than it pretends to be once it's off your chest and set down on something solid. Look how it settles there, quiet, done arguing, out of things to say to a person who has finally stopped answering. You don't have to answer it. Not tonight. Not once more before morning. It'll keep. It'll all keep. The chair holds it fine, and you are free of it for the length of the whole long night. And the length of the whole long night is more than you can see the end of from here. You've been answering things for so long. That's part of what wore the tank so low, not the doing only, but the answering, the being available, the readiness held all day like a muscle you never let go slack. The ear turned always toward the next thing that might need you. It's a quiet, enormous labor, that readiness, and no one ever sees it, and it never shows up on any list of what you got done. And it emptied you as surely as any of the visible work, more surely, because it never once clocked off. But it's clocked off now. There's nothing turned toward the door tonight, nothing listening for the next need. You've set the readiness down beside the guilt, on the chair in the dark, and the ear of you can finally turn inward, toward the slow, warm sound of your own breath, which is asking nothing of you either, which is the one thing in all the world that has kept faith with you this whole exhausted while and never once needed you to keep it going. It breathes on its own. It always has. Feel how it doesn't need you. Feel how nothing here needs you. And in the not being needed, feel the strange, soft loosening of a thing that has been held tight so long it takes a while to trust that it can let go. And then, slowly, trusting, letting. The night keeps such easy company. It doesn't fill the quiet with talk. It doesn't want the story of your day. It doesn't need you bright or good or ready or done. It just sits with you in the dark, close and warm and endless, the way the best company sits, the kind you don't have to perform for, the kind that lets the silence be the whole of what you share. You've had so little of that. So much of your tiredness is the tiredness of never being simply sat with, never being let alone in the good way, never being allowed to be poor company and kept anyway. Tonight you're kept anyway. Tonight the dark is poor company kind, no effort kind, stays through anything kind. You can be as empty as you actually are and it doesn't move off, doesn't sigh, doesn't need you to rally. It just stays. Hour after hour it just stays. And the staying is a thing you can lean the whole weight of yourself against and find it doesn't give way, doesn't tire of you, doesn't ever once ask when you'll be back to your old self, because it likes you fine like this, spent and heavy and quiet, likes you the way the dark likes anything at rest inside it. So be at rest inside it. Be as heavy as months of carrying have made you, and let the heaviness be a truth you're finally allowed to tell instead of a thing you hide behind a straight back and a level voice. The bed knows exactly how much you weigh, and it isn't troubled by it, and it doesn't think less of you for the whole real freight of your tiredness pressing down into it. It's built for exactly this. It's been waiting all day to take the true weight of you, the weight you've been holding up off the world so no one would see how much there was. Give it over. Let the mattress have the honest heaviness, the heaviness the day never let you show. Down through the shoulders, down through the hips, down through the backs of the heavy legs and the heavy heels and the slow warming hands that opened and worked and held and carried and have earned, more than any part of you, the right to lie open now and hold nothing at all. There's nothing in them tonight. See how they've let it fall. See how they don't close back around anything, because there's nothing left to grip and nothing left to grip it with. And that emptiness in the palms is not a lack tonight. It's the shape of hands at rest, the shape of hands that have finally put the day down. And the dark comes down another degree, and the ember settles lower in its grate, and the snow goes on falling with no wind behind it, and the season holds you in its old unhurried permission, and there is so much night left. So much. You've spent so little of it. It stretches out ahead of you soft and unmarked, and there's no path to keep to across it and no far side you have to reach and no hour in all of it that will come to your door and ask you to be ready. Just the slow, warm falling. Just the low-kept heat. Just the long, easy breadth of dark between you and a morning that is in no hurry to arrive and will arrive on its own regardless, without 1 ounce of your help, whether or not you spend a single further thought on it, which you don't have to and won't, because there is nothing left in you to spend and nowhere it needs spending and no one, tonight, keeping count. Let the thoughts, if any drift like the snow, slow and turning, and in no rush to land and gone soft before they reach the ground of you. You don't have to follow them down. You don't have to catch a single one. They can fall through the quiet and settle wherever they settle and be covered over by the next slow drift before you'd even finished reading them, until there's nothing sharp enough left up there to hold your attention, nothing pointed enough to keep, only the smooth, pale hush of a mind gone quiet under its own gentle weather. The thoughts fewer now, and farther between, and softer at the edges, and each one a little slower to arrive than the last, and none of them needing anything from you, and all of them free to go. There's warmth where the pushing lived. Feel that again once more, slower. Where you used to brace, there's heat now. Where you used to hold the line, there's the low orange glow of a fire banked for the night. The bracing has stopped and nothing bad has come of the stopping. The line has gone soft and nothing has fallen through. That's the quiet thing the daytime never let you learn, that so much of the holding wasn't holding anything up, only holding, only the habit of a body that forgot it was allowed to set things down. It's set down now, all of it, on the chair, on the mattress, on the patient ground, into the keeping of a night that has more than enough strength for the both of you and asks you to lend it none. And in the place where the effort used to be warmth, just warmth. Slow and low and yours, spreading a degree at a time into the parts of you that had gone cold with going so long, filling nothing, fixing nothing, only warming, only being near, only staying the whole night through the way the dark stays and the snow stays and the low fire stays. You could rest here 100 nights and not use up the rest this one night holds. That's how much there is. That's how far you are from any edge of it. Every slow breath spends so little, and the night pours back so much more than any breath could spend, that the whole arithmetic of tiredness comes quietly undone in the dark, the way frost comes undone near a low fire, without a sound, without your notice, without one thing required of you but to lie here heavy and warm and let it. So lie here heavy and warm and let it. The ember holds. The snow falls. The season keeps its old kind promise. And there is so much dark still ahead of you, so much soft, unhurried dark, all of it yours, all of it for nothing but this, that you can let go even of the listening now, even of these words, and let them fall through the quiet like the rest of the snow, slow and turning, and covered gently over and gone. And in the going of them, no loss. Nothing you needed leaves when the words leave. You can let the sound of a voice thin out to almost nothing and still be held exactly as you're held now, because it was never the words doing the holding, only the dark, only the bed, only the long good night that would have kept you just as well in silence. So the silence, when it comes, is not the voice stopping. It's the voice keeping on in a quieter key, a key too low to make out, the kind you feel along the back rather than here, the way you feel a house settle around you in the smallest hours without once waking to name the sound. Let me give you something new to lie near. Not to hold you're done holding, only to lie near, the way you'd lie near a window on a still night without needing to look out. There's a word the old farmers had for a field left unplanted. Fallow. A field lying fallow. Not broken. Not failed. Not a field that couldn't. A field that was let. A whole season given over to growing nothing on purpose, to lying open under the weather and taking back into itself everything the growing years had spent. And the ones who worked that ground knew in their hands and their backs, knew it the way you're only now being allowed to know it, that the fallow year was not the year the field did nothing. It was the year the field did the one deep thing it could not do while it was busy being useful. It rested. It filled. It went quiet and dark and rich again from the inside, asking nothing of anyone, owing nothing to the season before or the season after, and no one stood at the edge of that field in the fall and called it lazy for lying still. They called it wise. They called it what the land needed. They understood, those people who understood so little else about comfort, that a thing which gives and gives will one day have nothing left to give unless it is let, for one whole turning, to simply lie there and be ground. You have been every year but the fallow one. You have planted yourself over and over into ground that never got its season, given crop after crop out of soil that was quietly going thin, and calling the thinness normal, calling the ache in the low back of your days just how it is, just what mornings feel like now, just the price. And no one told you. No one stood at the edge and said the field is tired, let the field lie fallow. So let this be the night that says it. Not a season, you don't have to promise a season, you can't promise the morning even, and nothing here is asking you to. Only this night, this one long turning of the dark. Let yourself lie fallow for the length of one night, growing nothing, yielding nothing, producing not a single thing anyone could carry off, and be, for these hours, exactly as unbusy as an open field under stars, taking back into your own dark ground everything the long-spent years drew out of you, slow and unwitnessed, and without one motion that could be called effort. Nothing grows tonight. Nothing has to. The list of what might grow, you can feel it there still, the way you'd feel a barn at the far edge of the property, dark and full of tools, and none of them your business until a morning you don't have to think about yet. Let the barn stay dark. Let the tools stay hung on their nails. There is no crop due, no season pressing, no one walking the fence line counting what you've yielded. Only the open ground of you, lying still, and the weather passing over, and the slow, deep filling that happens only in the years a thing is let alone. Feel how the ground doesn't strain to fill. That's the part the tired ones can't believe at first. The field doesn't work at resting. It doesn't lie there gritting itself toward richness. The filling is not a thing the field does. It's a thing that happens to the field while the field does nothing at all, while it simply consents to be still and open and let the slow work move through it in the dark. And so with you. You are not resting hard tonight. You've done enough hard for a lifetime of nights. You're only lying open, only letting, only consenting to be ground for one long turning, while the deep, unhurried filling moves through you the way it moves through anything finally left alone. Without your steering, without your help, without 1 ounce of the pushing you were so sure the whole thing ran on. It never ran on your pushing. That's the other quiet thing. The pushing was never the engine. It only felt like the engine because you'd never once let go of it long enough to feel the ground go on turning underneath without it. The night turns without your pushing. The dark deepens and thins toward morning without one hand from you. Your own slow breath comes and goes and comes again and asks you for nothing. Needs no push, no minding, no keeping count. It was breathing itself all along while you thought it was you doing it. The way the field was filling itself all along beneath the years you thought you were the one holding up. So set down even that, even the last small idea that some part of this needs you awake at the wheel of it. Nothing needs you at the wheel. There is no wheel. There is only the ground, and the dark over it, and the long turn, and you lying in the middle of it all as heavy and as let alone as anything the good dark ever covered over and kept. And the heaviness, let me stay a while with the heaviness because it's changed, and I want you to feel how it's changed, though you're too far down now to check, and that's just as it should be. It isn't the heaviness you came in carrying. That one had a grip to it, a clench, the weight of a thing held up so long the holding had fused to the bone. This is a different weight entirely. This is the weight of a field. This is the weight of ground that has finally stopped bracing to be more than ground. It doesn't press. It settles. It doesn't drag downward toward some floor it fears. It rests upon the earth the way earth rests upon earth. One heaviness laid trusting into a larger one. No seam between them, no daylight, nothing held apart anymore by the old thin effort of keeping yourself a little bit lifted, a little bit ready, a little bit not yet all the way down. You're all the way down now. There's no further down to guard against. The floor you spent years half-braced against turned out to be this, soft and wide, and already holding you, and never once the thing to fear. You could stop bracing against it the moment you touched it, and you have, and look, nothing gave way. The ground held. The ground always meant to hold. It was built, the whole patient breadth of it, to take exactly the weight you were so afraid to finally hand it. And it takes that weight the way the field takes rain, without effort, without complaint, without the faintest sense that anything difficult is being asked. Let it take a little more. There's always a little more you've been holding back, some last held-up ounce kept in reserve for a morning that keeps not coming, some final measure of readiness you've never in your life set fully down. Find it now, wherever it hides, behind the eyes, along the jaw, low in the belly where the day lives longest, and let even that go into the ground. You don't need a reserve tonight. The night is the reserve. The night is holding everything back that ever needed holding, so you don't have to hold a thing, so you can spend down to the very bottom of your keeping and find, where you feared there'd be nothing, only more ground, only more dark, only more of the wide unhurried enough that has been under you this whole long time. There, even that is set down now, even the ounce you never knew you kept. How quiet it gets when the last of the readiness goes out of a body. How the quiet stops being a thing around you and becomes a thing you're made of. You are not lying in the quiet now. You are some of the quiet. You've gone the way a sound goes when it's finished, not cut off, not stopped, only let all the way out until it's part of the room's own stillness and can't be told anymore from the silence it's settled into. That's where you are. Settled past the edge of yourself into the general dark. The way a held note lets go into the air of a room and is not lost, only everywhere now, only too spread and too soft to point to. And out past you the night goes on with its slow business of holding, and none of that business is yours. Somewhere the ground turns cold and turns slowly back toward warm in the long hours before a light you don't have to wait for. Somewhere the dark does the thing dark does, deepening to its deepest in the middle stretch, and then, so gradually no eye could catch it, beginning the long thinning that has nothing to do with you, that needs no watching, that will arrive whether you keep vigil or lie here spent and blind and finally wholly off. You don't keep the night. The night keeps you. You were never the one turning the season. You were only ever the field, and the field's whole work, its one deep holy work, is to lie still and be turned. So be turned. Let the great slow thing move under you and carry you through the dark the way the ground is carried through its year, without a step taken, without a mile felt, without one motion you could call your own, arriving at morning not because you traveled toward it, but because morning is where all this dark was quietly going the whole time, with you asleep in the middle of it, borne along, spending nothing, owing nothing, doing nothing but lying fallow and full and heavy and let. There's warmth still in the place the pushing used to be. Feel it hold. It doesn't flare and it doesn't fade. It's the even low warmth of ground that's kept a whole day's sun and gives it back all night without ever seeming to give it. The warmth the field holds after dark, that you'd feel if you lay a hand flat on the earth of it hours after the light was gone. That low-banked, patient heat with no fire under it at all. Only the day's warmth kept and slowly returned, asking nothing, running down toward no empty, because the ground doesn't spend its warmth. It only holds it and lets it move, the way you're holding this now. The way this is moving slow and low through the long ground of you, and running out of nowhere to arrive because there's no edge to a field's warmth. Only the slow even everywhere of it, only enough, only kept, only yours. You could lie in that warmth and never touch the bottom of it. You know that now, somewhere below the knowing. There is no bottom to touch. The old arithmetic where rest ran out, and the tank read empty and the morning came to collect. That arithmetic doesn't hold here, was never true here, comes quietly apart the deeper you go, until there's no sum left to fear and no debt left to dread and no empty left at all. Only the full dark ground and the long turn and the low kept warmth. Only enough and enough and enough, folding over you slow as the hours, patient as the season, sure as the thing the old farmers knew. The field doesn't fear the empty. The field knows the empty is where the filling happens, that the barrenness they leave it in the fallow year is not a lack but a making, not a running down but a gathering, the dark, rich work that can only happen in the ground that's finally been let alone. You're tired is that. Your long spent months of it, your empty you learned to call normal, it was never the failure you took it for. It was a field asking, in the only voice a field has for its fallow year. And it can't have the year. Not tonight. Tonight can't give you a season. But tonight can give you this, one whole turning of the dark laid over you like the fallow laid over the field. One long, unbroken rest with nothing due at the end of it. And that is not nothing. That is the thing the ground was asking for, given in the only measure a single night can give, and taken now deep and slow, and all the way down. So take it all the way down. Take it past the last of the words, which are thinning now and going low, and letting themselves out into the room the way you let yourself out, until there's little left of them but the shape of a warmth moving slow across a dark and open ground. You don't have to keep them. Let them fall fallow too. Let them lie down in the quiet and grow nothing, and be no less what they were for growing nothing, covered over, kept, gone soft, gone under, part of the general dark now the way you are. And the dark goes on, and the ground turns, and the low warmth holds with no fire under it, and the field lies open under the whole long weather of the night, taking back what the years drew out, filling from the inside where nothing shows and no one watches and nothing is required, slow and unhurried and sure. Nothing grows tonight. Nothing has to. You are the field, and the night is the fallow, and the long turn is carrying you gentle through the dark toward a morning you don't have to reach for, and everything under you and over you and moving slow through the middle of you is enough, is more than enough, is a whole season's worth of enough poured into one kept night, and all of it yours, and all of it for nothing, and all of it asking only that you lie here, heavy and warm and let. So lie here, heavy and warm, and let the ground hold what the ground was always going to hold. Let the dark do the thing the dark has always done. Let the low warmth move where it moves and run out of nowhere to go. And let yourself lie fallow the whole night through, growing nothing, yielding nothing, spending nothing, only filling, only resting, only being ground under the slow turn of a night with no edge and no end anywhere near. There's so much dark still, so much slow, kept, unhurried dark, all of it yours, all of it fallow, all of it for nothing but this. And you're down in the middle of it now, borne along, let alone, filling in the dark where nothing shows. Lie fallow, lie still, let the season keep you. And somewhere in you, without your having to move it, the part that has spent months standing is beginning to sit down. You wouldn't feel it as sitting. It's quieter than that. It's more like the way a room lets go of the day's noise long after the last door has closed. Not all at once, not with any sound you could point to, just a slow unclenching in the walls, a settling in the boards, the small tickings of a thing that has been warm all day and is allowed now in the dark to cool. That's happening in you, in the places you never learned the names of. The set of the jaw you didn't know was set. The low band across the back that has been holding something up so long it forgot holding was a thing you did on purpose and not just the shape you were. All of it cooling. All of it in the dark, ticking softly down toward the temperature of rest. You don't have to help. That's the whole of it tonight. You don't have to help. For months, the helping was the air you breathed. Help the day get done. Help the list get shorter. Help the ones who lean on you keep leaning. Help yourself keep upright one more hour, one more, until upright stopped feeling like a thing you chose and started feeling like the only weather there was. And here now, laid out heavy in the dark with the night gone long around you, there is finally, blessedly, nothing to help. The night does not need you. It is doing itself. It was always going to do itself. And the enormous quiet of that, of a stretch of hours that ask nothing, that would go on exactly the same whether you spent them or kept them, is settling over you like the first thing in a long time that has asked you for nothing at all. Let it ask you for nothing. Let the not helping be the softest thing you've done in months. There's a kind of tired that sleep alone doesn't reach, you know the one. The kind you'd wake from and still be carrying. The kind that lived under the sleep, deeper than the night could get, waiting for you again in the first gray minute of every morning like it had never left, because it hadn't. And you stopped expecting the mornings to help. You stopped, somewhere back there, believing the tired was a thing that ended. You folded it into the definition of yourself and called it normal and got up anyway, and got up anyway. And the getting up anyway was so quietly brave that no one ever thought to tell you it was brave, least of all you. So let one say it now, low, in the dark, with nothing riding on your hearing it, that was brave. Every unremarkable morning of it. And tonight none of that bravery is needed. And so you can lay it down too, the whole long habit of it, set it beside you in the dark where it can't be lost, and be, for one held night, a person who is simply resting and does not have to be brave about anything at all. The heavy is welcome here. However heavy you actually are, not the heaviness you allow yourself, not the trimmed and manageable version you carry into rooms so no one has to worry, the real weight, the full unedited fact of how much of you wants to sink. Let that be the true measurement tonight. There's no one here to spare, nothing here to seem all right for. The bed was built for exactly this, for taking the whole of a person without asking how much of them there is, and it is taking the whole of you now, the arms that are done, the legs gone long and unspooled and far away, the head that weighs what a head really weighs when the neck at last agrees to stop pretending it's light. Down through all of it, down to the true weight. The bed has it. The bed has had heavier and will have heavier still and does not strain, does not tire, holds you the way the ground holds a stone that has finished rolling, completely, and without effort, and for as long as you care to stay. Stay. There is nowhere in the whole of the night you have to be but here. And the warmth is finding the places. You might feel it, Or you might only be near enough to feel it and let that be as good, a low warmth moving into the exact places where the pushing through used to live. The chest, where you learned to take the next breath before you'd finish the last one, so as not to fall behind. It can fall behind now. Every breath can come late and slow and unhurried, and no harm come of it at all. The hands that were always half closed around the next thing to be done, even in sleep, even in the dark, feel them if you can, unclosing. Not opening on purpose, just ceasing to hold. The fingers going soft at the joints. The palms turning up or turning down or turning nowhere, done with their gripping, warm, and empty, and asking to carry nothing further tonight. Empty hands. There's a rest in empty hands that full ones forgot was possible. And the guilt, the small, persistent guilt that has been standing at the edge of all this rest the whole night through, the one that says, surely there's something, surely you've forgotten something, surely a person this tired has only earned it by first earning it. You don't have to argue with it. You never have to argue with it again tonight. You can let it stand where it stands. It's tired too. It's been on its feet as long as you have, that guilt, keeping its long, useless watch, and it can sit down beside you now, off duty, off the clock, its shift finally, genuinely over. It doesn't have to be right. It doesn't have to be wrong. It can just be quiet. It can just be one more thing in the room that is finally allowed to stop, resting where you rest, going soft where you go soft, learning, along with the rest of you, that nothing bad comes of the stopping, that the morning arrives just the same, that the ones you love are held just the same, that the list is exactly as long as it was and not one line longer for your having laid it down and slept. The list will keep. Say that inward, slow, if any part of you is still near enough to the words to hold one. The list will keep. It kept while you ate. It kept while you sat in the car with the engine off in the driveway a minute longer than you needed to, gathering yourself. It has kept through every hour you've ever slept in your whole life, and it will keep through this one, faithful, patient, exactly where you left it, needing nothing from the dark, waiting without impatience for a version of you that has rested. And a rested you is not a betrayal of the list. It's the only thing that ever finishes one. But not tonight. Tonight the list is a shape in another room, behind a closed door in a house gone quiet, and you are here in the one room where nothing is due, and the door between you and all of it is shut, and the shutting was allowed, and the shutting holds. It holds all night. And now I want you to notice, if you can still notice anything, how little you're being asked to follow. The words are not building toward anything. There's no place they're taking you that you have to keep up with. They've stopped trying to arrive. They're only here to be a warmth in the dark near you, a low and steady company, the sound of not being left alone with the tired while the tired lets go of you. You can stop listening entirely and lose nothing. You can let whole stretches pass without a single word reaching you, and the rest goes on exactly the same, because the rest was never in the words. The rest is in you. It always was. The words were only ever standing at the door of it, holding the door so that you could go in. Go in. Further than the words go, down under where the sound is, to the still place that doesn't need telling what to do, the one that has known how to rest since long before you learned to worry whether you were doing it right. You are doing it right. There is no wrong way down. There's only down, and you're going slow and heavy and let into the part of the night that keeps itself. The house of you is going dark room by room. That's a thing that happens at the end of a long day in a real house. One by one the lights go out, the kitchen first, then the hall, then the last lamp in the last room, until the whole of it stands quiet under the dark, and the only warmth left is the warmth the day put in the walls, holding, giving itself slowly back to the rooms all night. You are like that now. The bright rooms of you are going dark one by one. The room where the planning happens, it's light out. The room where you keep the running list of everyone's needs, dark now, its door drawn to. The room where the watching lives, the part that has kept an eye on everything for so long, its lamp turned low and lower and finally out. And what's left when all the bright rooms have gone dark is the warmth in the walls, the kept heat. The low glow of a life that was lived hard today and is done being lived for today and is giving itself back, slow in the dark, to the quiet house of you, all night, asking nothing, warming nothing but itself, holding you from the inside where the last lamp used to burn. Let the last lamp go out. You've kept it burning so long. Let it go out and find that the dark it leaves is not the empty you feared, not the running down, not the going out of you, but a fuller dark, a kept dark, the dark of a house that is only resting and will have every light again come morning. You don't lose the rooms by darkening them. You don't lose the day by ending it. You don't lose yourself by stopping. The stopping was never the losing. The stopping is the thing that has all of you still there in the morning. And to reach the morning, all you have to do is nothing. All you have to do is lie here in the dark house of yourself and let the warmth do its slow returning, room by quiet room, all night long. All night long. There's so much of it left. Feel how much. Not as a thing to get through, as a thing you get to keep. Hours of it, still, banked ahead of you in the dark, unspent, unpromised to anyone. Yours the way almost nothing in the last long stretch of months has been simply and only yours. You could not use them up if you tried. You are not going to try. You're going to lie here and let them pass over you slow and full, one after another, each one asking nothing, each one holding you a little deeper than the last. A whole long inheritance of dark still to come and no need to reach for any of it. It comes to you. It comes on its own. You lie still, and the night brings the hours to you one by one and lays each one down over you soft, and you keep them the only way the tired ever keeps anything now, which is by letting it happen without helping. Without helping. Even your breath, now, even that you can stop tending. It knew how before you were old enough to know your own name. It has gone on through every sleep of your whole life with no oversight from you, faithful in the dark, asking nothing, and it will go on through this one, slow and low, and its own, rising when it rises and falling when it falls and needing not one particle of your attention to do the thing it has never once failed to do. Give it back to itself. Take your watching off of it. Let it be one more thing tonight that runs without you, one more proof, breath by breath, that the world of you keeps turning when you stop turning it, that the stopping is safe, that the letting go holds, that a body left alone in the dark does not fall apart, but only at long last, rests. Rest then, all the way, with nothing held back for the morning, because the morning has its own strength waiting in it for you and does not need you to carry any across the dark. You can arrive there empty of everything but the rest, and that will be enough. That will be more than these long months have let you arrive anywhere as. But that's hours off yet. Don't go looking for it. There's only here. There's only the dark, and the weight, and the warmth in the walls, and the breath that tends itself, and the low sound near you that you no longer have to follow, and the whole long, unhurried remainder of a night that asks you for nothing at all. Nothing at all. Lie in the nothing asked like a body lowered into warm water and let go of. Feel how it holds every part of you at once, evenly, without your choosing where the held-up places, and the hidden places, and the tired past-telling places, all held the same, all let down into the same warm dark together, none of them working now, none of them on. You floated once, maybe, somewhere, and felt the water take the whole of your weight so completely that you couldn't find where your body ended that. That now in the dark, in the bed, in the long middle of the kept night, the edges of you going soft and uncertain, the weight handed over so fully you stop being able to feel it as weight at all, just warmth, just held, just the slow and the low and the down past where the words are. They're barely words now anyway. You can hear it, how they've thinned, how they've stopped standing up straight, how they lean and drift and let themselves trail off the way a warm hand trails off a shoulder when the person under it has finally gone under. Let them trail off. Let them not finish. There's nothing left in them you need. They were only ever here to keep the dark from being empty, while you learned again how to be held by it. And you've learned it now. You're doing it now. You don't need the door held any longer because you're all the way inside. All the way inside the kept dark. And it holds, without me, without the words, without your helping or your watching or your bracing for the thing that isn't coming. It just holds the way it was always going to, the way it does for every tired thing that finally lies down in it, quietly and completely, and for the whole of the night. So lie down in it the rest of the way. There's no floor to reach. Only more dark, more warm, more held, going down soft and slow with no bottom anywhere near, and you sinking gentle through the middle of it with nothing under you to hit and nothing over you to reach and nothing at all, in any direction, in the whole of the long night that you have to do. Nothing to do. Nowhere to be. No one to hold up. Just the warmth and the weight and the dark that keeps you. And so much night still left to be kept in. And it will be kept, all of it. The whole soft length of it still ahead of you, hour laid behind hour like rooms in a house where every light has already been turned down low, and you moving through none of them, needing to check none of them, because they are dark on purpose and they are dark for you. There's a way a house goes quiet late, not empty, not abandoned, only off duty, only resting from being lived in, the small tickings of it settling, the timbers easing back 1/8 of an inch from the long day of holding their shape, the pipes going still, the whole standing structure of it letting its held breath out into the dark so slowly you'd never catch the moment it finished. That's you now, a structure that stood all day, that held its shape through everything that leaned on it, and is easing now, timber by timber, back off the strain of standing, not falling, never falling, just no longer bracing the way it braced when the day was full of weight to bear. You can hear it in yourself if you listen without trying. That same small settling, that same quiet easing back, some held place near your ribs or low in your back letting go its last held 1/8 inch and going soft. There is a warmth that stays lit in a cold house through the whole of the night, and it is not the whole furnace, not the full roar of everything burning at once the way it burns when the house is being asked to be warm for a crowd. It is only the pilot. Only the small blue keeping flame down low where nobody looks, the one that asks for almost nothing, the one that burns so quiet and so low it uses barely anything at all. And yet it is enough, it is entirely enough, it keeps the whole cold dark from ever going all the way cold. That's what's left lit in you tonight, not the full burn. You don't need the full burn. The full burn is for the day, for the standing and the doing and the carrying, and the day is gone and took its needing with it. What stays through the dark is only the pilot, the small, warm keeping flame that runs on next to nothing, that doesn't have to work, that doesn't have to prove it's still lit, that just burns low and blue and steady in the deep of you and keeps you while you rest. And running on almost nothing is exactly what it's for. It was built to burn low. It has burned low through every night of your life while you slept, faithful and unwatched, and it is burning low now, and it does not need you awake to tend it. Let it tend itself the way it always has. Let the low flame be low. There is nothing tonight that needs more fire than that. You spent months, I think, afraid that low meant out, that the tiredness settling in season after season was the fuel finally gone, the flame finally guttering, the tank you kept calling normal actually reading empty against a gauge that never lies. And you kept feeding it, kept throwing the day onto it, and the next day and the next, kept roaring the furnace when the furnace was already tired, because you were afraid that if you ever let it drop to the pilot, you'd never get it lit again. But that isn't how the keeping flame works. It doesn't go out from being let down low. It goes out from never being let down low, from being roared and roared until there's nothing left to roar with. Low is not the danger. Low is the rest. Low is the flame being allowed for once, for one whole night, to be only as much fire as it actually is, and to find in the being allowed that it isn't dying at all. It's only tired, only asking to burn quiet for a while, only asking for the dark and the not being fed the day and the long ungrudged hours to sit low and blue and undisturbed. Give it those hours. You are giving it those hours. It's already taking them. Feel how much less it costs to burn this low. And so there is nothing left in you tonight that has to run. The engine of you that turned over every morning before you'd even asked it to, that idled through your dinners and you're standing in doorways and you're lying here not sleeping. It's off. Not stalled, not broken, not failed. Off the way a good machine is off when the work is done, cooling by slow degrees in the dark of a shed with the door pulled to, ticking as it cools, giving back the last of its heat to the air in small, soft tickings. Every part of it that spun and strained and held its speed now stopped and still, and easing toward the temperature of the quiet around it. There is a particular peace in a thing that has run hard and is finally allowed to cool. No engine minds the cooling. No engine lies there in the dark of the shed, straining to stay warm, straining to stay ready, bracing for the turn of a key that isn't coming till morning. It just cools. It gives the heat back. It goes the temperature of the night. And that giving back, that slow shedding of the day's held heat into the surrounding dark, is not a loss of anything. It's the machine doing the last easy thing it knows how to do, the resting thing, the off thing, the thing it was never allowed to finish before the next morning came and asked it to turn over again. Tonight the next morning is far. Cool all the way down. Give all the heat back. There's a whole night of shed dark and pulled to door to cool in, and nothing will turn the key till it's over. I'll stay near while it cools. That's all the staying is now, a nearness. A low sound at the edge of the dark that you don't have to turn toward. A hand that isn't going anywhere, resting on the quiet the way a hand rests on the warm hood of a thing that's just been switched off. Feeling it tick, feeling it settle, not to do anything, only to be there while it lets go of the running. You don't have to answer the nearness. You don't have to keep it company. It keeps you. It'll keep you the way the dark keeps you, and the warmth keeps you, and the whole long unasking night keeps you, steadily, and without needing thanks. And for as long as the cooling takes, which is all of the hours, which is more hours than you could use up if you tried. So don't try. There's a way you've tried to rest that was only work with the lights off, lying down with the list still running behind your eyes, sleeping the way you did everything, braced and half-ready, one part of you never off-duty, never trusting the dark to hold without your holding it too. Let that part be off tonight as well. It's the most tired part of all, that watcher, that one that never got to stop. The part of you that stayed a little awake through every rest you ever took in case the rest wasn't allowed, in case someone came, in case the tank you'd hidden turned out to be as empty as you feared and you had to hide it faster. There's no one coming to check the gauge tonight. There's no one to hide the empty from. The empty is allowed. The empty is lying here in the warm dark, being held exactly as it is, unhidden, unmeasured, unrefilled, and not needing to be. And the watcher can lie down too, can finally lie all the way down beside the rest of you and stop keeping its one eye on the door. Nothing is at the door. The door is dark. The door is doing what doors do at night, which is nothing, which is stay shut and keep the warm in and let the tired sleep. Even the watcher gets the night off. Even the watcher gets held. How much of you was standing that can lie down now? How many small held postures? How many bracings you stopped being able to feel because they never once let go? The set of the jaw that was still faintly set, the readiness in the hands even open, the low, steady clench somewhere under everything that has been there so long it stopped seeming like clenching and started seeming like you. It isn't you. It's only the shape you held to get through the months, and the months are not in this room, and the shape can come apart now, soft, slow, a held thing at a time, each one easing the way the timbers eased, the way the flame eased low, the way the engine eased toward the temperature of the dark. There is no order to it and no hurry in it. Whatever wants to let go first can let go first. Whatever wants to stay held a little longer is allowed its little longer. It'll come down when it's ready in its own slow time, somewhere in the long, soft middle of all these hours, and you won't have to make it. You won't even have to notice it. You'll just be a degree softer than you were and not know when it happened. That's how the real letting go goes. Not all at once, not by deciding. Just softer and softer in the dark, unmeasured, while the night keeps you and asks you for nothing and gives you all the time there is. And there is so much time. That's the thing the tired months never let you feel, that time at night, when nothing is owed and no one is waiting, opens out wide and slow and unhurried in every direction, hours and hours of it, more than you could ever fill and nothing asking you to fill it. You've lived so long inside days that were too small for everything they held, days that ran out before the list did, days you had to sprint through empty just to reach an end that only started another. This isn't that. This is the wide part, the part with room, the part where an hour is not a thing to get through but a thing to lie inside of, loose and slow, like lying in a wide bed with no edge you can reach by stretching. Stretch out into all the room there is. You don't have to stay small anymore, folded around the tiredness, braced against the shortness of the time. The time isn't short here. The time is the whole night, and the whole night is yours, and you can lie out full and easy across the whole soft width of it and still not come to the end of the room it's making for you to rest in. Somewhere out past the walls, the dark is doing its long, slow work of turning, the way it does whether or not anyone watches it, the deep middle of the night settling deeper, the world tipped over into its stillest hours, the birds not yet stirring, the light not yet even thinking of the edge of the sky. And none of it needs you. That's the mercy in it. The whole enormous, quiet machinery of the night turns without 1 ounce of your help, the way it has every night you ever slept through, and every night you lay awake feeling like you had to hold some part of it up. You never had to hold any of it up. It holds itself. It's holding itself now, holding you inside it like one small, warm, sleeping thing among all the sleeping things. And it will keep on holding and keep on turning through all the hours between here and the far-off morning without asking you to lift a single finger toward the dawn. You get to miss it. You get to lie here in the deep, still middle and miss the whole slow turning entirely, down under it, held under it, resting under it while it does what it has always done without you. Down where the low flame burns and asks for nothing. Down where the engine cools and gives its heat back to the dark. Down where the timbers have all eased and the watcher has lain down and the held shapes come apart one soft degree at a time. Down where there is nothing to run on because there is nothing left to run. You are allowed to be all the way here, all the way stopped, not resting toward something, not gathering yourself for what's next. Just stopped, in the warm, in the wide, in the kept, the way a thing is stopped when the running is truly over and not only paused, when the body has finally believed there's nowhere it has to be and lets itself be nowhere but exactly here. And here is soft. Here is low and warm and dark and endlessly unhurried. Here has no list in it and no gauge in it and no morning in it yet, only the long, slow keeping and the small blue flame and the settling house and the cooling quiet and the hand at the edge of it all that isn't going anywhere. Sink the rest of the way into it. There's no hurry even in the sinking. You can take all the hours to go all the way down, a degree at a time, a breath at a time, a soft trailing word at a time, and every part of the going down is already rest, already the thing you came here for, already enough. Enough, such a quiet word to lie down in. All these months you never once got to be enough for the day always needed more than the tank had always, and you gave it the more anyway out of a bottom that had nothing in it, and called that normal and did it again. Here you don't have to be enough for anything. Here the being here is the whole of what's asked, and the being here is easy, is nothing, is only lying warm in the dark while it keeps you. You are enough for that. You are exactly and completely enough for lying still in a warm dark and letting yourself be held, which is the only thing this whole long night will ever ask of you, and even that it doesn't really ask. It just gives and keeps on giving all night for free, for nothing, to the tired one who forgot such giving was allowed. Let it give. Lie still and let it give. There are so many hours left for the giving, so much dark still to be kept in, so much warmth still banked low and steady in the walls and in the blue flame and in the slow cooling quiet of a body finally off. The night is nowhere near through with keeping you. It has only started. It has all the deep middle still to spend on you, and all the small hours after, and it will spend them slow and soft, and without one word of hurry, on nothing but keeping you held and warm and stopped until the morning comes on its own to find you rested. So there's nothing now, nothing to run, nothing to hold, nothing to be enough for, only the low, warm dark and the flame that burns on almost nothing and the long keeping still ahead. Rest down into the middle of it. Let the words go thin and let them lean and let them trail wherever they want to trail. The dark has you. The warmth has you. And there's so much night still left, so much soft, unhurried night, all of it already gathered close around you, all of it already yours, all of it keeping you the whole way down. And you don't have to follow the words anymore. You never did, really. They were only ever here to walk beside you a little way down, and now the way is nearly all downhill and gentle, and you can let them go on ahead or let them fall behind, whichever is easier, and easier is the only thing that matters now. Nothing here has to be kept track of. Nothing here has to be understood. The words can blur at their edges like lights seen through a tired eye, and that blurring is good. That blurring is the sound of the mind loosening its own grip finger by finger, setting itself down the way the body already has. So heavy now. Heavier than you'd have let yourself be all these months when heavy felt like failing and you propped it up and pushed it forward one more hour, one more day, one more thing off the list that never got shorter. There's no propping now. The weight is allowed. The weight is welcome. Let the mattress take all of it, the arms that carried, the shoulders that braced, the back that held the whole tired shape of you upright when it wanted only to lie down. All of it can lie down now. All of it is lying down now. And nothing falls when you stop holding it up. That was the old fear, wasn't it, that if you ever truly stopped, it would all come down. But here you've stopped, all the way stopped, and look, the dark is still holding. The walls are still standing. The small blue flame still burns. Nothing fell. Nothing needed you to keep it from falling. It was only ever you who was falling, slowly, for months. And now you get to fall the good way, down into rest, down into the kept warm dark, down onto something soft that was always going to catch you. Let it catch you. There, caught, held, down as far as down goes and still nothing but soft underneath. You can feel how the breath doesn't need you either. It's gone slow on its own, slow and low and even, going out longer than it comes in, the way breath does when the body has believed it's safe. You don't have to steer it. You couldn't hurry it now if you tried, and you won't try. Just let it go on without you, that quiet tide, in and out, in and a little longer out, each one carrying a little more of the day off somewhere you don't have to follow. Off into the dark, off out of the room. Gone, and not your job to fetch back. The house is so quiet now, that good deep quiet of the hour when everything has settled as far as it settles. The pipes have stopped their ticking. The air has stopped its moving. Somewhere far off may be a sound, small, the world turning over in its own sleep, and it doesn't reach you, doesn't ask you, doesn't need one thing from the warm, stopped shape of you here in the dark. Let the far off sounds stay far off. Let them be someone else's, some other night's. This night is only yours, and this night is only warm, and this night is only long and slow and kept. Down a little more. No hurry, a degree, a breath. The list is still out there somewhere in the other room in the morning that hasn't come. And you know what? Let it be out there. It kept for tonight. It'll keep the rest of the night too. It was never as urgent as the tiredness made it feel, and even if it were, there's nothing to be done with it now, in the dark, in the middle of the deep hours, with the body off and the tank empty and the whole self lying down. The list can't be worked from here, so it isn't yours from here. For all these hours, it simply isn't yours, and there is such a strange, sweet ease in that, in a thing being genuinely, completely not your problem, not deferred, not postponed with guilt trailing off it. Just gone, just not here, just none of your concern until a morning that will come slow and soft, and without you having to reach for it. You don't have to reach for anything. Feel the hands, how they've opened. All day, all these months of days, a little clenched, a little ready, holding the next thing before the last thing was even down. And now open, loose, curled soft the way a hand curls when it has finally, truly put everything down and picked nothing up in its place. Nothing in them, nothing to hold. The palms just resting, just warm, just empty in the good way, the way that means done. Done for the day, done for the night, off the clock all the way to morning. And the guilt, if it's still there at all, if it's still murmuring somewhere low that you should be up, should be doing, should be more, let it murmur soft and let it go quiet on its own. You've set it on the chair with the clothes. It can sit there in the dark. It doesn't get to come to bed. It doesn't get the night. The night is for the tired one, and the tired one has done enough, has done so much more than enough for so long, and gets now, finally, to do nothing. To be nobody's more. To lie warm and heavy and off, with the guilt on the chair and the list in the other room, and the morning still hours and hours away. So many hours. Feel how many. The whole deep middle of the night still folded up ahead of you, dark and soft and unspent, hour after hour of it with nothing in them but keeping. You've barely begun to rest. There's more rest ahead than you could use, more than you could ever fill, a great slow surplus of it, warm and dark and yours, and you can spend it as slowly as you like because there is no bottom to it tonight. No running out, no last drop. Just more and more, and more quiet dark to sink into, all the way to a morning that is in no hurry to arrive. Let it be far. Let the morning be far and small and dim, a long way off down the night, nothing you have to walk toward. It'll come to you. That's the whole gift of it. You don't go to the morning comes to you on its own when it's ready and finds you here, kept, warm, rested. You just stay. You just stay down here in the warm and let the hours do the coming. Nothing to run. Nothing to hold. Nothing to be enough for. Only warm, only dark, only down. And I'm still here, at the edge of it where I said I'd be, not going anywhere. You don't have to check. You don't have to listen even. The voice can go on being here whether or not you follow it. The way a lamp goes on being lit in the next room whether or not you look. Just a warmth at the edge of things. Just a something that stays. So the stopping holds. So nothing has to be watched. So you can go all the way down and know the keeping keeps without you. It keeps without you now. You don't have to keep anything. Down, a little more, soft. The breath slower still. The weight heavier still, sinking that last small way, past where you thought the bottom was, into a deeper soft below it. So heavy the heaviness stops being a thing you feel and just becomes the dark itself, becomes the bed, becomes the warm, no edge anymore between the tired body and the thing that holds it. Just one warm dark all the way through, with you dissolved gentle into the middle of it. Nowhere to be. Nowhere but here. And here asks nothing. Let the words thin now. Let them come slower. Let the quiet grow between them, wide and soft, and let the quiet be the better part. The words only stones set down along the edge of the going, and the going itself all warm, dark, and downward drift. You're allowed to stop hearing me. You're allowed to be gone before the sentence ends. That's all right. That's the whole idea. Slip off wherever the warm takes you and don't come back to check. There's nothing to come back for. The night has it. The night has all of it, and all of you, and all the long hours still to spend on nothing but keeping you. So warm. So heavy. So far down now, and still soft below. Rest. Just rest. The flame burns low. The house holds still. The dark keeps warm around the whole tired shape of you, and there is nothing left to do, and nothing left to be, and nowhere left to go but down into the kept quiet, slow and slower and gone. Let it be gone. Let you be gone. All the way off, all night long, and no morning yet, just the warm dark keeping. Just the keeping. Just warm. Just down. Rest now, nothing follows. Nothing waits that can't keep till morning. The night has you the whole way through. So still. So kept. Down into the warm and stay, and the dark stays with you, and I stay. And there's nothing now, nothing but the low, warm dark and the small blue flame and the long, slow night still keeping you all the way down. Rest. Soft. Gone. The night has